Bienvenidos sean todos a este segundo día de trabajo del primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia. A continuación vamos a ver un video del proyecto Cosmos de Querétaro, que es uno de los ejemplos, de los grandes ejemplos de innovación en México. A continuación, nuestra primera sesión del día será la conferencia magistral y conversación entre periodistas, que moderará Ana Cristina Ruelas. Ana Cristina es abogada y maestra en Administración Pública y Políticas Públicas del Tecnológico de Monterrey. Durante los últimos 10 años se ha dedicado a la promoción y defensa de la libertad de expresión y el derecho a la información en México y Centroamérica. Primero como subdirectora de la Oficina de Información de la Comisión Nacional de Derechos Humanos y luego como la directora regional del Programa de Derecho a la Información de Artículo 19, Oficina para México y Centroamérica. Posteriormente, como directora regional de esta misma oficina. Es columnista en el portal Sin embargo. Gracias.
Hola, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo están?
Good
Muchísimas gracias
morning.
por
How
estar
is
aquí hoy con
everyone? Thank you so
nosotros.
much for
Pues estamos
being
muy
with us
contentos en
today.
esta
We are
primera
very happy
sesión
at this
del
time of the
primero
first
del 24
session
de
on
esta gran
November
conferencia
24th for
internacional.
this great
Y me da muchísimo
international
gusto tener la
conference.
oportunidad
We're
de
very
presentarles a
happy to have the
ustedes
opportunity
a
to
Thomas
introduce to
Verjus.
you
Él es
Thomas
representante de
Verhus,
la Haya de
who is
Periodistas
the
por la Justicia, presidente de
representative
la
of
Asociación de Periodistas
the
de la
president
Corte
of
Penal
the
Internacional.
International
Cubrió el Tribunal
Penal
Penal
Court,
Internacional para
Criminal
la ex
Court, as
Yugoslavia
head of
y la Corte
journalists, and he
Penal
covered for
Internacional desde sus
Yugoslavia
inicios para la
and
Agencia
from the
Nacional
very
de
beginning for
Noticias de los
the
Países Bajos
International
hasta 2015.
News Agency for the
Es
Netherlands
colaborador de
through
Periodistas por la
2015. He is a
Justicia,
collaborator for
originalmente un
Journalists for
proyecto del
Justice,
capítulo de Kenia
originally
de la
a
Comisión
Kenya
Internacional de
chapter
Juristas. Ha promovido el diálogo
project. He
equilibrado
has
en la
promoted
sociedad con un
dialogue
enfoque
and balanced
particular en las
society with
cuestiones de
particular
víctimas.
focus
Es el
on
presidente de la
victims. He
Asociación de
is the chairman
Periodistas
of the
de la
Association
CPI,
of
que se
Journalists of the
relaciona con los
CPI
diversos órganos
and
de la Corte,
relates
la
to
sociedad civil y
various
la
orders
comunidad
of the court
diplomática
and
para crear buenas
civil
condiciones para una
society, the
cobertura mediática
diplomatic corps,
adecuada
to
y
create good
eficiente.
opportunities to
Tomás nos va a
provide
hablar el
good
día
and
de hoy
efficient
sobre la
work. He is
justicia,
going to
la
talk to
innovación
us
de la
today
justicia a través
about
del periodismo.
innovation
Me da
and justice
muchísimo
through
gusto poderlo
journalism, and I am
presentar.
very happy
Tomás,
to
te doy la
introduce
palabra
him.
por 20 minutos.
Thomas, the floor is yours for 20 minutes.
Good morning, and thank you very much for inviting me to this conference. I'm going to speak about the International Criminal Court, the ICC, which you can see behind me, and the complicated interactions it has with civil society and journalism. The theme of this conference is Innovation and Justice, Modernization and Justice. So you may ask the question, there has been international criminal justice for 75 years. A few days ago, we saw on television the commemoration of the start of the Nuremberg trials 75 years ago. So international criminal justice is not that new, you might say. But still, the ICC is very innovative because it is very different from all the other international criminal courts the world had seen before. In Nuremberg, the Nazis had lost a war. The Americans, the British, the French, the Russians had occupied Germany, and they could do what they wanted with the Nazis they could capture, and they decided to organize a trial in Nuremberg. But that was in their hands. When the United Nations decided in the 1990s to react to the unspeakable atrocities in Yugoslavia and Rwanda, the Security Council just imposed a tribunal, one in The Hague and one in Rwanda, with whom everybody had to cooperate. It was also imposed, not by the victorious powers like in Nuremberg, but by the United Nations, by the whole world community. At the ICC, everything is different. The ICC is the result of a voluntary agreement of states. States agree voluntarily to put an end to impunity for atrocity crimes and to make sure that these crimes are prosecuted here in The Hague, the gravest crimes, war crimes, genocide, and crimes against humanity, if they are not prosecuted domestically. That is the big difference. It is voluntary from the side of the states, and on the other hand, the court must catch criminals, which is also a certain contradiction. Journalists for Justice is originally a project of the Kenyan chapter of the International Commission of Jurists. The ICJ here in the Netherlands is more an academic club, whereas in Kenya, it is very active as a civil society organization, controlling the powers that be, investigating, writing reports, very much so as Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch would do here in the Western world. So the International Commission of Jurists in Kenya was very much interested in what was ongoing around the so-called post-election violence, when more than 1,000 people were killed after the 2007 elections, which led to a wave of violence. A peace was brokered with the help of the United Nations, and the agreement was that there should be accountability for those who were responsible for those atrocities. The politicians promised to set up domestic courts to deal with that violence, to deal with those more than 100,000 victims. It took a few years, and the International Criminal Court saw that nothing was done. And then the International Criminal Court can intervene. It's a court of last resort that operates according to the principle of complementarity. It enters only when the national systems do not work, do not investigate, do not prosecute. And that is where the ICJ Kenya came in. The jurists of the ICJ Kenya realized that the system of the ICC, which is a very complicated system, which was established by an international diplomatic conference in Rome in 1998, is a complex system because it is a compromise. It is a compromise among different legal cultures in the world, the Anglo-American culture, the French continental culture, and the compromises that were made led to a very complicated system. So ICJ Kenya took the initiative to train journalists because one realized the International Criminal Court, once it intervenes in the Kenya situation, can be useful for Kenya in the sense that it not only punishes certain individuals, but also contributes to reconciliation and redress for victims. It can be useful in that sense only if people in Kenya understand what is going on at the ICC in The Hague. And for people in Kenya to understand that, it's the journalists who must explain it to them in their newspapers, in their television reports, etc. So the International Commission of Jurists in Kenya took the initiative to train journalists, to let them understand the Rome Statute system better. And that is where I came in, because I had been covering international courts in The Hague for almost 20 years, for more than 10 years. So I was flown in as a trainer. And that contributed a lot to the understanding of the Rome Statute system. We should also see that in a situation where people are suspected of serious crimes, like organizing a mass wave of violence, they will always try to discredit the court. Kenya is a very good example for this, because in Kenya, the two of the most important suspects were elected respectively president and vice president of Kenya, President Kenyatta and Vice President Ruto. So they had a certain power at their disposal over the state apparatus, over the state media. They also had money enough, because Kenyatta is not only president, but also one of the richest men in Kenya, to hire expensive public relations agencies in London to discredit the court, to create a certain negative image of the court, like, for example, it is neo-colonial or anti-African. That is a false narrative that needs to be balanced by journalists who report objectively and professionally. And that is where Journalists for Justice came in. Our task is to empower journalists to facilitate the dissemination of correct information so that the general public and the politicians can discuss ICC matters, victims' issues, accountability, trials, with knowledge of what they are talking about. We organized trainings on the Rome Statute and the procedures and organs of the court. We organized them in Kenya, and within the limited financial means that every NGO has to cope with, we invited some journalists to travel to The Hague to see for themselves, to see the court in action, to meet the prosecutor, to meet the defense lawyers, to meet the judges, to meet the victims' representatives, to meet the NGOs who cover the work of the court, and to meet the academics that analyze the work of the court, and to meet the diplomats who establish the court and who monitor the operations of the court. This empowerment exercise was so successful, at least as far as the result of the knowledge of the journalists and the improvement of the product is concerned, that we were also invited to do similar trainings in other African countries that the ICC deals with, like Uganda, Ivory Coast, Mali, the Central African Republic. We did the same thing. We trained journalists and we invited them to The Hague. I also am the president of the Association of Journalists at the International Criminal Court. The AGICC was established soon after the ICC was there. At the beginning, the ICC had no cases because the ICC had to wait for new crimes to be committed before it could start investigations. So we did not know what the first ICC cases would be about. But one thing we could say for sure, international courts deal with war-torn countries. Countries where very bad things have happened, violence, which is not only disruptive, but also tends to destroy the economy. So war-torn countries tend to be poor, poorer than before the war. We had seen that in the former Yugoslavia. Former Yugoslavia was a relatively rich country in Eastern Europe before the war, and through the war it became poor. We had seen that at the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia, the first contemporaneous international criminal jurisdiction. We had seen that the Serbian, Croatian, Bosnian journalists had little money to come to The Hague because The Hague is an expensive city. And journalists who had been covering the ICTY, journalists of leading media organizations in the world, like the BBC, Le Monde, the New York Times, EFE, Agencia EFE, Reuters, AFP, AP, founded that association with several key messages, but one of the most important messages is, if you have trials here in The Hague about crimes that have been committed somewhere far away, for the ICTY, it was Yugoslavia, and for the ICC, it's even further away. It is countries in Africa, like Kenya, which I just talked about, Uganda, Sudan, etc. And it will be difficult for the journalists from those countries to come here. They have no money, but it is essential for journalists from those countries to come here, so that the victims' voices are heard when they come as witnesses, and for the population to understand that their leaders, political leaders, military leaders, when they are tried here, have had a fair trial, so that there is acceptance of the outcome of the ICC process. I made a speech on that note in front of the Corps Diplomatique in 2003, when Luis Moreno Ocampo had taken his oath of office as first prosecutor of the ICC. I also told the diplomats that at the ICTY it took some time before countries realized that journalists from the situation countries should be supported financially. And the diplomats not only gave me the usual polite applause, but they also said that at the ICC everything would be different, and as of the beginning there would be journalists from the countries concerned, because it is important. Unfortunately, that was one of those promises that diplomats and politicians sometimes give, and that turn out not to be honored a few years later. And that is unfortunately what happened. Kenya is the exception. The Kenyan media have means to come to The Hague. Most other countries that the ICC deals with in Africa, like the Democratic Republic of Congo or the Central African Republic, are countries where the journalists, the media houses, do not have the means to send anybody to The Hague with their own money. And unfortunately, states are not forthcoming with the aid they promised. So I, as president of the Association of Journalists, I receive, for example, emails from the Democratic Republic of Congo, of journalists of local regional radio stations who tell me there is a trial in The Hague about crimes committed in our region. We want to send our reporters, we have no means. They ask me if I have money, but the association has no money and the diplomats don't give us money. So that is a difficult struggle. And for the few study and reporting trips to The Hague that we can organize, it always takes lots and lots of effort to find some means to finance the trip. In that sense, unfortunately, the ICC is different from previous international and internationalized tribunals. At the ICTY, as I said, at a given moment, countries like the United Kingdom, Germany, Belgium, the Netherlands gave money for journalists to come here. At the International Criminal Tribunal for the Rwanda, it was Switzerland that allowed Rwandan journalists to report in French about the genocide trials. And it was American money of Internews that allowed a group of Rwandan journalists to be in Arusha to report about the trial proceedings in English. When former President Charles Taylor was sent to The Hague to be tried for atrocities committed in the neighboring country Sierra Leone, before the Special Court for Sierra Leone, it was the United Kingdom that took its responsibility as former colonial power of both countries, both Liberia and Sierra Leone, and made sure that at least one journalist from those two countries could be here at any given time and report and also offer his or her services to give comments, live interviews on radio, for example, for other media in those two countries. So this for the failed promises of the states. I should like to get back to the role of the civil society, because this is a civil society conference primarily, as I have seen from the program. Civil society has got a very important role in the ICC system and in the reporting about the ICC. Civil society was not only instrumental in establishing the court, because it monitored the existing ad hoc tribunals of the United Nations, such as ICTY and ICTR. At the Rome Conference, civil society helped to force a breakthrough, with the leading organizations like Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch playing a major role. In 1998, the Rome Statute, the international treaty that establishes the ICC, was adopted.
1 minute, Thomas.
Yes?
1 minute.
Yes?
Okay. No, I'm telling you, you have 1 minute left.
Oh, 1 minute. Oh, sorry. So the civil society organizations have an important role in explaining the Rome Statute system and in what happens at the court to the journalists, because journalists are often not specialized enough to do that job. And the civil society organizations explain to journalists what happens here in The Hague, and they have an important role in explaining in the countries concerned to specialized audiences and to victims' communities what the ICC is and what is happening here in The Hague.
Thank you very much, Thomas. And in the audience, there's questions. Please send it to us in order for us to be able to meet with Thomas and hear more about what he's telling us. But I have some question to you, Thomas, because I think it is very important for the Mexican audience to hear this. You speak about journalists being a tool of reconciliation for processes of gross human rights violations. And here in Mexico, sometimes it's difficult to see journalists as a tool for democracy, for changing institutions, for believing in what the judiciary is doing, what the courts are doing. So what do you think it would be important to tell the different public officials about the importance of open courts, and what are the benefits for the perpetrators, for the victims, for the society, of journalists being able to cover these kind of trials?
I mean, there are different kinds of journalists. If I understood you correctly, you say some journalists are not interested in reporting about justice, maybe because they work for media that are only commercial, that want to earn money with lots of publicity. and
No,
advertisements.
I believe many journalists in Mexico are very interested to cover justice. The problem is that the judiciary is still has opaque practices that believes that open justice would diminish the process of prosecution or the criminal processes. So the classification of the trials is mostly common, even though we have the publicity principles within the judiciary and the criminal processes. So what can we tell the officer, the government, to tell them that actually journalists are a tool for reconciliation and can help during this process for society to understand what is happening around the trials and how they can also trust on judiciary institutions?
I mean, transparency is very important, both for the suspect and for society. It is important for the suspect because when we look at the Soviet Union, you could be convicted and sentenced without the public having any possibility to control you had a fair trial. So for the suspect, it's important. But it's also important for the general public to understand, especially when we look at the kind of trial we have here in The Hague. Because here in The Hague, we have former presidents who stand trial, like Slobodan Milosevic, former president of Yugoslavia, Charles Taylor, former president of Liberia, Kenyatta, still president of Kenya. So it is very important for the journalists to be there so that the general public understands why their president or former president stands trial, what he has done, what the evidence is, what the witnesses are, and who the victims have been, so that the sentence is understood by the general public.
And another question, you mentioned about the possibility for journalists to create counter narratives in order for the society within their countries to be able to understand what is happening in The Hague. How can a journalist, or I think this is a very simple question maybe, but I think it is important because there are many journalists here in Mexico that are starting to learn how to cover judicial processes. What should be the rules for a journalist to cover a trial without editorialization and actually create a counter narrative that does not replicate hate speech, discriminatory speech, or any other type of speech that can be dangerous or can be hurtful for the society?
I would not at all say a good journalist must create a counter narrative. I would say a good journalist must be open-minded and objective. It is the enemies of the court, like the president still in power, who create a narrative, like President Kenyatta created the narrative that this court is neo-colonial or anti-African. A journalist does not have to create a counter narrative. He just has to be open to all facts and speak to everybody. That is exactly what we do, what I just explained. When we organize study trips for journalists from Africa, we let them meet everybody, prosecution, defense, victims, judges, so that they can form their own opinion, first gather the facts, form their own opinion, and then write informed stories. We stand for an informed dialogue about the ICC. So journalists must get the facts right, must get the law right, and must get in contact with the right people, and then write stories in good conscience. Because that is also the problem of selective perception. In the countries in Africa that the ICC deals with, journalists often work for newspapers that are linked to one particular political party, which limits their open-mindedness. But this is also an advantage of those journalist trips to The Hague. In Africa, journalists who work for different newspapers that are owned by different political parties may not speak to each other because they are maybe not enemies, but antagonists. Whereas we here bring them together. We invite them on the first evening, we have dinner, and we stimulate discussions with the participants in the court process, like prosecution and defense, and also we stimulate discussion among the journalists, which may represent different political parties and different political opinions in their country of origin. Here we bring them together in a small microcosmos of a group travel of a couple of days.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Alejandra Quesada from the audience asks you, what do you think has been the impact of journalism that works on justice in relation with society, the government, and what do you think the effects on the justice process have been?
The effect on society, I think, especially in the areas where the crimes were committed, is that there can be no negationism. The victims of crimes come here to testify as witnesses. They come to testify before an international court, before judges from different countries. And the press can be there. That is a public record. So nobody could say these crimes never happened, because they are documented with a large number of witnesses. So this is one thing. And the second thing, a positive impact, I think, is deterrence. When one sees that one can be indicted and brought to The Hague when one commits certain crimes, that is a certain deterrence. It is true that the prosecution of the post-election violence in Kenya in 2007-2008 has not been that successful, in the sense that there are no people have been convicted here in The Hague. That was a problem of witness intimidation. But we can see that during all subsequent elections, there has not been violence that caused more than 1,000 dead. Elections afterwards were more peaceful. One can never prove that it is the result of ICC action, but one may hope it. Trials here in The Hague the first trial has been against a warlord who recruited child soldiers. So people in Africa know that they can be indicted here in The Hague if they recruit child soldiers and make them fight. There is an NGO in Africa which goes and sees the warlords and tells them to let the child soldiers go and to be mobilized. And the warlords know that they better stop recruiting and using child soldiers, because they can end up in The Hague. A colleague of mine who has extensively traveled in Latin America told me that also in countries like Colombia, where the ICC is monitoring, when talking to people, he could sense and feel that they know that if they commit war crimes, they can be brought to The Hague. So deterrence is also an important effect.
Perfect, thank you. There's another question from the audience. Sandra Escamilla mentioned that one of the limitations for journalists to come to The Hague and cover the trials is precisely the financial, the lack of finance and money to go there. So she asked if there's another type of or idea of innovations that will bring the possibility of publicity of the process without being in The Hague.
Well, one innovation here is the webcast. That was a private initiative from a private citizen who worked extensively with victims and journalists in Bosnia who couldn't come here because they had no money. He was a computer technician, and he set up a system in the RCTY whereby the proceedings would be web streamed. I mean, now these days everybody Zooms, especially because of COVID-19. But at the time it was rather revolutionary to web stream trial proceedings worldwide via the internet. That is one solution. Another solution is, another contribution is for journalists to organize themselves. If not all newspapers in a given country can send a reporter to The Hague, journalists in a country who deal with those war crimes can organize themselves, try to set up a special agency, news agency, to report about international court, and to select journalists whom they trust all and whom they send to The Hague to report on behalf of and for them all.
Thank you. What do you think would be the ethical responsibilities of the journalist that is covering this kind of trials?
They have a huge responsibility because they influence the opinions in their country. And they do that not only in a trial about some bank robbery or something, but in trials about former heads of state. So it is very important what they write for the history writing in their country and for the idea which their peoples will form about the events, and that will thus contribute to shaping the history writing in the minds of the people.
And there's, I think this is the last question. In your experience, here in Mexico, we live in a situation where journalists are in danger all the time. We have the biggest rates of aggressions against journalists in America. And one of the things that people ask is, how can you guarantee security for journalists, considering the risk they are exposed to when they're covering this kind of trials, and taking into account the different types of aggressions they receive, from physical to technological? Are there any measures that should be taken into account for journalists to reduce this kind of risks?
Are you talking about national or international proceedings? I mean, nationally, of course, that's easy to say. You should build a functioning police and justice system to prosecute people who threaten journalists. What can also help you nationally, domestically, is international attention. If organizations like Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, Reporters Sans Frontières write about journalists being threatened or worse, that influences the image, the reputation of the country. So one may hope that can incite authorities to do something about threats against journalists. What we can do here, and that is one of the tasks of the AJICC, is to make sure that the authorities of the host country, the police, the secret services, assure that there is security for the journalists and NGO representatives who come here to The Hague to monitor the ICC cases.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Thomas. Well, I think we're running out of time, but I just wanted like to repeat one thing that you just mentioned, because I think it is very important for journalists here in Mexico to actually like bring this into their hearts, that actually journalism comes with reconciliation. You know, it's a tool for reconciliation. For me, that's a very important thing, because sometimes we don't believe that journalists can be a part of giving the truth or part of the truth of a gross human rights situation. And as you might know, here in Mexico, we live in a very difficult situation where we have a lot of disappearances, a lot of torture, extrajudicial executions, and for journalists to be able to tell society what is happening in the better way, even after the risk that they are receiving all the time, it is very important to know that they can become a tool for change and transformation of a society. Thank you very much, Thomas.
You're welcome.
Time. And I don't know if you want to end up with some notes for the audience that is here.
Well, I would invite journalists and civil society to join forces in the big effort that must be made to explain international justice.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Thomas. And so gracias a todos los que están aquí. I'm going to switch to Spanish. Gracias a todos
Thank
por
you,
haber participado con
everybody,
nosotros en esta
for your
mesa que ha sido súper
participation in
rica
this
para
very
justo
enriching experience,
identificar
to
la
identify
riqueza del
the
periodismo en los
richness of
procesos de justicia y
journalism
cómo el
and
periodismo puede
processes
cambiar
of
de
justice
alguna
and how
manera
journalism
y
can,
transformar a
in a
las
way,
instituciones a través
transform
de la
institutions
cobertura
and
de este tipo de
society
juicios.
through
Y
covering these
pues
types of
los esperamos en la
proceedings and
siguiente
trials.
sesión.
And
Muchísimas gracias.
we will hope to see you in the next session. Thank you very much.
Sentencias que ingresan a la Corte de más de 5.400 jueces de toda la República de Colombia van a revisarse por parte de la Corte Constitucional. Entonces la Corte Constitucional tiene que elegir un periodo. Esto obviamente no funciona así hoy en día, que llegan los expedientes en paquetes, y esos expedientes que llegan en paquetes físicos son leídos por personas humanas, y leer una sentencia y hacer un informe como el que ahora les voy a mostrar le lleva a una persona entre 27 y 36 minutos. Solamente una. Acá lo que hace Pretoria es, desde esta fecha hasta esta fecha, lo que vamos a hacer acá es desde esta fecha hasta esta fecha, y supongamos que queremos buscar hasta el 13 de marzo o 20 de marzo. Entonces acá el sistema lo que hace es detecta 880 casos. ¿Cuál es el punto central de este sistema en su versión disruptiva? Que yo puedo filtrar criterios, y estos criterios que están acá, como enfermedad degenerativa, casos relacionados con derechos sexuales, no es que el sistema busca una palabra, por ejemplo, mujeres en estado de embarazo, sino que tiene que interpretar que la mujer en estado de embarazo es la que está pidiendo ayuda judicial, y por alguna razón o fue bien resuelta en primera instancia, o sea, por el juez de las instancias anteriores, o no fue resuelta como la persona quería. Entonces, si yo pongo acá enfermedad crónica, por ejemplo, y pongo sí, el sistema filtra los casos, ¿ven? Y detecta 673. Y hace un resumen. Y obviamente yo puedo ver el caso acá. Acá está el caso. Y esto es lo que la máquina lee de manera automatizada. No hay intervención humana en esta lectura. Está acá ven todo el caso. Si vuelvo, ¿sí? Van a ver que el resumen que hace la máquina es, piensen que sobre esta cantidad de casos que recién marcó ahí, sobre todos estos casos hizo el resumen, y ven que pone personas víctimas de cualquier violencia sexual, población adulta mayor no, etc. ¿Esto qué significa? Que la máquina logra hacer en segundos el resumen de, en este caso que está aquí, de 673 casos. Si no obstante yo quiero ampliar la fecha, por ejemplo, y ahora ponerle 2 de mayo, van a ver que van a aumentar los casos, ¿ves? 917. Y volvió a hacer el resumen de todo. Y si lo quiero ver en vez de en un listado en gráficos, me puedo hacer esto mismo en gráficos. Acá está. ¿Sí? Y en una línea temporal. Esto se puede hacer con muchísimos filtros, ¿sí? Con muchísimos filtros hasta llevar a, por ejemplo, a esta situación, ¿sí? Personas enfermas de cáncer. Que quizás esto es lo más interesante de esta herramienta, que puede detectar las personas de más vulnerabilidad que van a la corte en procura de tutela, que es amparo en Argentina sería. Fíjense, acá hay una persona con enfermedad crónica, una población con adulto mayor y una persona enferma de cáncer, o sea, está buscando estas 3 cosas, ¿sí? Y acá me dice que hay 66 casos y me los lista con el resumen, como está acá. ¿Ven? Acá está, elijo cualquiera y acá vuelve a estar el resumen, que es sobre todos los aspectos. Y obviamente las estadísticas en donde no hay intervención humana, o sea, sobre todo lo que la máquina lee sin intervención humana, hace estadísticas. Por eso Pretoria es quizás disruptivo en Latinoamérica y en el mundo occidental, porque logra sin intervención humana hacer detección inteligente sobre criterios que permitirían mejorar muchísimo la forma en la que se pueden evaluar estos casos. Y esto lo hace con una técnica de Machine Learning de caja blanca que se llama Topic Model, dentro de lo que se llama clasificación.
A continuación, tendremos el panel de innovación en prisión, moderado por Leslie Solís. Leslie Solís es Program Manager en World Justice Project, donde ha codiseñado y producido el Índice de Estado de Derecho en México. Anteriormente, trabajó en México Evalúa, Centro de Análisis de Políticas Públicas, donde realizó investigaciones en temas de seguridad y justicia penal. También ha sido consejera del diario Reforma para temas de justicia. Posee una licenciatura en Ciencias Políticas y Relaciones Internacionales por el Centro de Investigación y Docencia Económica. Muchas gracias.
Hola, buenos días a todas y a todos. Les doy la más cordial bienvenida a este panel sobre innovación en la gestión de prisiones, como parte del primer Foro Internacional de Innovación en la Justicia, que es organizado por México Evalúa y la Fundación Friedrich Naumann. Están con nosotros María Sirvent, quien es la directora ejecutiva y socia fundadora de Documenta, una organización de la sociedad civil en México que se dedica...
In Mexico, the aim of which is to work for justice. We also have Virginia Domingo de la Fuente. She is a facilitator of the restorative program Recolección de Prisión de Burgos in Spain. And we have Pierre Leger, which is a representative of the Ministry of Justice in Belgium, and Juan Martín Granados Torres, who is the Secretary of the Government of the Interior for the state of Querétaro in Mexico. Our panelists represent very distinct views. We have government, civil society, we have people from Mexico, Europe, specifically from Spain and Belgium, but they all have in common the mission of improving justice and mostly improving prisons. Today we find ourselves in this conversation because we can talk about a system of justice that could be just or fair if we do not have prisons that actually work properly, if we do not have prisons that are safe and respectful of the human rights of the people who are deprived of their freedom. Today, many penitentiary systems around the world face rather important challenges that affect both the people that have been deprived of their freedom, but their families and society at large as well. In Mexico, for instance, the National Human Rights Commission has recognized or has pointed out that there are very frequent deficiencies in prisons in Mexico, like insufficiency of staff, of wards, insufficiency of training for work, or work opportunities, dubious fees or dubious money, and others. In the Latin American region, many studies have pointed out that the prisons have been system has been collapsed, that their characteristics are that they are violent, that they usually don't have running water, and that they don't have activities to train the prisoners. And these behaviors have been exacerbated due to the pandemic. However, not everything is terrible. There are innovative and promising practices that have been developed. And in this panel, we have experts that will present several angles from the projects and innovative ideas to administer these prisons. In this presentation, every speaker will have 8 minutes to do a first round in which they explain their project, and they tell us why it is so innovative and how they are working to improve the stewardship of prisons. And then we will have 2 rounds for the Q&A session. Maria, you will be the first one to start. We already introduced you, but I want to make the most of this opportunity to point out that and I myself have worked in the past in the creation of the criminal execution law, which the aim of which was to improve prisons throughout Mexico, and this is why we have engaged in this discussion. And she, from her institution Documentace, has been involved in the creation of a system that improves the living conditions of people who have been deprived of their freedom and conflict with the law or that have a certain disability. Thank you, Leslie. For me, it is quite amazing to see you here again and to share with you this panel and with all the people that are here with us. I want to thank Mexico Evalúa for this invitation in sharing our experiences, as you say, our good practices as well, and to shed light in this journey of ours and to document that we are in Documenta. We are an organization that has existed for 10 years, and we want to build a justice system that is inclusive in nature. We have been working in strengthening the criminal law system in Mexico and creating better public policies that will guarantee the respect for human rights of people that have been deprived of their freedom. We've been working for over 10 years in this, and many of our projects that we have achieved in prisons throughout Mexico have this focus of people that have any type of disability. Now that I see Virginia in this panel, I know that she's an expert in restorative justice, and that made me think that whether I should talk about restorative justice programs that we have implemented in the penal system in Mexico that could be different to those that Virginia might mention, or maybe we can see the similarities or the difference and, you know, complement each other. And many of these programs that we have implemented are innovative in nature. They are have an innovative methodology, and we've had the opportunity to evaluate their impact, to assess their impact. I'm going to talk about 2 restorative justice programs that one called one is that for execution purposes of the system, and one that is focused in disability, people with disabilities, and yet another one that is focused in the youth. The law that was mentioned by my colleague that was passed a few years ago represents an opportunity because it speaks of the need and the obligation of implementing these restorative justice programs. It speaks of 2 restorative processes, the encountering programs and then the individual programs. And we have yet an opportunity to implement programs that could be different and to make things differently so that we can have different results with people who have been deprived of their freedom. And we also have to make the most of these windows of opportunity that the law offers. From Documenta, we've had the experience, a unique experience in the implementation of individual programs. These programs are focused in working with only one party in which restorative justice is focused on. And of course, we're talking about people who are in prison, imprisoned, and we focus on people who committed the crime. The restorative individual programs are have shown that they are of great help because they allow so that the people in prison reflect upon the damages they caused, the crime they committed, of a moment, the moment in which they caused a specific damage, and the damage that was caused to them as well. So these programs allow for, after a certain processes of restorative justice, to establish a symbolic reparation plan. Sometimes we have the victim party there or not, and we have created agreements towards the community or towards a specific person, even though they could be present or not. And these programs we have implemented with IDEJURE organization and in centers of attention where we have people who suffer from disabilities and centers for the youth. And the results that we've had at the CFRSI, which is this special center for people with disabilities. In alliance with others organizations, we all had different roles in these programs, and we began with a series of workshops. And through these workshops, we built trust and we assess the entirety of the impact of this program. And we also have to mention that the people that are at the Seferesi are people who don't don't have a lot of contact with the exterior or with their families for many reasons. And the project or program that was designed by Idehuri was designed specifically for the person that was deprived of their freedom. What we create is a space of trust between the participants. They themselves commented that this group of trust was amazing to them because they knew that what they were sharing at the time would not be divulged later on. And the people that participated felt safe. They felt that they were secure and that they opened up to share their experiences with others. We had a lot of impact with the work we did with the families, their perception of their own family situation, and when we talked about damage, violence, and the crime they committed, everybody that participated changed their perception as to what they did. We managed to ensure that most of the participants could make a difference between the violence that is exerted for one people from the violence that they exert to themselves. We identified who were the people responsible or affected by the crime, and which was very valuable for us for them to identify this. And although we didn't work with the families directly, it is quite worthwhile to implement these types of programs because it creates a sense of community amongst the people that participate. And it is worthwhile to implement these types of programs with people who are never going to leave prison because they have very long sentences. And why? Because it foments a sense of community in them. It impacts their relationship amongst themselves, but it also imp- improves the relationship that they have with the wardens and the police officers that take care of them, and when they leave the prisons as well. We have implemented these programs as well in the Center for the Youth in Mexico. Here, the program restores their identity, and it has a different focus though because this was implemented with the youth, their families, and with the personnel at the center where they are incarcerated. And it worked, and it had different results. The youth managed to reflect upon their conduct, upon what they did to themselves and others, and to identify that there is a sense of community. The fact that we worked in parallel with the families had a very significant impact as well, because amongst themselves they managed to identify the areas of opportunities that they had as a family and to share their needs. We realized that it is very valuable to work in parallel with the youth because in a joint effort they managed to establish strategies for their release. We improve their communication so that they can understand each other. This can have a rather positive impact the moment they are released from custody, and that will reduce recidivism. You have just less than 1 minute. Participation at the internment center was also very important. They could see how in the day-to-day work it is important to have restorative focus. Also, an important thing was that we encouraged their network of support. And even though you might not have such a network, the centers themselves are very worthwhile and the programs are worthwhile themselves. And you create, in a way, other networks of support at the center of these places. It is important to have and to foster this community work so that reinsertion to society can be sustainable. And this is the end of my participation. Thank you. So it is very important to speak of these types of programs of restorative justice to in order to achieve reinsertion to society and to improve what is happening within the penitentiary centers. In the same in the same vein, Virginia de la Fuente, I introduce you to her. She's an expert in restorative justice, and she has participated in the creation of such programs in criminal law and in the educational environment. In Spain, she has written several books on the topic. We have her with us, and we're so eager to listen to whatever you have to say. Thank you very much. For me, it is quite the honor to be part of this panel. I believe that this Congress is pioneering this. Maria, we've already met because we've worked together in several networks. I believe that the work you do is amazing. Congratulations. I'm going to try to say similar things to what Maria has been saying, and understanding that restorative justice has to adapt to what we have to impact in the future. But I'm going to rescue many of the ideas that have been put on the table before. So this Congress is interesting because although, at least in my country, we usually don't look at justice. It seems as if justice wouldn't be as important as economy. And I believe that in the end, for those of us that live in society, we are humans in the end, and we relate to each other, and maybe we can make this mistakes. These are called damages. And I'm going to talk about the program that we have at the Burgos prison. I come from an NGO, civil society for restorative justice, and it is important to mention that we couldn't have done this without the support of the Intercedes program, which is the one that intercedes for us in the penitentiary centers in Burgos, as well as the people involved in this whole effort. So was possible due to a cross-cutting collaboration. I would like to begin by with this quote. It says the rate of civilization is measured by the way in which people treat their deprived of freedom people. And this is the way in which we can manage the population in prisons. I'm not an abolitionist in general, but we need to stop thinking about minimalism and start thinking that if prisons need to exist, at least their administration should be better. And for this, we began, as has been said, with an individualized program of restorative justice that in some cases becomes a meeting between the offender and the victim, and the repair of the damage is also the focus of it all. And then I will speak about my project, this realistic utopia, if you will, in order to achieve these results. Well, what exactly do we believe in? We need to uh, innovate because we have to humanize our relationships. Now that we are because we're families, we have to humanize our relationships, but especially the people who are deprived of their freedom. We need to understand, as Maria said, the importance of being part of a community. In this case, we understand that regardless of anything, the center where they live and the penitentiary where they live in is their community. So it is important to point out that for as long as they live there, they are not punished in a way. They're at a moment of reflection for their life. And we begin from the inside out. What can I do to make sure that the census in penitentiary centers actually works? And we believe that this applies to any type of misdemeanor or felony. And however, our program is aimed at felonies. And isolation in and of itself doesn't benefit anybody. So we understand that restorative justice is one of our maxims. It is not the panacea, but it is a good approach. We have to understand that we have to approach this at an administrative level and therapeutic level. And restorative justice won't have a therapeutic effect in and of itself, but it is made as our program is made as a continuation of other programs already in prisons. There's a program for the control of impulses, for the creation of social skills or soft skills, and we understand that these programs have been made by people that have participated or have been in prison and are made for the other inmates as well. To change this mentality, because it is easy to explain this in a group in which everybody understands everything. How can we relay this information to the population at large? Let's say that if a physician wouldn't give up in the face of a disease, why should we give up in the face of injustice? People can change, but they need time, and most of it all, they need help. So that will have repercussions in the creation of a better and safer societies. I believe in restorative justice because for me, having an inmate or a person that is deprived of their freedom doesn't benefit anybody. We are isolating people and we are preventing them for developing social skills and being part of our community. And everybody has any talent or aptitude that they can develop. And what we create is groups so that these skills can be fomented, because every person that has been deprived of their freedom have qualities that they couldn't put in practice up until very not so long ago. It results as if we need to encourage in them this need to know that they have qualities, that they have talents, because we have people that maybe can cook or can do any certain skills, and we need to foment those skills within the prison. So that they don't feel that they're being punished, so they feel that they are in a process of deep insight and reflection. So what do? We use individualized programs. At least at the beginning, they are individualized. A group of offenders, of felons. It is completely voluntary in nature. If it weren't, then we would be forcing, and that is not the point of it. And from a few months back, we create informative sessions. They are periodical, and we tell them what restorative justice is. And we invite any inmate to voluntarily come to us and to participate. And then when they come to us, we explain what restorative justice is, which is actually it's harder than it actually looks, because teaching these concepts to a person that has committed a crime is very hard. It is easier to explain this to a facilitator than it would be to an inmate. So we build up trust with them, and we tell them that if you want to change, we are giving you an opportunity. And if you want to participate in this program, you're free to do so or not. So we start with the inmates, we create a smaller group, and we tell them that even though they have used several of the aspects of the system, they can come to us as well. But we always point out that it is voluntary in nature. And we let them know that nobody forced them to participate, because we have discovered that the nature of being voluntary has two collateral effects that are very beneficial. That is building a community and bringing people to us. So the participants in a group feel that they are there to support themselves and each other. We understand that not all of them are friends, but we want to create a circle of conviviality, of trust amongst the inmates. And it has been proven that it actually works, even when when some are not part of the program. They will encourage others to participate. They will entice others to participate. And time. Well, our program is actually long lasting, a few months. Why? Because we understand the importance of working within this time frame, and even 2 months after they are released, should they be. And we understand that the time they spend in prison have other programs of support, so that they can feel at ease. And sometimes they're even treated like children, and they don't have trust to do things outside. So this is why we try to foment in them skills, and we listen to their expectations, to what they think will happen in the future, to what they need. And it is important for them to work in communities too. We understand that these entities can be of much service, or as a buttress for something else, to understand whether they have a problem or support from anybody else. I think, and this is just a summary of what the program is. We reflect upon their lives. They express whether they're remorseful of what they did or not, responsibility and accountability, and we make sure that they understand this accountability, and they can even talk maybe to their victim if possible, or they can give back to the community. And for this, we understand that they have to start thinking of ways to repair themselves, if you will, and how they can see their families and their own victims in a better way, and understand that they have damaged themselves as well. And this is what we do. They need to start their repairment program, as it were. And this is one of the main objectives. And the second objective, which is more important to us, is so that based off of everything that what they have lived in these penitentiary centers, we need to make them understand that they will have to reinvent themselves. I know it sounds a bit romantic, but that is the case indeed, that they have to reinvent themselves. So whenever possible, we work with their families this is a meeting that we hold with them, and we ask for permission from their inmates and their families and the authorities to make sure that this happens. Sorry, you have to wrap up. Yes, I'm going to wrap up. The importance of these programs is that these programs help them remove the label of being a delinquent, a criminal, which I thought society imposed that to them, but actually it is themselves that impose that label onto themselves, and they need to understand that, and this is our main goal. Thank you so much. That is all for me. Thank you. I want the next round so that I can continue to listen for tidbits on this project. I love all the concepts that you have introduced, connection circles of trust. And I would like to learn so much more of how these justice processes can be adapted to different cultures and contexts. And I believe they are so interesting and so important.
Now, let's go on to the criminologist, Wild Pier 001, who represents Belgium, has worked with prisons. He is going to be speaking to us in English, but you have interpretation available for all of the speakers and all of the participants. So go ahead, sir.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I guess I will be the IT guy, as I heard the first presentations around restorative justice. Of course, in restorative justice is also very important in Belgium. We've working with penal mediation since since more than 25 years now in Belgium. But here I will make a tour of our IT opportunities actually in Belgium. We are trying to empowering inmates to modernize our systems and to work through ICT innovation to bring innovation in the cell of the inmates. I will speak of four things important actually in Belgium. The offender management system. We will bring a new one called New App AP. I will speak about a digital platform for inmates. In Belgium, there's also telephony in cell for almost every inmate. And finally, I will conclude with the video conference in Belgium, which is there since a few months now. Sorry. Since 2014, we've been using a program called City Suite in Belgium. It's synchronized with all prisons in Belgium. All of our prisoners are in this program. It allows the daily management of the prisoner's file. You can see here the search for the person, for the inmates, for example. Links have been created from this program with all of our partners. Sorry, just like the House of Justice, the police department, the court. And here you can see an example, of a file of a prisoner in there you can find everything with the prisoner, his name, date of birth, the problem he has caused in prison. Everything is synchronized within every prison in Belgium. So if we bring this guy to another prison, its file will follow him immediately. So it works well, obviously, but we are on a trend of making a new program because this one since 2014 is now not dated, but we have problem to manage information and the flow of information with every partners. What will we bring with a new app? The integration with the prisoner's account, with cellmates. It's a system in Belgium where when you work for the prison, you have money, for obviously, and this your account is currently not in this program. We'll make it on its way to the program. And of course, we are trying to bring the court and the records of the court in the prison. For example, the prisoner to work his file. The other thing I wanted to speak about was the digital platform for inmates. Actually, 3 of our prisons have a system just like you see on the screen for the moment. It allows the inmate to have access to the television, to the telephone in cell, but it also brings other modality example in your cell. For example, when you have to communicate with the staff, you can send something like an email. It's an internal email, but it works just like normal email. And it's you have your answer immediately or a few minutes later around your problem. And with that, you can communicate with every partner of the prison. Here you can see a screen of the system that we have in the 3 of the prisons. And you can see that you can manage your regime. You have things just like education comes in the cell with that. You can make your duties, homeworks, etc. You can follow courses. There's a library, access to the library, so you can, with that, read books, for example. There's also a PC emulated in the system. You can, of course, manage your calendar. For example, you know when you have an appointment with the staff. When I want to see a prisoner, I put it here in the calendar of the prisoner, and he sees that tomorrow at 9 we have an appointment and we are going to discuss his file. It's very efficient. We are trying to bring this in every prison in Belgium as quickly as possible. And we are on our way to open the biggest prison in Belgium. Actually, these systems works in prisons with approximately 300 inmates. The new prison in Belgium that will open next year, normally in 2 years maximum, will have 1,000 inmates, and every inmate will have access to this system. The third thing I wanted to speak about is the telephony in cell. Since last year, every inmate or almost every inmate have a telephone just like this in his cell. It's not a digital system just like the digital platform, but it allows every inmate to have access to their family from the cell without taping. It's free access for everyone. And it's very efficient. You know, just like everyone, we are struggling with the COVID problematic all around the world. When the inmate is in this cell for quite a long time during the day, with this, every inmate in Belgium can communicate with his family and have access to their account and see how much money they have for buying things in the local canteen, for example. Just like every person.
Tienes un minuto más.
Yes, I will finish in 1 minute then. I will finish with the video conference. Since the COVID problematic, every inmate has now access to digital video conferences with their family. Once in a week minimum. Generally, it's 2 or 3 times in a week. They can communicate with their family. Even if the family can come in the prison, they have an access extra with that video conference. It's really new. It was quite difficult to bring it in such a short period of time. In almost in 1 month, every inmate in Belgium was able to communicate with this once a week since March. So I will take no more time, and I thank you for your attention.
Muchas gracias, súper interesante.
Thank you so much. That was extremely interesting, and I would like to know more about how you're going to answer to this new prison's needs that you're going to be opening up soon. And we now have Juan Martín Granados Torres, Minister of Government for the state of Querétaro in Mexico. Every year, the National Commission on Human Rights carries out a diagnosis on prison systems, and they rate the 32 states of Mexico as to the quality of their prisons. They take into account the safety of inmates, conditions for a life with dignity inside, and other characteristics. And the state of Querétaro holds first place with an 8.22 over 10 rating. So Juan Martín, please tell us a little bit about your experience with prisons and in general on the justice system in your state, Querétaro in Mexico. Thank you so much, Leslie. It is indeed an honor for me to share this forum and have the opportunity of talking about what we have been discussing from a systemic vision, an interinstitutional approach where, and I will use a term that is perhaps not proper, but I want to convey the idea, where we have had a contract, an institutional contract in order to generate obligations of shared responsibility amongst institutions, amongst operators, in order to carry out work in terms of security and justice that we in our state of Querétaro call Cosmos. I would like to share on screen and show you. Yes, you should be able to share your screen. Good. Here is an idea of the concept of Cosmos that we have embraced. Cosmos is a management model that is essentially dedicated to the administration of oral justice that was ordered in our federal constitution, the inquisitorial system in 2008, and the governor took over at that time. And we had a series of experiences with this model that was not answering to the needs of our constitution and not answering to the compliance of the fundamental rights of people linked to all of the phases and stages of a penal or criminal process. And from the time that the person becomes a victim all the way through sanctions and safety measures. So this system was created by an interdisciplinary team, this contract, as I'd like to call it, at the interinstitutional level, and first through a legal framework that is comprehensive. What does that mean? This legal framework was complementary and with a vision, ideological vision, which is what we have talked about, and that is restorative justice. We have supposed that this entails putting people and their interests and their rights, whether they are charged with a crime or they are victims, put them in light of the justice system so that justice can be meted out. But at the heart of the justice system, we have citizens and not the punishing or sanctioning state, but rather people at the heart. So there are many dynamics and tone and different shades here where there will be different expressions of operation. Let's begin with the police. All of the police in proximity, preventive, investigative police, they all use a tablet to write down the complaint of the victims at the site where the facts took place or where the victim is found. 911 is dialed, and then people are taken care of by the police without having to go to a police office or department. This allows us to increase the number of complaints. But once the complaint is being registered, it is also being monitored online by a deciding prosecutor who is supervising that the complaint complies with the due process according to the National Code for Penal or Criminal Proceedings, because this is the first time that a victim can see his or her right to access justice become materialized. And then the single form is registered, and that kicks in all of the other operators in the system in the different steps as corresponds. Prosecutors, defenders, victim assistance, alternative methods for dispute settlement, and certainly the prison system, both in the part where it is necessary because of the measures of the precautionary measures themselves, as well as when this is about a sentence, a specific sentence. In the penitentiary system, then, we are working as the rest of the models do, but in the penitentiary system, we also translate restorative justice into the dignity of the individual who is deprived of freedom. Our definition for managing the Cosmos model is that the essential objective is to comply with the constitutional mandate that establishes the different fundamental rights for each and every one of the operators. That means that this is the same person, but with human rights that materialize, that are exercised by virtue of the authority in charge of that person in each of the different stages. What the state does through its institutions is to vary the type of management in order to comply with human rights. When we are dealing with a person who has been deprived of his or her freedom, then we translate this into something that has been proposed on this slide. What do we understand by reinsertion? What that is to strengthen insofar as possible, reintegrate, as we said, in a process that takes time, but strengthen the individual capacities for each individual so that they can meet the main condition of social reinsertion or rehabilitation, so that they can be able to generate their own economy. That is, the human right to enjoy fair, adequate work that will generate conditions of self-sufficiency for the individual and her or his family. So what do we do in the reintegration system in the state penitentiary system? Right now, we have 2,800 people who are at 4 different penitentiaries for adults, 3 for male inmates and 1 for female inmates. In general, we have occupancy of 83% at any given time. The population of Querétaro is slightly over 2 million inhabitants. in the state. And this is what we are doing. This is our model based on restorative justice. In the first place, when a person becomes an inmate, we immediately work based on a program where we do not lose touch with the outer world, the exterior. What is most important is that the person continue to be in touch with its immediate family circle. If they don't have an immediate family because the person belongs to a dysfunctional family, or because the person comes from outside the country and does not have contact with his or her family for any given reason, we generate this complement with various citizen organizations that work with that individual. The idea here is not to lose links with the outer world outside the penitentiary and avoid a lack of socialization. We ask you to be aware of the time, Martin. The second part is that the operator has to sit down with the person who has been deprived of his or her freedom and generate an activity plan. That plan of activities is based on generating self-sufficiency and strengthening capacities. And lastly, when the person is released, there is accompaniment to comply with the constitutional mandate, not just to generate rehabilitation out in society and have the financial survive, but the Constitution says and avoid a repetition of crime. And that is generate resiliency for social behavior, because these could be the causes of resorting to crime again. I am sorry I went over my time. Thank you so much for your intervention. I like the way you understand justice as a system, but one in which you have to work in each and every aspect and stage to strengthen all of the links. Thank you very much. Let's move into a Q&A. I have some questions here that I would like to ask, but we also have questions from the audience. Some of the questions that I would like to ask, and what I propose is let me ask the questions and then we'll follow the same order. What are the characteristics of a just or fair prison? What would it have to look like to be a system that works, that is fair, that is respectful of human rights, of its inmates, and the people who work there as well? What would it look like to be considered fair for all people involved? The second one for Maria and Virginia, who talk about restorative justice. What have been the main obstacles and resistance that you have come up against in trying to carry out this type of program? And for Pierre, we have a very interesting question. What are your recommendations for a country such as Mexico with a penitentiary population of some 200,000 people who have been deprived of their freedom, where there are not that many technological and financial resources to implement this type of program? And lastly, for Juan Martin, the penitentiary system in Querétaro has a positive ranking according to the National Human Rights Commission. What are three recommendations, three key messages that you would like to share with your peers in other states of the country and in other countries of the region to improve management and prison systems? Maria. Thank you. Thank you, Leslie. The questions, the first one, how we believe that a respectful and just, fair prison would look like. I think that the first thing is make sure that we are operating in full legality, where the violations of human rights and corruption do not simply exist. I think that in Mexico, or at least this is my hope, I believe that if we manage to achieve full implementation of the national line of prison implementation, where disputes can be settled based on legality and legislation for prisons. If this is abided by, then we will see a change. The national law has implemented novel ideas we already talked about, shared responsibility. If we foster shared responsibility for all authorities in the national law on be into the needs of the person, but that will also, to a different degree, take into account what is happening outside with the family, with the community, because this is incumbent upon everybody, not just on the person who is an inmate or deprived of his or her freedom. Don't forget that person is going back to the same family, same community. And so it is of the utmost importance foster the shared responsibility of all stakeholders and community at large. So obstacles or resistance we have faced in restorative justice programs. The truth is that we have been working for a short time as yet, and we have not faced many obstacles. We have had an excellent level of acceptance on behalf of authorities. While it's true that the programs and most of the programs for restorative justice in Mexico have been implemented by civil society organizations, which is not a bad thing because we are recognized and legitimate and we work with the population. We have built these ties of trust. And the fact that organizations facilitate these programs is great because they facilitate things externally and not just in the dynamics within the prison, but it is crucial to have cooperation and participation on behalf of the authorities. That is imperative. And I can say that we have had a lot of goodwill and collaboration. So that's what I have to say. These have been successful programs with excellent results. Thank you so much, Maria. I would like to hear more, but we are running out of time. So let's move directly to Virginia. Let me summarize now. Regarding the first one, we are in the process of creating a restorative penitentiary, at least in Spain we are, in which restorative justice is going to be imperative. We need the support of authorities.
Libertad, sino que son personas que viven en la misma comunidad.
Because these are people that live in the same community at a prison. We believe this is essential, and we have several axes. First off, we have the restorative justice program, and the other ones that are executed and involve a module that includes them directly. Also, whenever they have let's say a warden might have a conflict with one of the inmates, they have a way to solve their problems through the program. And the inmates, because they are divided in galleries, if you will, in order to administer the problems that the galleries might have, they gather in groups to tackle their specific issues. And we also have another program that's called People with Vocation, because it will be the same thing to work with people that are working in, let's say, at a factory, or people that had a different type of talent. And I want to remind you that I don't want people to see prisons as a prison, but as an opportunity to reflect upon yourself. And this is why we want to identify people that are part of a program as agents of change, and the facilitators should be people of support. That is, so that the reparation can become from within, to improve the way in which they spend time together. In Sometimes I am a bit utopically realistic. I believe in what I call the restorative architecture. That is a way in which, like, the bars are left behind, so that people are free to roam about and reflect upon what they've done, and they don't feel like they are in a dungeon. Now, the most important problems that I found is not only the reticence from the public officials, but because we do have officials in Burgos that do believe in this program, but the people that think that restorative justice is just a meeting between the victim and the offender, and that is not the case. It is so much more. It is working with the restorative focus and individualized programs, and we have proven that restorative justice can happen, not maybe totally, but partially without even the presence of the victim. I believe that it is fear of the unknown, people, but once you get to know it, you feel what it is. Okay.
Fair prison, you said. There's a link between fair prison and the IT, because the fair prison is the one who helps you not to come back. So all that we say here is very important. For, of course, the restorative justice is a way not to come back, but you have also to help the man who is in prison, the inmate, to stay in touch, just like Juan Martin said, with his family. It's very important to stay in touch with with your family, with the world that is around you. And the problem with the prisons nowadays is that when you go to prison, everything is breaked. Your family, you cannot see them anymore. You have no contact with them. When you were learning something, it's broken also, because you cannot pursue your courses in prison. So the IT can be a way to maintain links and things like courses. And your question, Leslie, was, is it possible? Yes, of course, it's possible in big prisons without not many IT investments. Just like that was the important thing about video conferencing that I showed. That doesn't cost much. You take a few laptops in a specific room. You bring internet in that room, and with that laptops and the internet, you can have access with a lot of things now. With the prison staff behind these laptops, that can be possible even if you don't have very much money to invest, and even if you don't have many times. In 1 month with the COVID, we turned our world inside out. We are making now a WebEx conference. A few months ago, it was unbelievable that almost everything will be done with WebEx. But now we make it with WebEx. The inmate can also make it without very much time to invest, and without very much need of money to invest also. That's very important.
Muchas gracias, Pierre. Acabamos con Juan Martín.
Thank you very much, Pierre. Now we will end with Juan Martín. Okay, yeah, thank you. Well, first off, the first question, I believe it was for the whole panel. I like it when we talk about justice and we make reference to Martiasen. And I believe that regardless of a penitentiary system, I use the term avoidable justice, or so what is more just, or more the fairer or fairest penitentiary system? Well, that which remedies the relationship between the victim and the person deprived of freedom. The state can create the material and conviviality conditions that would adapt the conditions of that person, of that inmate, and that could prepare them for reinsertion into society in a fair way. More than being an abstract concept, I believe the material aspect of avoiding injustice and remediating and being a remedy for justice would make us instrumental in having more tangible and better objectives. Now, regarding the question that Leslie directly asked, I would suggest, however, when it comes to justice and with respect to what the Human Rights Commission has posited, is that if we were to take as a reference the rational sentences that have been invented around the world, that is human rights, then we would have two very important documents in our country, the General Act, which comes from the Constitution, and the Mandela rules. And what I would suggest is we should listen to the Mandela rules, make it instrumental up to where it is actually possible. And the second part of it all is to combat corruption. The great evils of society begin with corruption. Self-governance is allowed, authoritarianism is allowed, and therefore prisons become naturally in a space that hides, that conceals, that in a way it makes the inmate a person that disappears. So the great evil, so that this phenomenon can happen, it is enticed directly by corruption. And the third suggestion that I might have, and very humbly from our own practice, is seeing detention centers and prisons as spaces in which we should foster human development. It is not a space of punishment. It is a space in which we must generate the conditions so that human development can happen. And here, necessarily, if we were to follow the policies implemented by the United Nations, we will find two things. First off, co-responsibility of the institutions and the very necessary participation of the citizens at large, especially the specialists. Without these elements, then the detention centers would easily become spaces of suffering and corruption. If we try to combat injustice, if we put the conditions forward and contextualize things according to our detention center's needs, and if we were to strive to look for this justice that is remediable and preemptive, regardless of whether we take little steps or not, we will eventually reach the other side of the field, which is what matters. That is, having prisons as spaces of respect of human rights, where inmates share their time, and only with this idea, this inkling of ideas, we are in a way straying from these spaces of corruption and suffering, which I believe is a paradigm that we need to destroy. Everybody that is interested in this topic, at least. Very important messages, and there are many questions that are still left, that were left up in the. We will provide them to you through via email or WhatsApp or whatever you choose. And most of it all, I want to thank you for this very fruitful conversation. I would love to continue, of course, but most of it all, thank you for your participation, and we will see you around next time. Bye-bye.
Nice to meet you.
Gracias. Un honor estar con ustedes.
Gracias igualmente.
Muchísimas gracias a todos nuestros participantes y a todas las personas que siguen el evento a través de nuestra página de internet y de nuestro canal de YouTube. Este panel de prisiones creo que nos deja una visión importante, que es dejar de observar las prisiones como espacios de castigos e incorporar las diferentes técnicas de gestión para innovar en las prisiones. A continuación, hablaremos de la modernización de la gestión de la justicia enfocada a grupos en situaciones de vulnerabilidad. Este panel será moderado por Diana Sheinbaum. Diana es socia fundadora y coordinadora del programa de discapacidad y justicia de la organización civil Documenta. Documenta es una organización fundada en 2010 que surgió con la visión de defender, promover e incidir en la vigencia y el respeto de los derechos humanos y la justicia social en México, apoyando principal, pero no únicamente a las personas y grupos más vulnerables de la sociedad, con el fin de construir una sociedad en donde el acceso a la justicia sea una garantía para todos los individuos. Antes de unirse a Documenta, Diana trabajó por más de 10 años en investigación y docencia en la UNAM. Es autora de distintos artículos en revistas nacionales e internacionales y recientemente publicó como coautora el libro Hacia un sistema de justicia penal incluyente, proceso penal y discapacidad psicosocial. Muchísimas gracias.
Hello, everybody. We're so happy to be here with you. Welcome to the Seminary in Innovation, Justice in the World. My name is Shebam, and I'm the coordinator of the Documenta president, and I organize a program that we are leading. We have a panel of 3 specialists that will share their experiences regarding innovation, modernizing of administration and justice, focusing groups that are vulnerable. This morning we have with us Carlos Rios, a research senior for Human Rights Watch Mexico. We also have Katia Salazar, director of the Due Process Foundation in Peru, and Jessica Malegari, director of Cooperation and Administration of the Judicial System in the city of Buenos Aires. Today, we will speak as to why it is important to guarantee access to justice for populations that are vulnerable and specific projects that have implied important innovations in this sense. Carlos Rios will talk about access to justice for people with disabilities that are victims of domestic violence, and Katia, on her part, will talk about indigenous violence, and Jessica will speak about problems with a perspective of intersectionality. We'll have 10 minutes per participation, and Carlos, I give you the floor so that you can share with us the project that from Human Rights Watch you have been creating. Thank you so much for your participation. Thank you, Diana. And thank you everybody else for joining us. Most of it all, I want to thank the organizers of this event for allowing me to present to you our project, specifically everything related to Mexico and the needs that we have in reforming our laws in order to guarantee access to justice for people with disabilities, which are put in a risk situation or violence due to several lacks that we have in our justice system. In June of this year, we released a report that covers 4 states in Mexico that are very representative of what's happening throughout the entirety of the country. And we realized then what was happening for people that live with disabilities and are victims of violence, of domestic violence. We interviewed over 117 people to realize what was happening in Mexico, and we found in these four states where we did research, specifically in the state of Nuevo León, the state of Jalisco, Mexico City, and the state of Oaxaca. We found situations of domestic violence against people with disabilities. We specifically found 38 cases of violence of people that were suffering from a disability and from violence and physical disabilities, people who were blind, who were had psychosocial disabilities, or with some form of mental disability. And these findings made us realize the great vulnerability to which these people are put due to the lack of state support so that they can live independently and they wouldn't have to depend on others, especially with their families. Today, one of the public policies that have been more critiqued in the Mexican government have to do directly with displacing responsibility, putting the blame for the protection of people with disabilities on their families. That is, even in the penal codes of several states where we did research on, specifically in Mexico City and also in the state of Oaxaca, that criminalize people with disabilities, and the support to them is not given so that they can in turn support themselves. And this criminalization of their families puts the people with disabilities in even a greater possibility to suffer more violence. And because these people are extremely dependent on their families, the disabled are in a way trapped. We find people over 30. We found a person over 30 in the state of Jalisco, a man who said that he was a victim of physical violence on a daily basis from coming from his own mother, his own sister, and his family, and without the possibility of having access to a way in which he can lay claim against these people and even in a way escape the situation of violence that he was living through. He found all sorts of violence: physical violence, sexual violence, emotional violence against people with disabilities. And we found a lack in the state services in order to uh, fight these types of violence. We found several loopholes and gulfs that needed to be filled in order to establish precautionary measures, and that would be in favor of the people with disability. In the case of men with disabilities, there are no shelters that would protect them against family violence, against domestic violence. And out of the 38 cases that we located, 14 would correspond to men. And when it comes to women, we did find important faults from the protection of the state regarding the so-called shelters for women. We have a primer or manual for these shelters that is being checked on or revised. However, they still uh, contain very discriminatory guidelines or rules. One of them, it says that people with psychosocial disabilities are not to be allowed into these shelters, and they are channeled to psychiatric clinics, which is inconsistent with the model of protection of human rights of people with disabilities that have the right, just as any other person, to access the different services for which that were established for which these mechanisms were established. So we found a series of difficulties, and I'm going to stop here, but I'm going to continue later on because at 12, at noon in my house, we have a religious service that starts just right now. So I'm going to continue further later on. Thank you. Carlos, we'll wait for the religious song to finish. Please carry on with other speaker and I'll speak later. Now, Katia, if you will, tell us about this project that you're leading regarding indigenous populations or peoples. Well, first off, I want to thank organizers for the invitation. We were also invited to co-host the event, and we are so happy to have this opportunity. So access to justice for vulnerable groups includes a gamut of possibilities, and we needed to focus our aim, and I decided to focus on indigenous people. And we're still working with other groups, vulnerable groups from different perspectives, but access to justice in particular is something that we worked on very intensely in Mexico and Peru. And because of that, I want to uh, focus the efforts of my presentation in the Peruvian case, where we have a legal framework, public policies, and several practices that are quite interesting and innovative in nature, and that is quite worthwhile to know. But first off, I want to remind people that when we talk about access to justice for people or indigenous peoples, we are talking about two different things. On the one hand, we speak of the right that people have individually as indigenous peoples or the indigenous peoples as groups of accessing a state or official justice in conditions of equality compared to people who are non-indigenous. What our states are demanded to is to recognize the cultural, ethnical, and linguistic differences of every group. That is on the one hand, but on the other hand, the access to justice for indigenous peoples includes yet another variant, another dimension, which is the right that these people have to access justice by themselves, if you will. That is, the justice that is being dispatched within their own communities, using their own customs and the use of what we call indigenous rights. So these are two whole dimensions that we need to explore, and I wanted to remind you of them. So this ability that indigenous peoples have of resolving their own rights, it has been recognized at a constitutional level, both in Peru and the world. This is not an innovative idea. These local constitutions have been recognized at large, but as is common in our continent, regardless of this constitutional recognition, the process of aligning the whole system began very later on, and it is still a work in progress. However, as I mentioned at the beginning, in the case of Peru, we've seen very significant advancements regarding the recognition of the role and reality of indigenous peoples and the fact that we are a multi-ethnical country, that our justice has to be intercultural. There are many types of justices, and in general, justice in Peru is multicultural. And what impact that these decisions have had? Well, that has forced us to decrease the violations against human rights that occurred in indigenous peoples in Peru, especially when they faced the state justice system. They didn't understand why they were subjected to the system because they didn't speak the language, or maybe because of the facts that were taken there were not exactly of misdemeanor or felony felony according to their own customs. I wouldn't say that these violations to human rights have ended, but they have decreased from the very moment where these norms and practices and regulations came into effect. And these measures have allowed all Peruvians to get to know very legitimate and different ways to dispatch justice that through collaboration and in dialogue with the state justice systems have been fundamental in promoting harmony and peace in the most remote areas of our country in which state presence can be very limited.
Let me also say that moving into intercultural justice and its reality in Peru doesn't just crop up out of nothing. It's in the Constitution, but one thing is the Constitution, another is reality. We all know that. And this stems from a political decision of the judicial branch in Peru, concretely the Supreme Court of Justice of the nation, that just in 2009 decided to take this topic up as a main line of its work, and amongst other measures created a committee, a permanent working committee, designed a map for intercultural justice. The Supreme Court itself designed this roadmap of Peruvian justice in terms of intercultural justice. There were spaces for ongoing dialogue organized within the different Supreme Courts of Justice, but also amongst the higher courts of justice in one single region. And that is where we share the same challenges, the same problems, where there are indigenous populations that inhabit those different regions. This was extremely interesting. And within the framework of these meetings within the Supreme Courts and other Supreme Courts, these work plenaries of jurisdiction are carried out. These, what they are discussions on complex topics to issue rulings that are not binding for the judges of that jurisdiction. And these have, many of them have touched on issues of special justice and indigenous justice. And these jurisdictional discussions resolve this. And these were created at the higher courts of justice, schools, but not just for official or common law, but also for indigenous law. And we also saw something that might appear trivial, but has very important impact, congresses on intercultural justice organized by the Supreme Court itself, with the presence of official authorities, indigenous authorities, and experts from outside or even abroad to dialogue over several days and to communicate with different authorities regarding various topics related to intercultural justice. In addition to all this, there was also approval of legal instruments. I won't mention them all, but let me tell you that we approved legal instruments for coordination in between indigenous and official justice. Between these two, these legal instruments and protocols, to a certain degree, came to replace the lack of a law for judicial coordination. Between the Constitution and justice in Peru, decided to supplement with protocols that gap, with protocols for the possibility of translators and interpreters taking part, a national registry of interpreters and operators in indigenous communities, etc. These were all necessary measures in an intercultural country such as Peru. And in recent years, as we all are aware, Peru has been characterized by a very high number of social conflicts regarding the defense of land tenure and territory. These are conflicts where there are confrontations because of the rights of different stakeholders, the communities, the rights of the state, the rights of companies, and there are different cosmovisions at stake here and at play. All of this driven by the judicial system itself, dialogue with indigenous and civil society groups, And this has been fundamental for the full recognition of a reality that we all live on a daily basis, and that is the reality of intercultural justice in Peru. I will stop here and compliment later. Thank you so much, Katia. Thank you. Jessica will. No, that was fine. That's how our conversation flows. Thank you. Diana and Katia, thank you for giving me the floor. Thank you to those who organized this event, that in this day and age, we are meeting in a different way, but what's important is that people are convening, those of us working on a same line, and that is to seek forms of justice, reaching whom it needs to reach, and that is the people. And let me share a presentation with you where we are going to tell you from the Department of Cooperation and Collaboration in the city of Buenos Aires, what actions we have undertaken. But first, I would invite you all to think about access to justice as a new way of thinking about justice. This illustration by Kino, a renowned humorist and cartoonist known for Mafalda, also offers us the opportunity to see what happens when people approach the general system of justice with a problem that is outside the box or the system. The answers seem to have a structure that doesn't seem to fit in, where what people who are seeking advice, what they say seems to be wrong, because authority offers just one way of resolving issues, regardless of what the question might be. So we, from our department, what we are seeking is to double up our efforts, that these different lines that we are observing in justice might all unify and actually reach people. In Argentina, we are working specifically in the city of Buenos Aires and in the neighborhoods known as villas, or neighborhoods at risk, or neighborhoods of some 200,000 people whose rights are at stake. And what we are doing is building a bridge between people and justice, justice and people. The city of Buenos Aires in particular, and Argentina as a whole, and I think that with much joy I can say this, in Latin America, many countries have legislation that is quite advanced in collective rights. However, as Katia just said, what the Constitution and the laws establish is a far cry from what we see in reality. So we are attempting to build bridges that will render justice more democratic. Not only that it opens up, but opens up doors and lets us go to where the people are, the citizens are, with the logic of not just reaching them with tools and information, but that in that self-same empowerment, citizenry can be at the heart of a struggle for a more fair society. This is a process that is carried out with all of us. You can't think about this of just being carried out by bureaucrats sitting behind a desk. We need a change within the legal culture itself, so that between citizen participation in an effective manner and a judicial branch that approaches people, that is close to them, it will happen that our rights will become part of the everyday life of citizens, where it can become a living language and not just words that are flying about. We have a program for community access to justice, and that is what I'm going to tell you about in just moments. Stakeholders for Justice, which are leading women who are working on access to justice, and some innovative programs, and particularly within the access to justice, community justice, what we have developed doesn't generate new offices and structures, but rather it has a mobile system that goes to different neighborhoods where the people actually are. With this, we are approaching them, going back and forth between the citizens and organizations throughout the year working on different meetings regarding different rights. It's not the same for a person who lives in a settlement at risk to add vulnerability of gender, and a woman who lives in one of these villas, in one of these hazardous settlements, might be even more at stake and run risk. And there also might be people with disabilities here, and that is where we need to approach rights in a comprehensive global manner. Throughout the years, we developed talks to carry out in these different places, generating more and more presence in the territory, reaching around 2,000 people per year on average. And primarily those who are taking part in these spaces are women who are in the vanguard of these organizations and spaces that can be civil society organizations like dining rooms, early childhood care centers, and the waiting period for a health center, for example, where the parents can meet at a school meeting. That is where we go and talk to people. And even might be on the public square where they wait while their children are playing in the square or playground. And that's where we go, where the people actually congregate. And there is how we hold this encounter to generate talks throughout the entire neighborhoods that are at risk. Vulnerable neighborhoods is what we call them. We seek out those people who at any day, anytime, a neighbor might knock on the door with an answer. In these barrios or neighborhoods, through these talks and behind participatory methodology, we build circles of trust, where there is a second major innovation, and that is that everybody should be able to take the floor and speak. Both the technical know-how and expertise regarding legislation and government answers should equally be heard, as well as stories and experiences from the community themselves, and recognition that everybody can have a chance to talk. Those whose rights have been breached then will be taught how they can work on shared responsibility. The person who says, this is a right of mine that was breached and I want to change the situation. Second, the responsibility of the community that can proffer support to carry out the proceeding or convey information if they have already been through that experience. For those regarding individual and community responsibility, we add the responsibility of the state. When the case has been resolved, what we ask is that person share once again in that circle of trust how the case was settled, what proceeded, and how this can be taken up by the society, and the circle of trust might independently generate know-how based on individual experiences. Certainly during the pandemic, we had to innovate in the form and in the physical presence, and we had to move toward virtual presence, and through Zoom platforms and WhatsApp platforms, and even what we call active listening system allowed a problem, an individual problem, a case, or a violation to be answered by a person until it was taken care of. We reached 60% effectiveness in follow-up in all cases, proposing inclusive justice that allows all of this to be borne in mind in a participatory manner based on the problems, the consultations, the experiences in each one of these barrios or neighborhoods. The third innovative point is that these talks are carried out by volunteers of the program who have different functions in the judicial branch that donate part of their work to carry out these talks where the people are in a clear language, easy read, so that that technical know-how might empower the neighbors and generate a change within the self-same culture, and that people on an everyday basis working with files and programming of public policy and justice might become imbued with the everyday work and may know the names of the people, understand and listen to their stories, and transform this within judicial branch. We also leave our networks up here on screen for you. If you have any questions or consultations, anything you'd like to understand about what we are doing, very well, a technical issue, and the speaker lost internet, but is now speaking and says she will continue at her next intervention. Thank you so much to all of you for your participation and your interventions. We have touched on different interventions and different aspects of vulnerability, perhaps from the perspective of rendering visible a topic that is not prominent on the public agenda for persons with disabilities. Katia, also, I think it's very interesting what you were able to talk about the judicial branch taking innovative actions to promote an important change and putting intercultural justice at the heart of what you are doing and your endeavors from the very judicial branch, and Jessica working from the community grassroots level in order to help people learn how to understand and demand their rights. All of these are different actions in topics of innovation and justice. There are many questions that are being submitted, and Carlos, I have a question for you so that you can go back to what you were saying and you can complement what you were pending of still saying. What strategic routes do you believe are necessary for Mexico to comply with the standards that it has committed to in the convention? Perhaps we could reduce this to access to justice for people with disabilities and the obligations enshrined in the convention, and associate this with what you showed and proved in a certain way in the report that you were talking about. So please take 5 minutes approximately. Thank you very much, Diana. Very well, as I was saying at the beginning of my intervention, in this investigation that we embarked on in June, we found some fallacies in the justice system that avoid people with disabilities receiving appropriate, effective access and protection for their physical and personal well-being. And one of the aspects that we do believe is very necessary and important to overcome is how precisely to bring the justice system to people with disabilities. And for that purpose, as your question so well pointed out, the convention, this international treaty specific on the rights of persons with disabilities, establishes the obligation of doing two things. First, having a universal design so that justice can be understood by one and all. And I think that is something that approaches what Jessica was talking about in her presentation, to ensure that people can flesh out these abstract norms that are very difficult to understand how they actually work in depth. And secondly, the matter of adjusting procedures. That is of the essence, and it is an obligation that all countries who have ratified the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, that will allow them to differentiate and provide specific accommodations in the different proceedings so that persons with disabilities can participate in an effective manner. And this happens for many reasons. First, carrying out adjustments in the proceedings. It is very common for operators in the justice system, judges, prosecutors, public defenders, to use abstract terminology and language that is completely not linked to the situation. And people who have been victims of family violence, from what we have witnessed, and persons of disabilities that are cognitive in nature, it's very important to make those adjustments so that they can understand the information appropriately. And secondly, obligations regarding adjustments in the specific procedure. Our legal system, as you well know, Diana, establishes a regulatory provision that is erroneous in the penal code for proceedings. It talks about reasonable adjustments of the proceeding when, as we know, reasonable adjustments would entail that adjustments are made and insofar as it is not too cumbersome. And that's a problem with our legal regulatory system, because adjustment of proceedings has to do with the basic guarantees of due process. So there cannot be a sort of test of what is considered reasonable, and that those who are obligated to this have the mandate, and it's not discretionary, to carry out the adjustment so that people with different abilities might access justice. And we found ourselves in several states of the country that were dealing with situations such as in the state of Nuevo León, that has a system where you can file complaints digitally or at a distance. But if it's a sensory disability such as deafness, then you can't, because there aren't sufficient sign language interpreters to carry out the work between the prosecutor and the individual. And then accessibility in general terms. It is the lack of access of the prosecution in Mexico. In the 4 states where we carried out this investigation, we found basic situations such as it was impossible to enter these buildings physically because of a lack of ramps, or situations where there were stairs to climb. And this we saw in the analysis for refugees or shelters for women in situations of violence that were not accessible for persons with disabilities, physical disabilities, for example. If a person with a disability can access this shelter, then that person would have to take all necessary implements to carry out his or her activities. We found this to be a general situation, generalized, and the Women's Institute carried out a report 2 years ago and recognized that shelters for women who were survivors of violence were not accessible for women with disabilities, which is a very delicate situation. Precisely one of the consequences of violence against women, in addition to feminicide or death itself, which is very common in Mexico, is also physical disabilities or different types of disabilities that there is no effective care for, and makes precautionary and require precautionary measures to be taken for their protection. I would stop here, and perhaps I might have another opportunity later. Thank you, Diana. Thank you, Katia. I also take advantage of this because we have a series of questions. The first have to do with what factors do you consider are determinant to move toward intercultural justice so that the communities and justice built by the state? And also, do you might prevail? And also, do you think that there are good practices in indigenous communities that have incorporated traditional justice, or are there best practices that still should be handled and incorporated into these communities? Your microphone is off. Thank you. Let me see, regarding the first part of your question, what are these requirements that should exist so that in a state, a given state, they might move toward intercultural justice? I think there is a convergence of elements and factors. Nonetheless, the most important might be that this is a decision that comes from the self-same justice system, the judicial branch, that it not be imposed by other stakeholders. In the case of Peru, for example, it has been of the utmost importance for there to be a political decision at the highest levels of the judicial branch, the Supreme Court in this case, and that they're becoming responsible and shouldering this as an important priority matter, and that we are going to study it in depth. And this roadmap was designed for intercultural justice because of this, to be used as a guide. And we also, there was the creation of intercultural institutions at the state levels. We call them regions, states, that are schools with an intercultural mindset. But this is related, all of it, to another matter too. The political decision at the highest level is also very important, but it is important to use Peruvian phrases. At the local level, the courts have to get their act together. Although the Supreme Court developed its roadmap, if at the local level we don't have initiatives to move forward, then we're in trouble. I clearly remember that 10 years ago, before the Supreme Court developed this roadmap, I'm calling it the Superior or Supreme Court of Justice. We call it the Superior Court. The Superior Court or Higher Court in San Martin is almost on the edge of the jungle. And at San Martin, they started thinking about creating this intercultural school of justice. They invited people, including myself, to become a part of the advisory board. And it was very interesting to understand this absolutely local initiative had nothing to do with the higher courts, the Supreme Courts. Something else fundamental is that both the bodies of justice who are working with civil society hand in hand can drive initiatives at the local level. Third, the role of civil society and academia is fundamental. Peru, not that long ago, just some 15 years ago, although there was indigenous justice, and a nice example is what the ronderos are in Peru. And let me tell you what they are. They're something like community police. So ronderos who do their rounds, beat cops, we might call them in English, take care of the community. They are there to deal with situations like somebody stole my goat. And that is what academia and civil society started investigating in depth and taking up this information to the rest of the world so that we might become aware of it, so that we can become a part of these experiences and these phenomena. There was one event, and I'm not saying that this is a good idea, not to promote tragic events. That's not what I'm trying to do, but there was a tragedy in Peru. In my point of view, this also shifted gears, and it took place in 2009, and it was called the Bawa conflict. And this was one between native communities in the jungle of Peru and the state, because the state had given them some oil concessions in property that belonged to these native communities. And there were some confrontations, and many police officers died, and some of the natives died too. This was an earthquake. It shook people up. because you had ministers of the government that didn't understand why the natives were protesting, and they didn't understand what the right to consultation was. And so these deaths, because there were many police officers who died, and they died in a dramatic manner in the hands of some of these native community members by them. And so it was a huge tragedy in Peru that unleashed the conscience of people, and we needed to continue working in this regard. And the other question regarding best practices of indigenous justice, it's not one, but the different justice, types of justice, like in Mexico, the same. The customary uses and traditions in communities in the Mixteca region are different from the ones in the Zapotec region, and so forth, concerning the Tarahumaras. And you cannot just talk about one indigenous right, but there are several indigenous rights according to the community they hail from. I'm not an anthropologist, but I am a lawyer. Without a doubt, I believe that all of these rules or principles of indigenous rights that attempt to not just focus on the penalty, the sanction on the perpetrator, in our justice and official justice, without realizing it, all of our concern is focused on the perpetrator. In the case of a crime, the due process, the punishment, and then you forget about the victim. And in different manifestations of indigenous rights and law, there is concern for the victims, for the relatives of the victims, who are the ones that are going to be left without recourse because the victim died and can no longer support the family, the community. There is a concern regarding other matters that are not necessarily a part of official law. And although I don't litigate cases, I am not a litigator, I am a researcher. And in fact, in the work of researching at TLF in international criminal law, for example, I can tell because the preliminary investigation at the International Court, Criminal Court, and everything circles around the perpetrators. And you are a very far cry away from the affected people and the facts that led to the crime in the first place. And I think that there is a very interesting element for those of us who are working in official law to bear in mind. To what degree can we take from these other optics and mindsets and apply them to official state law? There are other things, restorative justice, alternative measures for dispute settlement. It's an entire universe out there. But I wanted to bring to the table these general principles of indigenous justice that I believe should inspire us in our rights and in the state right. Thank you, Katia. Very well, there are very important issues on the table that I hope there might be more time to delve deeper. Carlos talked about obligations in the law, but we don't understand the law itself, or there's confusion in the law that renders its implementation difficult. For example, in adjustments that need to be made, and this affects access to justice for people. But how do we consolidate that political will that actually gets the ball rolling? And how do we have intercultural justice here? This seems to have played a crucial role. And the need, I think, in terms of innovation that we are convened to talk about other types of justice and not just punitive and criminalizing a law that has been present in our latitudes for so very long, but begin to practice other forms of meting out justice and promoting justice. Justice for indigenous people, restorative justice. Could you answer these two questions from our audience? The first is, what are the incentives for some civil servants to go out to the communities? How can we encourage them to do that, to use more democratic and common language and terminology? And on the other hand, how has this impacted members of community and help them navigate the systems of justice.
Las preguntas porque hablan de los...
Very interesting questions because they touch upon the two veins in which the program is developing. Of course, there is a transformation in the neighborhood, but also a transformation in the inside of the judicial power. There are several things administrative that we need to consider, whether the program was created by resolution of the Judiciary Institute. There's also an agreement with human resources that justifies whether that person should be in a particular area of space, whether they're working voluntarily in space or the other. But in the end, it is all about going into the neighborhood and see what's happening. What happens to us is when the volunteers go to the neighborhood, when they go back to their place of work, they in a way shift their way of thinking, and they in a way make sure encourage their own peers to work with them. And this is the very first time in which they feel a concrete and real cases that something is being transformed, that there's a life on the other side of the fence, and that they have a notion of what the rights of other people's are and how they can react accordingly. And this stimulus permeates entire courthouses. I remember the experience of a judge that was taken to a neighborhood talk where there was a lot of rain. We actually had a lot of trouble to go there because of the rain, and sometimes we lost power and electricity, so we had to do things in a different place in a house of a person, and we went inside a neighborhood and what have you. Then when we went out of the neighborhood, the judge told me that, well, if it was very hard for us to go inside, it was very hard for them to go to the courthouse. So from this now on, we will change the normal scheduling that we have for the hearings and whatnot. We will not have them at 8 in the morning. I'm going to use them so at the time that would be convenient for the people in these neighborhoods. And I'm going to ask for the people maybe there to talk calmly and in clear language to understand and see what's happening, and listen for the response of people. And this very core shift was a great stimulus for everybody, not only for the judge, but for the people that are part of his team. And in terms of transformations within a neighborhood, I am reminded of a case of a child called Leo, who lives in the neighborhood of 2124, which is a very impoverished part of the city, especially when it comes to the rights of living conditions in there. So we worked with a different group that is called Brave Women, which represents all these situations as to how women fight for the rights beyond gender matters. And we had a woman call us and told us that Leo had a disease, was suffering from a disease, and then they live in the outskirts of the neighborhood beside a river, and due to several problems they had to give away their house so that they would go to live with their own grandmother, and that their own grandmother was about to lose her job, and she also had a disability, and that she was about to lose her house too. And in the end, it made it difficult for everybody. So one of the volunteers came in touch with one of the people there, and everybody in the in the courthouse became involved with the problem. They worked with the grandmother, with the little boy, and the results and solutions that we reached end up reaching in turn the courthouse, and we managed to provide rights to these people. And through volunteers, we created living conditions and quartering conditions for this family. And at the end of our efforts, Leo sent us a message telling us that he had a new house and that he invited us to play in his new house. And that's where we started to think of the right of to play even games. So when you have that right, it means that you have the other rights in place, and that means that the courthouse and its staff was in the place in the right moment, helping these people. And like this example, I can give you so many others in which the application of new policies are in joint effort with the other people, with the what is happening with the neighborhoods and the people, and then we can actually think of a justice that is close to people and the people giving their due rights. So we're just a minute away from ending the session. I want to thank you for sharing these projects, your experiences in Peru, Mexico, and Argentina, to maybe even think of what innovation is all about when it comes to access to justice with vulnerable groups. So it is all an interesting exercise. In the end, we understand that the justice is getting close to the people that need that justice, to the people that breathe and live contexts of marginalization. And how can we make sure that we as workers of justice can be close to these people? And this is why it is important to have a political willpower in the game as well, and full knowledge of these contexts of inequality to make sure that we can decrease the non-symmetric nature or approach that these people have to justice. Once more, I want to thank you for your experiences and for having shared with us what you do. I send you big hugs and thank you for what you've shared with us.
Have you ever had a problem or a conflict and didn't know what to do about it? Maybe you've been involved in a legal dispute and just wanted a little bit of guidance about your options, or someone to help you decide what to do first. We know these things happen, and we know they're no fun. We're building a tool to help. It's called the Solution Explorer. The Solution Explorer will be the first dispute resolution phase of the Civil Resolution Tribunal. That's the new tribunal that will handle strata, or condominium, and small claims disputes. For British Columbians with these types of problems, the Solution Explorer will be the right place to start. It will be a tool you can access online, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So what will it do? First, it will diagnose your problem. This is a little bit like going to see a doctor when you have a pain, but aren't sure what's causing it. Once your problem is being diagnosed, we'll give you information that real experts think you need to know. Once you've received some information, we'll try to give you some options to help you manage or even resolve your problem. A lot of these options will be do-it-yourself or self-help, because we think people should have a chance to resolve their own disputes as soon as they're ready to give it a try. If you can't resolve your problem and need to start a case with the Civil Resolution Tribunal, the Solution Explorer will help you do that too. We want to make it easy to stream people to the right dispute resolution service at the right time. Okay, let's talk about the information in the Solution Explorer. This is what will make the tool smart and useful. We've been working with a number of different experts in the areas that will be covered by the Solution Explorer. They're helping us figure out what types of common problems and disputes are out there. They also tell us what information people can really use to manage or resolve their problems, and some of the tools to help them do it. We're working hard to collect this expert knowledge and guidance and build it right into the Solution Explorer, so you will be able to access it in one simple, accessible tool. Now, are you ready for something really cool? The Solution Explorer is going to work on a mobile device, like a tablet or your smartphone. Imagine carrying around guidance and support from real experts right in your pocket, wherever you have access to the internet. So the Solution Explorer isn't going to solve every problem. We know that. But we're building it to get better and better over time. The people who use it will help us figure out what we need to change or add. It will make the system smarter the more it gets used. And using the Solution Explorer won't be the same as getting personalized service from a real live expert. It would be great if this were always an option, but we know that a lot of times people have trouble finding any help at all. We want to change that. The Solution Explorer will be a great way to begin your dispute resolution process, because just getting you started is a win as far as we're concerned. We're still working on the Solution Explorer now. As soon as we have more news to share, we'll let you know. In the meantime, you can find more information about the Solution Explorer and the Civil Resolution Tribunal on the Civil Resolution Tribunal website.
Muy buenas tardes, muchas gracias a todos por sus participaciones. A continuación, tendremos la conferencia magistral de Echo Collins, directora del Proyecto México del Institute of Rapid Results, que será moderada por Mauricio Ontiveros Ornelas. Mauricio es estratega en gestión judicial, es director de Naxit SC, cuyo objetivo es mejorar las operaciones y logística administrativa en los poderes judiciales, con el enfoque al logro de objetivos de calidad e innovación. Estratega experto en gestión judicial con más de 11 años de diseñar e implementar exitosamente innovadora tecnología organizacional que ha mejorado la efectividad y potencializado los recursos de los tribunales de Guanajuato, Estado de México, Michoacán, Chihuahua, Nayarit, San Luis Potosí, Aguascalientes, Guerrero y Jalisco. Es licenciado en Administración de Empresas, con maestría en Ingeniería de Calidad y Gestión Pública Aplicada. Se ha posicionado como uno de los especialistas en administración de juzgados con mayor reconocimiento en México, porque ha generado resultados de alto impacto en la gestión estratégica y operación efectiva de diversos sistemas de enjuiciamiento. Su formación académica y experiencia significativa, visión estratégica, innovación disruptiva y enfoque a la excelencia han impulsado al liderazgo nacional a los tribunales con los que ha trabajado. Actualmente es miembro de la Asociación Internacional de Administradores de Cortes. Muchas gracias.
Buenas tardes a todos.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Es un honor para mí
It
presentar
is
a
an
la
honor to
Collins,
introduce
quien impartirá la
Echo
siguiente
Collins, who will be hosting
titulada
this
La senda hacia el
conference
cambio, desafíos
called
de
The
ciencia
Way.
del sistema de justicia penal mexicano. Echo es directora del programa en México de Rapid Results. Ella viene del Reino Unido, específicamente de la ciudad de Londres. Ella es maestra en género y desarrollo internacional. El Instituto de Resultados Rápidos es una organización Echo Collins lidera la implementación de los retos de 100 días en 18 ciudades en 11 estados mexicanos, trabajando con múltiples entidades del sector privado, público y la sociedad civil para acelerar y profundizar el impacto de la reforma en el sistema de justicia penal y el sistema anticorrupción, formando más de 60. De hecho, también ha dirigido el programa de implementación de retos de 100 días en justicia en República Dominicana con el Banco Mundial y el Instituto Tecnológico de Santo Domingo. Anteriormente, Echo trabajó en People Power Resolve, un programa desarrollado en el Reino Unido, en el que dirigió esfuerzos de transformación del Sistema Nacional de Salud, creó capacidades de gestión del cambio en equipos de todo el Reino Unido. Echo lleva 2 años viviendo en México y debo reconocer que su nivel de español es de tal calidad que se compara con el de un nativo de la Ciudad de México. Sin más preámbulos, los dejo con Echo. Echo, bienvenida.
Gracias, buenas tardes, buenas noches. Gracias por el honor de invitarme a platicarles un poco de nuestra experiencia del Instituto de Resultados Rápidos en México y en República Dominicana, en justicia penal. Me quiero enfocar hoy en, más que nada, pues cómo se llega a la innovación, en este caso en justicia, pero en cualquier sistema de servicios públicos. Y también vamos a hablar un poco de las innovaciones que se han logrado con la metodología del instituto, pero más que nada quiero hablar de las condiciones que quizá habilitan e incuban pues las miles de innovaciones que se necesitan en este sector. Como explicó Mauricio, soy inglesa, entonces disculpa si de vez en cuando mi español me falla, pero como estamos hablando de innovación en México, pues quería hacer mi intervención en español. Voy a empezar compartiéndoles, pues muy brevemente un poquito sobre la institución que represento. Todo el trabajo que voy a platicar hoy, pues no lo hice yo solita. Tengo compañeros increíbles en todo el mundo que representan a RRI, the Rapid Results Institute, que pues hacemos esta metodología que se llama el reto de 100 días, the 100-day challenge. Se me está cruzando la interpretación. Bueno, ya está, perdón. Y RRI ha implementado en más de 20 países, en varios
has worked in 20 countries all over the world.
Pues sistemas de salud,
we have systems of health, systems of work.
En el caso de México. ¿Qué es el reto de 100 días?
So what is the 100-day challenge?
I'm
going to go a little bit quickly.
Cómo se logra lo que se logra con la metodología.
Before I explain what is being happening with the methodology.
Producir resultados cuantificables, en lugar quizá de una de las cosas que en el sector de desarrollo internacional, que es recomendaciones o análisis,
recommendations or analysis that we can have.
A un problemita. Esto está pues direccionado a
so this is directed to tangible results throughout the system.
Y quiero enseñarles
I wanted to
con la metodología.
Teach you what the methodology is all about.
Cuando hablamos de resultados a tres niveles.
We speak about results in 3 levels.
O eficiencia, que son avances en cuanto a resultados tangibles. Puede ser número de casos,
results, the number of cases, for instance, that have been solved,
emitidas o supervisadas,
or the number of sentences that have been issued or supervised.
Son los cambios en dinámicas,
changes in dynamics,
tanto institucionales
work,
como
both on an institutional or individualized level.
Entre operadores, nuevas formas
the operations at large,
instituciones, entre unidades dentro de, por ejemplo, una fiscalía.
Within an Attorney General's office or prosecutor's office. And what I wanted to share with you is the systemic change that we need to entice. And new creation of new projects of law.
Los cambios más grandes que
those that generate the biggest, largest changes. And the feedback we can have. The challenges of security are based on having better results in a safe system in Mexico. These are high-risk areas.
413% de aumento en resolución.
We've seen over 400% growth.
896% de aumento en resolución de casos.
Over 800%
346%
increase in other cases.
De violencia familiar.
Some of them touching upon domestic violence.
Por la línea base, lo que se
this is calculated by the baseline.
100 días y lo que se logró durante 100
and what was manageable in the 100-day period.
Literal lo que se logró. Aquí tenemos algunos resultados que también les quería compartir.
I have a few other results that I wanted to share with you.
Se lograron durante COVID y espero que en algún momento tengamos tiempo de analizar un poco.
I hope we have to analyze this.
En el sistema y lo que hemos quizás.
The system and what we have done and the challenges of the pandemic causes.
Ahora esos 548.
For instance, these 500 and something.
50 días de eso se logró.
In 50 days we managed to achieve this.
También quiero traer un poco de esperanza.
I want to bring a little bit of light and hope into this.
¿Cómo se logran esos números?
How can we get to these numbers then?
Creo que
I believe that
se enfoca en cuanto a la metodología.
Even though we're focused on the methodology,
lo interesante es
cómo
se logran, y eso es a través de pequeñas innovaciones que los equipos operativos crean, ellos mismos las inventan, estas
creadas
innovaciones creadas en cada una de las comunidades
themselves
donde hemos hecho un
in each and every single community where we have intervened.
La primera ahí en la lista, y tuve que elegir, no sé, 200 innovaciones, tuve que hacer una pequeña selección para enseñarles el día de hoy, pero una es, pues, una nueva colaboración que surgió en Tabasco, que surgió en varias ciudades, entre sector privado y policía, donde el sector privado empezó a colaborar con la policía.
Una disculpa a todos los participantes y a todas las personas que nos siguen en redes sociales. Estamos teniendo una falla técnica con los canales de los lenguajes y las traducciones. Esperamos en pronto poder resolverlo y reanudar la transmisión. Muchas gracias.
Entonces, espero que todo el
I hope that everybody now can hear me out. Can you copy? Do you copy? Okay, perfect. So I was talking about the innovations that caused these results in the maps. These very high percentages come from many of the innovations that you see on the screen. This is just a small selection of the thousands of innovations that we have with the operational teams that implemented their methodology in the 100-day challenge. And I can give you new protocols that we created for the 9/11 to identify high-risk victims. We know that there is a problem of feminicide that is important in this country, and these new protocols helped in the creation of what we called the Purple Code. There was a WhatsApp chat with all the institutions that at the time in which we identified from 9/11 a high-risk victim that had the risk of losing their life, all the institutions would act directly, both the prosecutors, the police department, the tribunals, the courtrooms, to help these victims in preventing a feminicide. Many of the operational teams also created masculinity therapy sessions, many ways in which we can engage audiences, prevention of cases within the prosecutor's office, conversational sessions, formalization of communication, WhatsApp groups between police departments and prosecutors and judges and whatnot, notifications through electronic media. We know that Mexico is a country that has a lot of formalities and a lot of documentations and red tape. And what this 100-day challenge, what it did was to make it more, the system more agile, and to realize that there's humans behind the system and make it better for the people. I also put the example of the dismantling of crime groups. A challenge permitted in the city, I'm not going to mention which one, but so that the prosecutor's office and other institutions would identify patterns of delinquency. They would have a strategic focus in the combat against this particular felony, which in this case was a grand theft auto. And they identified a criminal group and they dismantled it, which caused a decrease in this particular felony. Until, of course, the next criminal group crops up. And yes, of course, I'm trying to impress you in a way, but I will give you also trying to give you hope that we can achieve a lot of innovation and justice. For the most important part of it all is how can we achieve this type of innovation, and how can we create a context in which we can have these types of changes. And now let me tell you a little bit of what I find when I see any type of system. And I can tell you, well, first off, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not an expert in criminal law. I was not, at least when I came to Mexico. I had previously worked only in the health systems. And what I find in most systems, however, is whether it is the United Kingdom, the United States, Mexico, the Dominican Republic, Africa, many countries in Africa actually, is that many times this a system that is very disbanded in a way. And I always show this drawing at the beginning of our workshops, and we usually say, well, at least the hole is not on our side of the boat. And we usually, you find the guilty party, like maybe the prosecutors didn't give me this or that, or maybe the defendants didn't give me that, or maybe the police department didn't want a summary process, or maybe the police department didn't fill out a specific form and what have you. And I believe that the first step to innovate in justice at large is to see each other as a whole system, that we all row in the same row this boat in the same direction, to articulate the system as an actual system. Why would it is not worthwhile to have the best investigators or the best prosecutor's office if we have a courthouse that doesn't collaborate or understand the actual problems, or that they do not collaborate with the prosecutors? The same goes for the defendants or the police departments or whatever institution that would be necessary so that the justice criminal system can be truly reformed, can actually work. And it's not the law per se. I'm not a law, but I know that the laws in Mexico are great. The problem is the putting those laws into action, implementation. A system doesn't work if we're not offering actual justice. So when we came to Mexico, we started to think of what is justice system. So we invited the participation of all institutions into this, and we also included civil society and the private sector in these conversations. Why? Because civil society has an essential role, plays an essential role in being a watchdog of sorts, and they can measure the advancement of the system. They can make sure that this experience of the victim and the guilty party are at the center of the design of the processes of the system. When we are on our side of the fence, it is very hard to see the whole picture, the big picture. And we have to see each other as victims and of course as the persons who victimize the others, and we have to consolidate both concepts. But we also have to talk about operational types. There is a very big resource here in this country, that is the people who operate the system, and who knows more about the operation of things that is than, well, who knows better of these crimes than the actual neighbors compared to the police or the prosecutors. So the 100 challenge, 100 days challenge represents involving these people here. So we have people, the staff at the courthouses, the public defendants, the prosecutors, coordinators, secretaries, psychologists, judges, actuaries, educators, representatives from the health system and hospitals. And sometimes the first thing that I found, and now it's normal to me, but the first thing that I found is that nobody had sat on the same table, let's say a police officer or a judge, and understand each other's perspectives. Understanding what happens to the victim from the very beginning, when they suffered from the felony, all the way to the end of the process, even if it's resolved at the end. So, and that all the precautionary measures are fulfilled, and these are many of the conditions that will help us in having a space that works. And we have to consult with the local knowledge as to what are the best operational efforts. Sometimes we from the top see, and this is something that I find often. I saw that in Chihuahua, and usually they say, well, the first problem is to repair the damage. This is why we do not become entangled with domestic violence, for instance. And yes, it was indeed a challenge, but the problem was actually scheduling a hearing. They would have to wait for 9 months for a hearing for a domestic violence case. And that is a lot of time. When you try to implement the shift or the change, this is where I go with the next image, we take a focus that is different. Traditionally, especially in international cooperation, there's a technical provider that fixes the objective of the program. We will, for instance, improve litigation, or maybe we'll create campaigns of production, or maybe we'll improve the means of public defendant. And from there, they create a program of technical capabilities with the hope of maybe achieving some results. So RRI, what we do is we take a different approach. That is the 100-day challenge that is decided by the local system. All these actors all these stakeholders that I just mentioned, these are the people that choose the actual change that needs to be enticed, what results they need to have in their local contexts. And from that, we focus first off on the results that we need to achieve in the 100 days. So we fix a very ambitious goal, and naturally from that, when we reach, or when we have this objective or this focus and we are pressured by time, we develop capabilities, and all these innovations begin to flow themselves. And all this is based mostly in 3 conditions to develop the reserve or capability of development of our system. And first off, we have the sense of urgency. We as adults are sometimes children in a way, because we leave everything to the very last moment. So we need everything to have a sense of urgency, that there's a lot at stake to truly shine. And this is why we have this concept, especially when you have to give results in the short term. One of the things that I've heard in many systems is that maybe in 5 years we will have results. And if we want to talk about building up trust within the citizenship and within citizens and the system, you cannot wait 5 years anymore. You cannot expect for that accountability of the entire effort that we have to happen in 5 years. Short-term results help in inspiring the operators of the system to work better. And we cannot only talk about the building up trust within the citizens, but also in the workers. The police officers, the judges, or the prosecutors usually don't have a hope that things can change, and we have to foment that. And if we want innovation, we have to provide a little bit of leeway for experimentation. I believe that the definition of madness is to do things in the same way, expecting a different result. In order to have, however, different results, you have to provide a little bit of leeway for experimentation, to make mistakes. There's usually a lot of fear within public systems of making mistakes, of failure, and that inhibits innovation, inhibits these changes. So what we do in the 100-day challenge is give permission to these operators to do things in a different way, and from within releases experimentations or ideas as to how they do things in a different way. They try in 100 days to do things differently. They come up with these things, and this local promotion and this sense of ownership changes the work dynamic. And the last image that I wanted to show you is what we see within the 100-day challenge. And at the end of the 100 days, if we were to ask the operators how they did things, how they managed to achieve these results, this 500% of improvement, 1,000% of improvement. And they usually tell us what's happening here in the little cauldron. That is, we start to execute things, we do things properly. Why? Because we created the environment so that these things could happen. And today I am sharing with you the actual things. One of these things is the common objectives, this idea that the whole system has to go in the same direction. It provides them a little bit of a guiding light as to where to go. A challenging goals, if we don't know where we're going, how is it that we're going to get there? So these challenging goals in a way boost or push up the effort. If our objective is to increase by only 10%, then you're only going to become a 10% better. But if the goal is 500% of improvement, that forces you to change the way in which you work in a radical manner. Another aspect is the sense of urgency, which in our case we managed to achieve in the 100 days. It could be 5 months, it could be even 2 weeks. It doesn't have to be 100 days per se. New behaviors and leadership that is working with these people, maybe talking to the president of the tribunal, or maybe the leader at a neighborhood, so that they can empower each other and the operational purposes of the system, but also give them a little bit of leeway so that we can bring about the best of people, bring out the best of people, and that they can experiment quickly. We have the word iteration, which exists in Spanish, iteration. But what I mean with that is not to perfect things for implementation, but we need to try things out. We need to try the different things. And I see in many public systems a reticence to try new things, just in case, just in case they don't work. So these challenges allow for this experimentation process. If something works, then you can make it better. You can perfect it. Well, a decision-making process that is shared. These decisions are made by the judges, the police officers, the supervisors, and the prosecutors. Well, they need to realize that together are becoming responsible of the problem and the solution. If we were to only give them responsibility of the problem or only accountability for the solution, then it wouldn't have the same effect. Transparency or policy of openness. We not only need to build up trust in the citizens, but also amongst institutions. So if we use data and share it weekly, we see the progress of the challenges, and that allows you to make more focused decisions, and it increases trust between institutions if they have this policy of openness or transparency, but not only of the experimentation processes, but also of the achievements. And that is the drive of the 100-day challenge. What makes us know that things are working? Well, with this data. And what provides trust to these data? Well, what comes from civil society, from the prosecutor's office, and from the courtrooms. In the end, they're going to share all this data, and they will see where the areas of opportunity are. And what I wanted to share with you, and I'm going to shut up in the case of questions, the magic ingredients is, well, that the 100-day challenge is just a way in which we can do things, but these conditions can be implemented by anybody, anywhere. And one of the best moments since I came to Mexico about 3 years ago is when I called the anti-corruption prosecutor in Jalisco, and he shared with me 6 months after the 100-day challenge that they were doing their own version of the 100-day challenge, taking many of the magical ingredients and adapting those to their own context and reality and institutional needs and systemic needs, and by placing concrete or succinct objectives, and all the elements of the methodology can be implemented in any system and in any context. Of course, the methodology is the parting point, but we all can have all these conditions to entice innovation that comes from the local realm, but it impacts the global realm as well. And with that, I will shut up. Thank you.
Very well, Echo. Ooh, well, all that you have shared with us is very interesting. Understanding how to share these goals that can break away with paradigms and make sure that these become much more efficient measures. One of the very interesting things is this improvement that must be systemic collaboration between the public sector and the private sector, or part of society, and particularly putting the citizen at the heart of it as the great stellar role player here. And in this context of a system where we are measuring, we see that there are results. There are lots of questions from the audience. We have little time, but we are going to choose some of these questions and ask you to help us out with the answers. A question: what do you consider that the steps are to develop a policy that will bring about more comprehensive results of greater scope in the judicial powers? In the judicial powers, I would talk once again about the system before talking specifically about the judicial branches. I think it's very important to have communications and a shared strategy amongst leaders. And when I say leaders, I mean to be clear, have clarity between the president of the tribunal, the general prosecutor, the unions, everybody, and perhaps have long-term objectives and then determine what results would help us to prove that we are starting to reach those goals. One of the first things I heard when I said, what would be the results of a good work in the criminal justice system? They said for impunity levels to come down. That's an objective. But what is a result that would show that we are reaching that goal? Would be resolved cases, but there could be others. Within one single institution, you can apply the principles of the methodology. And the first thing that we'd have to be clear about is what is the objective for the coming 2 years of that judicial power, for whomever asked the question, and what are the results that we have to obtain to make sure that we're attaining the objective. If it is to reduce the number of hearings per case, then let's be very clear on how many hearings. Let's have a baseline to determine what the starting point is. You can't know where you're going if you don't know where you are coming from. Do I want to go to Monterrey or Villahermosa? The road that takes me to one or the other is very different. It depends on also if I'm in Guanajuato or in Mexico City. We have to be very clear about that line. If we have 4 hearings per case, in case of simple theft, then let's talk to all the parties involved and say, what is it that we need to do to make this more efficient and to improve, and have a clear goal that in simple theft case, the questions sound easy. But the first thing I would say is there are challenges that go beyond the 100-day challenge, such as the professional solutions entailed in the career path. And people say, when they ask about your work, they say, but police are corrupt or this or the other. But methodology means that you have to understand what motivates these purposes, these people every day. A minister of justice who has several children and works 12 hours a day, you have to have a feeling of respect and empowerment to have everybody around the table and ask what they think. One of the first steps that we took within the 100-day challenge is to map one case throughout the system, all the way from the call to 911 to the end of the case, and involve all of the operators and carry out an analysis that they too take a break and ask themselves, why do we do things the way we do them? Is there a better way? And that the leader of that permission should improve the situation and have that analysis be very clear about where the areas of opportunity are. Where is it that we're sending thousands of pieces of paperwork when one single phone call might be just as effective? Where is it that we have bottlenecks? We have a classification of files that could help us with the mountains of backlog that we have. Can we generate and calendarize in block to make the hearings more efficient? I think that all of this is related to creating a culture of ongoing improvement. And the way of creating that culture, empowering the operators, is truly to have the opportunity to think about not just doing this, but Mexico is a hierarchical context, and the leaders way up here, the operators way down here, and the decisions are made at the top level. But let's imagine a system of networks of decision where the information flows in a different way. Let's make decisions that are based on evidence and based on the experience of the creative person who knows the everyday work every day. A minister at a women's center knows exactly who the women are that are coming and what they are experiencing. They know better than anybody else. The shelters that take care of those women can analyze the victim's experience and find areas of opportunity there. Without a doubt, this is a pragmatic structure that you're talking about, and understanding the ongoing improvement and changes. There are lots of questions. Another one says, what have been the effects of COVID in these times of transformation that challenge capacities? What can you say about this? My response would be twofold. Once we have carried out rapid answers through virtual methodology. We continue to implement the 100-day methodology like we did before the pandemic, and some of the results that we saw on screen are 500% improvement in family violence cases that were resolved. And we have made the methodology virtual. We have adapted many of our dynamic activities where we help operators to think outside the box, to think about things in an innovative way, processes. We're doing all of this virtually. And that, the truth of the matter is that we have done a good job. It is challenging, but it can be done. The other part of the answer is what is the criminal justice system doing? That is a more complex situation. Yes, we are looking at the challenges that the pandemic is causing, for example, in family violence, which has increased exponentially, not just in Mexico because of the pandemic, but all over the world. In a state like Zacatecas, where the court is still closed, there are many challenges on how to help those victims if we're not able to work on cases and settle them. The good news is that innovation now is more important than ever before. And let me give you an example of an operator where the Family Integration Department, the Ministry of Women, Justice for Women, the prosecution, police, everybody created a database that is shared, and they have a record of all of the victims that are going to any of these institutions, whether they file a complaint or not, whether or not they need the support of the system. And they are drawing up a comprehensive support system for those victims, even if the case doesn't proceed. So it's a short answer to a huge problem, perhaps, but this is the time for innovation. More than ever before in our lives. And we are going to continue facing this challenge for a long time because the backlog that COVID has caused in the system might take the system to a total collapse unless we use this type of innovation where we support victims, we support system operators and help them to continue offering service. Certainly. Alejandra Quesada asks, why the challenge of 100 days? Why 100 days? And how did that arise? Excellent question. We were very fortunate because, to give you the background, I came to Mexico and we were only going to have the challenge in 2 cities. Everybody said I was crazy, that the criminal justice system in Mexico was immovable. You can't do anything in 100 days. And we came per invitation by the pro-justice system. And I had great collaborators. We didn't work alone on any of this. We had experts who invited us. And what we did was identify a champion, someone who has the power to convene in the community. It could be the chairman of Coparmex, or it depends on the local situation, but who would convene other leaders. We presented the methodology to them. One of the advantages of 100 days is because it represents little risk. One of the first things I say to leaders is, what is happening right now in 100 days? Well, in general, very little, truth of the matter. And so I said, well, that's little risk to try something different. If it works, we'll win a lot. If it doesn't work, well, we'll just drop it and we'll never do it again and have lost nothing. In a city where they are resolving 2 cases of family violence in 100 days, what do we lose by trying something new? And in the case of that city, there was a 400% decrease. Now, to create a sense of urgency, because it's symbolic, we judge a president by what they do in their first 100 days in office. And it's a number that's easy to relate to in your mind. And at the same time, in 100 days, a lot of things can be changed. 50 is not enough. 150 people's energy begins to wane. 100 days in our experience and having tried many versions of the challenge is the perfect amount of time to really touch on the 3 types of results that we're seeking: numerical, forms of working, and systemic change. Marvelous, and I fully agree. And it gives us a sense of purpose, a sense of order to have a goal that is actually attainable. We have many more questions. Regrettably, we have now run out of time. I can share my email address if people want to hire me, then it's up on screen. ecollinsegan@rapidresults.org. Excellent. This was a very interesting conversation. I would love for us to continue talking about these topics and transformation processes, not just in Mexico, but in 20 or more countries where the Institute has practiced this and the results have been great. But our time has come to a close, so I would merely thank you, Echo, for your brilliant presentation, the manner in which you conveyed it, and the possibility in all of us to utilize this powerful methodology that allows us to reach results and transform institutions. So thank you once again. Thank you, Mexico Evalúa, and our sponsors for making this type of event possible to benefit transformation processes in our countries. Thank you, and have a lovely afternoon. Quite the contrary, thank you, and we will continue with the rest of our activities.
Excelente conferencia magistral. Continuamos con nuestro programa. El siguiente panel se denomina Innovaciones para promover la paridad en el sistema de justicia. Este panel será moderado por Lilian Arrieta de Carzana. Lilian es máster en investigación jurídica y doctora en ciencias jurídicas por la Universidad Autónoma de Barcelona, en España, y licenciada en ciencias jurídicas de la Universidad Centroamericana José Simeón Cañas de El Salvador. Su tesis doctoral fue premiada por la Universidad Autónoma de Barcelona con el Premio Extraordinario de Doctorado 2010 y publicada en 2012 por el Instituto de Investigación Jurídica de la Universidad Dr. José Matías Delgado en El Salvador. Actualmente se desempeña como investigadora senior del Departamento de Estudios Legales de la Fundación Salvadoreña para el Desarrollo Económico y Social, FUSADES, en donde investiga temas relacionados con lucha contra la corrupción, transparencia, acceso a la información y administración de justicia. Lilian es docente universitaria desde hace 17 años. Muy bien. Quiero abrir un espacio para recordarles que tenemos los siguientes paneles por la tarde. Antes de darle la palabra a Lilian, tendremos más adelante el panel Innovaciones y Justicia y Seguridad a las 15:30 horas. Posteriormente tendremos el panel Denuncia de Corrupción y el papel de los denunciantes. Y tendremos a su vez el panel Innovación de Poderes Judiciales de México, programado a las 17:30 horas. Asimismo, les recordamos que nos pueden seguir en nuestras redes sociales, así como en el sitio del evento, que es innovacionenlajusticia.mexicoevalua.org. Les comentamos que el hashtag del evento es Innovando en la Justicia y queremos escucharles, queremos continuar la conversación a través de nuestras redes sociales. Muy bien. Pues cedo la palabra a Lilian Arrieta.
a este foro denominado Promoviendo el Acceso.
Promoting access for women to justice systems. On this occasion, we will be talking about a very important topic to improve and strengthen justice systems around the world, and that is the participation of women in more areas, the participation of women in the process of electing high courts, participation of women in electing international courts of justice, and the argumentative vision and regarding cases of corruption in processes that have to do with gender violence. This is a crucial topic and one of great conflict because it is looked at from the feminist mindset very often as an issue pertaining to women only, but women who are in charge of decisions, particularly in justice systems, it is not a feminist or just exclusively women's problem. It is one of democracy, to have access, to have a voice, to have participation, because in many countries, such as mine, El Salvador, women represent more than 50% of the population. And despite this, we are not appropriately represented in numbers at the different public institutions. When I studied legal sciences in El Salvador, and I assume that it is the same in other Latin American countries, very often women outnumber men. And very often we are more dedicated in our studies and we have better results in our grades. And particularly in my cohort, in my group, there were the women had the best grades of all. And despite this dedication and despite excelling at the profession and having proven that we have all the merits and very often even more than men, we don't hold even 30 or 35% of executive positions in the executive body and less in the courts. In El Salvador, in the judicature that are at the very beginning, it's very, at the initial phases, it's often that we see parity, equal numbers, but the more we move up the pyramid and escalate to greater degrees of responsibility, the fewer women crop up. I think that is a characteristic of justice systems that are cross-cutting. It is cross-cutting in many countries in Latin America, such as some of our speakers will be addressing. We are going to have a conversation with Maria Adelaida Ceballos, who is a lawyer. She's Colombian, she's a researcher, and she is a candidate for a PhD by the University McGee in Canada. And she will be sharing some elements related to the selection processes for the lower courts from a gender approach in Colombia. And then Nicte Grossman is a professor at the Baltimore University in the United States, and she will be talking to us about the participation of women in the selection processes in international courts. Rocio Villanueva, who is a professor, she's Peruvian, and we'll be sharing some of the findings of research related to cases of violence against women and corruption. And that is with a gender approach. We'll begin with Adelaida. And we will congratulate Rocio Villanueva, who was elected yesterday as the first female dean from the Complutense Universidad Católica of Peru. And it is the first time that a woman is dean here. And so in case we run out of time, I wanted to go ahead and congratulate Rocio. Your achievement is an achievement for all of us. When a woman triumphs, the gap is closed. And we are very honored and very, very pleased to be able to share this space with you. I give the floor now to Maria Adelaida Ceballos. Good afternoon, and first of all, I would like to thank the organizers, men and women of this international forum. It is an honor indeed for me to be here with you, and thank you for the coordinators of this panel, my colleagues, and certainly the public at large that is with us today virtually. In this short time allotted to me, I would merely offer a quick overview of the judicial system in Colombia, and then I'll focus on the judicial system per se, and then offer some provocative ideas rather than recommendations or innovations. And you will see, as Lillian announced, that I am specialized in Colombia, but what I'm going to say is applicable to other countries in the region. Perhaps it would be worth our while to start saying, like in many countries of Latin America and the world over, as Lillian already mentioned, the role of women in education and in the legal system has increased in recent decades in Colombia. We now represent 54% of students, law students, and in some private institutions, we're up to maybe 70%. And we hold 49% of professional licenses as lawyers in the country. Very soon, we will be a majority. And I must also add that women represent 55% of postgraduate students. So we are strong in numbers and qualitatively as well. But as has been the case in other countries of the region, that feminization in quantitative terms has not translated into parity in participation, not even proportionally of women in the different legal professions. In fact, this is what I found in an investigation I carried out on justice recently with a Colombian NGO together with Mauricio Garcia Villegas in a research paper that we published, and it was called Lawyers Without Rules. And what we did here was to study the profiles of different types of jurists, including notaries and a great number of civil servants. We studied employees of some NGOs and partners and associates of law firms, the largest ones in Colombia. We came across three major trends in our course of study. First, entities dare to say they are feminized in numbers, but they are placed in the lower income range positions, not the high income or high salary. The second trend is that women are also a clear minority in the different legal professions that we study. And third, we find that there is an inequity in wages between men and women in all of the legal sub-professions. So these are typical phenomena from that represent the glass ceiling. And I wanted to start talking about this general overview to emphasize that inequities in the legal system aren't produced in a void. They are not exclusive to legal aspects, but they are part of the overall framework of gender dynamics or gender inequality dynamics that are deep-rooted and deep-seated throughout our profession in general. So what happens is that very similar logic outside of it. It's similar to that too, outside our legal systems. Rocio is an example of this. These are inequities that are present in much more. So what we have found in the judiciary is that the countries of the region, there is a pyramid structure in which women are a majority at the lowest level, 51%, but to the degree that judiciary hierarchy increases, our participation also decreases substantially. Today, we are 23% of magistrates in the high courts in Colombia, not even the quota. But even beyond this vertical segregation, which is of concern, Well, I have found now in my doctoral studies in dissertation at McGee is that the low and mid levels of the judiciary, women are bound to lose because they tend to be placed in the most unstable positions in the judiciary branch, and they tend to be seen as less prestigious. And very often they are in municipalities and places that are, in territorial terms, distant places or with lower levels of quality of life or armed conflict problems. In fact, so I'm not going to talk about the multiple problems that these gender imbalances bring with them, because I know that my colleagues will be speaking about them on the panel. But I will set down a premise, and I think that this is important, that it is very important and necessary to increase participation of women in the judiciary, and that their presence should be equal to that of men. And with that premise in mind, one of the questions that convenes us today is then, what do we do to reach parity or at least improve the participation of women? And I am afraid that I don't have anything new to say or propose, as the title of this forum should imply, but I would merely state two things that might give us a clue on how to begin to transform the inequalities that we are facing.
So the first recommendation I would give is I would need more and better data. And I believe this is a reality of many countries around the world. The official data that we produce in Colombia on courthouses or the characteristics of the judges are very scarce. They usually don't have enough data, so you don't know exactly where the women are or what they are doing. And most of this data usually don't even consider women as an important piece of information. And Colombia doesn't have a lot of information in that. Also, there's a regional difference here because both Argentina and Brazil have conducted several studies that are very thorough, which unfortunately doesn't happen in Colombia. We know little of the factors that determine, for instance, if a woman would take a certain job position or not, or why they decide to become judges or in the high courts. There are very low levels of women running for these types of job positions, and this is something that we want to truly get to know, and it is unfortunately a gulf there that we need to fill out. And up until the time we have more diagnostics and better information collection systems, it will be very difficult to us to feed the system with this type of information. This is why I don't have any concrete recommendations. That would be, however, the first one. And the second comment I would like to put on the table, and with the second comment I finish my intervention, is that Colombia and Latin America in general tends to, when we think of these topics, a view excessively legalistic in nature tends to prevail, something that is too close to formality. And the magic wand for many is proposing changes in the selection processes of the judges, and understanding that in the end will bring about better opportunities for women. And this is why I'm so excited to hear from my colleagues, because the discussion tends to be focused on the mechanisms of selection. Of course, we have to implement new regulations, but I do think of a research by investigator called Sandy Kelly, and she always asks, well, what are the mechanisms of selection that bring about more judges? And it's really good because she studies the many mechanisms of selection in different areas of the United States, and she concludes that the best one is the one in which there are there's more will to choose more women. There's always has to be in every single system in the world a way in which you can choose women. Of course, this is maybe not a innovative solution, but it is a step in the right direction for these efforts of change. And this is all for me. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, María
Thank you very
Adelaida.
much, Maria Adelaida.
Muy interesante.
Very interesting, your vision.
Eso es un elemento muy importante con el que creo que todos podemos.
That I believe we all can identify. Now, in the Q&A session, we will talk a bit more about this because in El Salvador, and I believe in other countries, we have similar problems in which we sometimes don't know why more women are running for these job positions or for these courtroom positions and or becoming part of the organizations in the state specifically for justice. Now I'm going to give the floor to Nika Grossman. She is a professor at the Baltimore University. Nika has done a lot of research in the participation of women in selection processes for international court houses and tribunals. So I give you Nike. Good afternoon. Thank you. I want to express my gratitude to the organizers of this very first Forum of Innovation for Justice. Thank you for the invitation and for letting me participate in this very important event. I want to thank Lillian and the panelists for what they're doing. My talk is going to focus in the underrepresentation of women in courtrooms and international tribunals. As Lillian said, I've written for very long about this topic, so if you're interested in knowing the statistics in the court room environments and international tribunals and the arguments in more depth, I invite you invite I invite you to read my article at the American Journal and the Chicago Virginia Journal. The courts and the international tribunals suffer from a lack of equality of gender. In this very same region, there is just one woman judge in the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, Elizabeth Oreo Benito. She rules upon several cases with six male judges. In the International Judge of the Sea, the other map, there's just one woman and a total of 21 judges in the international courts. There's only one amongst 15. GCOL, a campaign that strives to promote equality of gender in international organizations, calculates that in August of 2020, only 22% of the judges in courts and tribunals in the world are women. Another important piece of information is that the percentage of women that are judges is lower, was lower by 2015 in 8 out of 10 international courts compared to previous years. That is, that the number of women in courtrooms decreased. I am sorry for the for the outdated information, but it is important to drive a point as to how these numbers can go down. It is not exactly an upward trajectory all the time. You might ask yourself then, why does this matter? Why do these matters of equality of gender are important? And one of the reasons is that the state has obligations under the umbrella coverage of international treaties to offer equality of access to everybody for public offices and also the legitimacy of these institutions. As Liliana said, this is a democratic value that helps in justifying the exercise of justice that authority engages into. This lack of equality reflects a problem in the process of selection, especially when it is not caused by a lack of qualified personnel. You can argument that men and women alike can provide, however, different perspectives in different topics. There are very few studies, internationally speaking, on the subject, but many people have commented on it, however. Increasing the amount of women can also help in justifying changes in legal teams. It easy to argument that we need more women in the teams that litigate these cases when a woman is being subjected to a trial. The processes of selection have an influence in the amount of men and women that end up being picked. In my research on the subject, I found that the courts that have aspirations or requirements of representation of gender tend to have more representation in turn. For instance, when we looked into 12 different instances, I found that 8 courts without any type of requirements for representation, about only 15 of the judges were women. And this is at the middle of 2015. In the courts that actually had requirements, however, or aspirations to have gender representation, about 33% of the judges were women. The courts that have these aspirations or requirements are the African Courts of Human Rights and Peoples, the European Court of Human Rights, and the International Crime Law Court. The International Crime Law Courts of Rwanda and Yugoslavia had these aspirations as well for the ad hoc judges, but not for the inside judges. The lack of transparency of their processes and the very close to the characteristics of the selection processes are also of influence. If the process of selection would be that a person holding public office would call, maybe, for instance, a university pal to be a judge in The Hague or in San Jose, it will be very likely to consider, it will be very unlikely to consider representation as an important topic, other than merit, of course. Additionally speaking, when you have evaluation processes that are independent and institutionalized, then it seems as if they would help in increasing the amount of women in courtrooms. For instance, when you conduct interviews, you put the CV on the internet and you do outreach, and this motivates the people who select the people to search for qualified candidates that can be representative too. Some people say that the problem is that there are not enough qualified women to truly achieve equality, and there are several problems with this argument. If that were the case, you would expect, however, the amount of women to increase with time, because there are more women lawyers than compared to 20 years ago. But this is not the case for many international courts. For 15 years after the establishment of the International Court of Del Mar, we only had Elsa Kelly, the only woman judge from Argentina, at a tribunal of 20 positions for judges, and this tribunal was established in 1996, not 1936, okay?
De las cortes, de las 12 cortes que investigué, habían menos mujeres a mediados del 2015 que en años anteriores, es decir, bajó el número. Adicionalmente, si fuera el caso que no hay suficientes mujeres calificadas, uno pensaría que los países con porcentajes más altos de mujeres abogadas tendrían más mujeres juezas. Pero, por lo menos en el 2015, aunque hombres franceses y rusos trabajaron como jueces internacionales, ninguna mujer francesa o rusa tuvo la posibilidad, a pesar de que la mitad de los abogados franceses y rusos eran mujeres. Similarmente, 24 hombres británicos habían trabajado en las cortes relevantes y solo una mujer británica. Por otro lado, China había nombrado a 2 mujeres y 7 hombres, cuando solo 1/5 de sus abogados eran mujeres. Este argumento también asume que los procesos de selección están diseñados para elegir los candidatos más calificados. Pero muchas veces estos puestos son premios políticos. Por ejemplo, frecuentemente hay candidatos que claramente son más calificados, pero igual se eligen los candidatos mucho menos calificados. Y este fenómeno se ha visto, por ejemplo, en la Corte Interamericana y en la Comisión Interamericana. Y todo el mundo sabe que los países intercambian votos en el proceso de selección. Finalmente, es difícil argumentar que faltan mujeres en un mundo de casi 8.000 millones de personas. En las cortes y tribunales internacionales estamos hablando de más o menos 200 puestos. Simplemente no es razonable ni lógico argumentar que no hay 100 mujeres calificadas en todo el mundo. En conclusión, aunque esta presentación y este panel se han enfocado en el tema de paridad de género, es importante recordar que hay muchos otros grupos que son invisibles en las cortes y los tribunales internacionales.
It is important to point out that there are many women that are invisible in the courts and that they require representation. For instance, there are statistics on representation of indigenous and sexual minorities and other types of minorities are not recognized, especially within their own countries. Thank you for your time and for your attention. Thank you, Ninke. Quite enlightening. Your demonstration, we see an underrepresentation of women in Latin America, and I'm sure in other countries or tribunals and international courts that it happens too. So I'm gonna be a bit of a provocateur, if you will, with this question. And I would like to refer to a quote by Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who unfortunately passed away this year and was one of the most emblematic judges worldwide. She was asked once, when do you think there will be enough women in the Supreme Court in the United States? And she said, well, when we have 9, that is, when the entire court is made up of women. The interviewer was a bit surprised, and she insisted, historically speaking, we've had courts in which we've had only men, and nobody seems to care about that. So why should it be uncomfortable to think of a court entirely comprised of women? And so there's a topic that has an intersectionality of quotas and political favors and what have you. These are problems that we will talk about in time. However, I don't want to take too much. I want to take up much of your time. I'm going to present to you Rocío Villanueva. She's a professor of the Universidad Católica del Perú, and she's going to present to us a rather important topic that is a bit provocative, if you will. It crosses the borders between judicial argumentation and corruption in cases of violence against women. So I leave the floor to Rocío Villanueva, whom we will hear from for the next 10 minutes, and then we will go into the Q&A session. Thank you, Lilian. Thank you for the invitation to this amazing forum. I would like to start these 10 minutes explaining why I decided to do research in these topics. And this has to do mostly with a problem that is very serious in my country, which is judicial corruption, and with the scandal of judicial corruption that happened in 2018 and that involved justices of the Supreme Court, prosecutors, and former members of the National Justice Association, which was the body that would select all the justices, judges, and prosecutors. And this scandal that happened in July of 2018 happened due to a group of audios that were made public through, and they were linked to a criminal network. And one of the first audios is a conversation between a former justice of the Supreme Court and his interloper, and they're in a way negotiating the sentence that they would have to impose to a rapist of a little girl of 11 years of age. And in the conversation we hear, because he was later removed from his position, and he asked his interloper, should I decrease or increase the sentence? And for me, that determined the need to investigate these links between corruption and a determined type of argumentation, that in the cases of gender violence can be characterized by incorporating stereotypes of gender. So my hypothesis is that corruption or the stereotypes of gender are very good allies to corruption. They're so ingrained in our nature that the judges use them as a ruse that they include in our argumentation. In the judicial theory and a law theory, there is a classification between easy and hard cases. What I have proposed, however, is that other than to have this classification of sorts, that in justice systems that have severe problems of judicial corruption, we have to add yet a third classification of cases. That is cases that I called cynical. And why do I call them cynical? Well, they're cynical because these are cases and judicial decisions or sentences that are being characterized by an open, unjustified, and exacerbated irrationality. And these arguments that are exaggerated in their irrationality are become apparent in the cases of gender violence, especially when there is a stereotype that is being pushed. I'm going to give you 2 examples that I have in the country, but I'm sure you can actually have more examples in your own countries as well. A few weeks ago, maybe 2, in Peru, there was the news of a decision by a judge in which the judges themselves, as part of their argumentation in the case of a rape, they sustained that the victim, the alleged victim, was not a victim because the day in which she was raped, according to her testimonial, she had red knickers that had embroidery in them. And because of that, according to their experience, somebody who would wear red knickers with embroidery is somebody who would like to have sex with somebody else, and therefore they should not be a victim of rape. And this is why I call this a cynical case, this type of argumentation that would be exaggeratingly so irrational. Yet another example that has happened a long time ago is that of a student of law who laid her claim on rape, and the prosecutors put that in file that because she took about 42 days between the actual fact when the things happened and her claim, she was lying. That the fact that she took so long to go to the authorities, she was therefore lying. And these are the cases in which the argumentations are mutually exclusive of the actual law. The incorporation of our rights within our constitutions impedes that the law could be considered just as an instrument of power, as an expression of a subjectivity or chauvinism. And this is why in democracies, in contemporary democracies, justification of the decisions and of course the judicial decisions of many prosecutors tend to be fundamentally important. Now we demand authorities to decide mostly in accordance with with foundations in law. So what I say is that judicial argumentation has to be strengthened in teaching the students so that it can become instrumental in prevention or combating these decisions that the judges issue that usually have no basis in legality, that incorporate the stereotypes of gender and represent a violation not only of the principle of non-discrimination, but also of the principles of judicial impartiality. This argumentation has to be a tool of sorts to prevent these types of decisions, to fight them directly, and because we have to demand our states that and contemporary democracies to protect the rights of women and to prevent making decisions that can be humiliating and mortifying. And this is just an example of what has happened. The law and rights in democracies shouldn't admit any type of argumentation that would be cynical, and we have to be capable of
fighting these types of arguments as well. Thank you. Excellent. Very interesting comment. Indeed, judicial argumentation that comes from stereotypes of gender is very damaging to the cause of women in the cases of gender violence. So it is important to put that on the table and to evaluate the quality of the argumentation processes, regardless of whether we are in the phase of a gender violence case, and to provide actual justice to these women. Because intuition tells us that the sensitivities of with respect to these cases tends to be comparable to that of a man. But in the end, the experiences tend to be different because the things tend to be different from the male perspective than that of the female perspective. And after these the intervention of these three extraordinary women and researchers, because this is not only a matter of gender, but also of their careers, because they are outstanding in their respective careers. Now we're going to read a few questions for the panelists to field. I'm going to read one that I want the three panelists to reply to. I'm going to give you time to participate in reverse order, because this is a question that I see in the chat that is being sent many times. And this is something that we always hear. So what's better to have, merit or equality? Whether we should demand a quota or equality? If we were to demand a quota, would we be damaging the professional experience or trajectory, or maybe even the professional integrity that should prevail over any gender quota or specific number of women that you would have to have in a specific courtroom? So this is a question that repeats a lot in the chat, and then I will ask the more specific questions to each and every single panelist, because this is a question that probably you have fielded before. I would ask of you to be as brief as possible. Sorry, I think I had a few connectivity issues. Okay. Okay, well, many moons ago, when we were fighting for the act to implement quotas, and this question would always appear. And what I have to say is that I don't believe they are mutually exclusive. And now that we're going to talk about actual equality, well, it's the same thing that I'm going to say today. And that is that merit appears when we talk about women inherently. And when I ask myself, when we didn't have these quota and we only had women, I would ask myself, if all the men had the actual merit to be in these positions, so you would demand of women today. And first off, I think these matters are not mutually exclusive, but you have to be careful because the merits appear when we have women there inherently. Something that you said about the Justice Ruth Beneder, and the normal thing is not to have women, but actually to have men. And this is exactly what happens when you talk about equality. Merit appears because we're talking about equality. If we were not talking about equality, then the political representation would have, it seems as if they don't care anything about merit. If you take into consideration merit, then you have to take it into account for both genders, but it shouldn't be an argument to question the presence of women in courthouses. Thank you. Very, very good reply. Ninke, it is now your turn. I could not agree more with Rocio. I believe it is the case that that merit is only talked about when we talk about women. And as I said in my presentation, in the case of the international courtrooms and courthouses and tribunals, I believe that this question is unfair in the sense that it is really hard to argument that there are no 100 women that are qualified around the world, in a world of over 8 billion people. So it is hard to imagine a world outside of the situation, or that this wouldn't be the case, that you wouldn't have 100 women around the world that could not be qualified to be an international judge. And as I said during my presentation, it looks as if nobody would dispute the fact that the selection processes at an international level happen or not due to merit. They usually happen due to political favors, exchange of votes. Maybe the public officer called his little friend and asked him whether he wanted to be a judge or not, and whatnot. And then, asking, demanding merit of women and asking whether they are qualified or not doesn't really elucidate any type of understanding within these processes. And an important thing is that we need to reform the processes to have more representation, and that would entail that that would mean that you would have more legitimate, more open, and more transparent processes, and that would mean that every single candidate or person there would be more qualified, not just the women. Yes, I agree with you. And in order to finish this question, I'll give the opportunity to Maria Adelaida so that she can share her knowledge. I also agree with both of our panelists. So I'm going to, however, to redirect the question, because I believe that it has been thought as in how good the quotas can be or not. And in this case, I'm not opposed to the quota system, but coming back to my presentation, I believe that it is very problematic to implement any type of measures without any type of diagnosis. And we need to rethink.
We need to think of the case of Ontario in Canada. Many years ago, they created a judicial commission that wanted to create a diagnosis as to why there were so few women in the judicial powers. And after this investigation, they found out that one fundamental aspect was that women would not run for these positions because they believed they would never be picked. So what the director of this judicial commission did, he created a list of the women that would fulfill the requirements, and he would write to them personally, and he would say, you, Liliana Arrieta, you have these characteristics, but I would ask of you to run for this position. And in just a few years, they managed to considerably increase female participation, and they didn't exactly need to implement a quota system. They just needed to understand what was happening and act upon these things with the political willpower and decision to do these things. And it's, in a way, we can say that quotas and this disputes against merit and equality is a little tricky in this way, because it seems to as if it would avoid the actual root of the problem or the causes that provoke it.
Thank you so much, Adelaida. Let me say that here in El Salvador, there was a study that we executed at the committee where I work and the Foundation in Salvador for Social and Economic Development. And we found, for example, that at the Supreme Court, there are phases of that process where there's an open contest or call, and anyone who complies with the minimum requirements will be able to apply. And despite this, there are very few women applying. And as you so clearly said, Maria Adelaida, we haven't done any kind of field research that would allow us to determine for what reason women do not apply for those high-level positions. And I think that is a pending task in several countries of Latin America and the world, probably. Very well, let's see how many questions that we can cover. But we have a question for Rocio Villanueva, several. But we're going to select questions that will not be so repetitive. Rocio, based on what strategies can you complement legal assistance to avoid stereotyping in sentencing? Rocio. There may be a connectivity problem with. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't unmute the microphone. Very well. We hear you. In many countries, in Peru, the Constitution guarantees the constitutional right to appeal rulings, and they are now the high courts of justice are public. And I think that one way of contributing for legal arguments to become an instrument to prevent and arguments that are gender based. As a professor of law, that is what I am doing. As professors, we write papers, and I'm writing a paper that analyzes critically this type of decisions and argue based on the law that these decisions are incompatible with a legal ordinance because they are breaching fundamental rights. But in addition to this, I want to say that there have to be changes in training, legal training. It has to be less formalist and based more in Latin America, based on legal argumentation and strengthening gender perspective at our schools of law. Thank you, Rocio. Let me now read a question addressed to Ninke. What do you think the potential effect of the presence of women judges in different matters of international courts may be? Thank you for that question. Very well. First of all, I think that we can look at what the effect of the presence of women is in the different areas, and also what the effect of the presence of women in the legitimacy of the institution. But these are two different questions or matters. One might also say, what is the effect of the presence of overrepresentation of men in the matters dealt with by international courts? And that is not asked very much. We just seem to assume that the presence, as we have already discussed with regarding Ruth Bader Ginsburg, we assume that the court is going to be primarily men or even exclusively comprised of men. And that is why we ask ourselves the question, what difference is it going to make to add women to this group? And one might also ask themselves, what difference is it going to make to have just men or the over-representation of men on the matters that the court deals with? To answer the question that was posed, there have been some studies in the courts and international courts of justice to try to determine if there is a difference in the way we answer and respond to cases when there are or are not women. There are very few of these cases because historically there are very few women in the courts. But at the same time, at the criminal court of Yugoslavia, it was demonstrated that on those panels where there were women present, sentencing was higher for the accused parties who robbed or attacked women. And for men, it was for the sentencing was higher for men who attacked men. That's what we found. And it was also found at the ICC that women judges, it was more likely for them to find discrimination in cases carried by women as compared to the same cases when there were only male judges. So if there's a mix here of answers regarding that question. I know we don't have much time, and I want to give the floor back to Lillian, but just to summarize, there are very few studies on this matter. However, there are many comments from the judges, female judges themselves, that say they believe that there is a difference in the way they interact with the witnesses and the way they reflect on cases at times. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ninke. Thank you, because these final thoughts, there has been a lot of discussion in the last few minutes. I would like to give each one of the participants 1 minute for a closing thought before thanking the organizers of this 3-day forum who have been able to fill us with ideas and with energy to close the year and to project a better 2021 for a fairer world through a more modern, digitized justice system in the world, one with greater participation of women and different populational groups. Adelaida. Once again, it was a pleasure to be here with you all. I would merely close by saying that since we're talking about innovation and justice, to innovate, we have to know more, and we have to want more women to be present. And that holds true for us in academia, as citizens, everything. I think that the function of these discussion spaces is to call on making certain that in selection processes we commit to electing women to high positions, women who are committed, because otherwise we can modify and change all of the selection mechanisms, but if we don't want this, we're not going to reach parity. And so that is my closing thought, a commitment as citizens.
Muchísimas gracias, María Adelaida.
Thank you, María Adelaida. Thank you. Rocio, your closing thoughts? Just briefly, and because of one of the questions posed to me regarding this network of corruption, I didn't say the name, but there is an administrator at the higher court in Callao who is has been denounced for reasons of corruption, and there are women who could also issue fails. I have never in my intervention said that men are corrupt and women are not corrupt. Never have I implied that. But what I do say is that in this network of corruption, the cupola is comprised of magistrates of the Supreme Court, a prosecutor. These are men, and for one obvious reason, as Adelaida just explained, they are the ones who hold the highest positions in our courts of justice. Therefore, it is men who are involved in these acts of corruption. Why are they the heads? Why are they all men? Because the most important positions are held by men in our justice systems. That does not mean that all men are corrupt, or that all judges that are men are corrupt, and that all women or all women who are judges are not. Nobody has implied or stated that at all, much less myself. But in this case, we must recognize who it is that holds the most responsibility. And in this case, these are men who hold these high-ranking positions, and therefore it is men who are the responsible ones for this corruption that I talked about. We must combat corruption, and I think that law is an instrument that can be very useful to counter corruption per se. These stereotyped arguments don't prove in and of themselves that one way or another, but I do believe that they can be something that indicates that there is incorrect conduct, because they're so irrational that they should take us to certain suspicions. And this has to be a social transformation instrument without a doubt. Thank you. Thank you for your words, your closing words. Minke? Ninke? Now, thank you. And adding my voice to what has been stated by my co-panelists, I think that the law gives us something useful to dwell on, how to improve institutions. And I think that feminism also gives us another mindset to understand institutions and try to come up with ways to improve them, not just to improve the situation of women, but the situation of everyone. Because when we look at this perspective, and you might say, look, there may be problems in the process, they're very closed, they're not transparent. And one might also ask oneself, who else is lacking or missing here? I would close by saying simply that it is important and useful to evaluate institutions and access to justice and to innovate as well. I also would like to add for Maria Adelaida, I'm very happy that here in the United States, we just elected a president who is going to promote a gender agenda. At least that is my hope. I thank you all for this event and for all that you have said that gives us food for thought henceforth. With these closing words from our distinguished panelists, we close this discussion on how to promote greater participation of women in justice systems. We know that this is a discussion that is ongoing, one that we must continue to work with. And let's remember, as I said at the beginning, parity for women and women's participation in decision-making positions in the judiciary particularly is not something of concern just to feminists or women. It is rather a matter of democracy, of representation. 50% or more of the population must have a voice, must have an influence on decision making, because the experience that we see shows that topics related to women are only driven when they are women in the decision-making bodies. If we don't demand higher levels of participation in these women's bodies and agencies of concern, and issues of concern to us, then, for example, how to combine work with the home and work with health matters, and the list is very long, but these were topics that were relegated to a secondary agenda because women, and will continue to be if women don't acquire a stronger voice in fixing and establishing public agendas or in the judicial bodies that from the high courts of justice and national judiciary determine the way in which selection processes are carried out. And in effect, we see processes that are based on merit. We want them to be more transparent. We want them to avoid networks of corruption taking over the administration of justice, which happens when, as Ninke said, at the end of 2020, it's no longer possible to say, let's not elect more women to international or Supreme Courts or different high courts because there aren't any women. There are. It is just a matter of not having created the necessary incentives to urge women to participate, or because decisions are political in one way or another and linked to cronyism and women and men pulling in their other male colleagues to positions. So we need to make sure that these processes no longer exist and that they based on technical elements that assess the capacity of people, their integrity, and a possibility for holding these positions. Thank you. It has been a pleasure to share this space with each one of you. thank you once again to the organizers for these 3 extraordinary days. And I have been able to learn from moderating this panel, but also as a participant in many of the other discussions since yesterday morning. I wish you all a good afternoon. Thank you.
Excelentes conferencias y paneles en este segundo día del Foro Internacional, la innovación en la justicia. Hemos intercambiado ideas, perspectivas e iniciativas para modernizar la justicia. Les recordamos que el hashtag del evento es Innovando la Justicia y nos encantará recibir comentarios en nuestras redes sociales, Twitter y Facebook. Asimismo, les recordamos que recibimos sus preguntas en nuestra página innovacionenlajusticia.mexicoevalúa.org. Retomaremos las actividades hora de la Ciudad de México con el panel Innovaciones, Justicia y Seguridad. Posteriormente tendremos el panel Denuncia de Corrupción y el papel de los denunciantes y cerraremos esta jornada con el panel Innovación de Poderes Judiciales en México. No se los pierdan. Buen provecho. Retomamos las actividades de este segundo día del primer Foro Internacional, la innovación en la justicia. A continuación, tendremos el panel denominado Innovaciones, Justicia y Seguridad, que será moderado por Karina Anzola-Vejere. Ella es investigadora del Instituto de Investigaciones Jurídicas de la UNAM. Sus áreas de interés son la política jurídica, los derechos humanos, la sociología del derecho y la teoría política. Preocupada por el papel de las instituciones jurídicas en la protección y defensa de la población en contextos de violencia, actualmente desarrolla 2 líneas de investigación que combinan las distintas áreas de interés: impacto de las jerarquías judiciales en los procesos de difusión y recepción de innovaciones doctrinales y graves violaciones de derechos humanos en México. Demos la cordial bienvenida a Karina.
Buenas tardes,
Good afternoon.
bienvenidos a la mesa sobre innovaciones en justicia y seguridad. Es un gusto para mí moderar esta mesa en la que nos estarán acompañando Juan Martín Granados Torres, quien es secretario de Gobierno de Querétaro, Arnoldo Huerta Rincón, secretario ejecutivo del Consejo de...
Executive Secretary for the Council of the Judiciary for the State of Tamaulipas in Mexico, Andrés Maunque, National Defender for Chile, and José Luis Hernández Carreón from the Digital Government and Innovation for Citizens at the Inter-American Development Bank in this division. And although he is in the United States, he is from Spain. And the topic that convenes us at this discussion table is that of challenges and the lines of innovation that are under development in the sphere of security and justice at the level of federal governments as well as local governments. And I believe that this is a fundamental topic given the options that are opened up by technology for security and justice. But at the same time, I believe that this is a topic that is fundamental given the situation that we are experiencing with the pandemic that has forced us all to employ different innovation mechanisms to move forward with our work. And without further ado, I would like to give the floor to the first of our panelists, Juan Martín Granados Torres, Secretary of the Interior for the state of Querétaro. And the 2 questions that I have for this first intervention is, what is the role, in your opinion, of innovation to improve services for innovation and justice? And in what aspects do you consider that the projects that you are implementing promote and drive innovation in this sphere? You are recognized. Thank you and good afternoon. I am very pleased to greet you all and thank you, Karina, for your introduction. And it is indeed an honor for me to be here with all of the panelists and participate in this activity. Allow me to tell you a little bit about what we have been working on over the past 5 years in terms of security and justice in the adversarial system. And the context ranges from the very definition of electoral processes. On October 1st, 2015, Governor Francisco Dominguez takes up the position of governor for the state. At that time, there were more or less had been 7 years and 4 months of the period of implementation established by the transitory or temporary agreement. And according to the temporary, the adversarial system was going to be mandatory throughout the country and all of our state. In our state, as the same as the rest of the country, we opted for progressive transition of this implementation. And what we found as a major problem was that the metro area, representing 75% of cases and 85% of operators, the adversarial system was not implemented. So we were running out of time, but the models of implementation that had been used, of which we had an experience that in which the citizen was not accepting an experience with little success. We centered on training for all, and everybody knows what these dynamics are of simulated trials and where the police were the judges and the defenders took part, and it was simulations. And there was technology in which everyone departmentalized institutionally their own administrative management processes. And we had legal frameworks that, incredibly enough, provided answer at the local level to a national code of criminal proceedings in one single constitutional reform. So what we proposed here was a redefinition in the first and basic essential part, and that was a major political agreement between the three branches and the autonomous constitutional bodies that were to participate. This political agreement was reflected in a constitutional agreement that establishes in principle the concept of security without adjectives, referenced by the concept of human security. Secondly, the implementation of adversarial oral systems as understood as a system of institutional processes. The oral adversarial system is a mechanism of guarantees for the fundamental rights of persons who are subject or linked to a criminal proceeding. When a person goes to the police, it doesn't change, the system doesn't, the same person goes to the police and then to the prosecutor and so forth. But the authorities are the ones that will have to take care of that one person at the different phases. So what we wanted is for there to be material aspect of this institutional coordination that would respect the fundamental rights of the individual in terms of justice during all of the steps in which the authority was participating. And what was the mechanism that was used for innovation? First, a legal framework in which the institutional coordination was mandatory. If we look at our Constitution, we have little more than a dozen articles in the federal Constitution, but in no case does it talk about coordination in terms of justice. Our Constitution is proposing it as a concept that would be meta-constitutional in this regard. But not only is it something that should be, because in addition to the constitutional reform, we had to have the scaffolding set up institutionally and to create new institutions that would render operational the oral adversarial system. The manner in which this must be guaranteed and ensured this was to create a unique IT system, and everything began from the process in which the systems, once the person calls 911, the close police, either the municipal, state, or investigative police, arrives with an electronic device, a tablet, and takes down the record of the complaint according to the guidelines of the penal or criminal proceedings legislation. And then that information is put forward in this tablet, laid down, and then it is submitted to activate on behalf of the prosecutor who is supervising this online, and goes to the rest of the operators who have to take part right then to handle the fundamental rights and defend the fundamental rights of the victim or the aggrieved party, or if there is a person who has been detained as well. All of that information with the channels and definitions of security, both legal as well as technological, goes to our Center for Information and Analysis. And based on that, the police corps begin to analyze the different aspects, the programs and the actions of public services at the municipal level that will allow for rehabilitation of the spaces. And that is part of the recovery of the spaces that generate factors of lack of security or perception of such, or genuine crime. If we talk about justice here, then we have an electronic mechanism that enables us for each one of the operators to be monitored in the service standards, in the processes to such a degree that there is some learning pedagogy here that in these 5 years we have been able to work on and correct. Of the 4 years that we have been operating, in 3 of those years, we have been honored and by Mexico Evalúa as the model that has had the best scope in implementation of the oral adversarial justice system. All of this is interconnected through computers from the time the complaint is taken down all the way through the final process. And third, the third strategy is based on what the operator needs. It's not everybody knowing everything, but based on a need to know, or that aptitude or need to operate the model. Thank you very much. Thank you, Juan Martín, for strictly sticking to our time frame. Let me now give the floor to Arnoldo Huerta, who is the Executive Secretary for the Council of the Judiciary for the state of Tamaulipas in Mexico. The same questions for you, Arnoldo. Good afternoon, all, and thank you, Karina, for allowing me to take part in this event and platform. Let me talk specifically about a system that we approved by our president, who is the magistrate in charge, a program called Virtual Assistance for processed who have been out on parole. And the first question that we have is a matter of whether we like it or not. We were forced to take it by the pandemic. The first one starting in March, the approval of electronic security measures, the manual for public and private institutions, no paper, everything was electronic, the procedure manual for certificates of deposit, CODs, and electronic bank statements, and the last that I'm mentioning. So in this case, we studied the possibility, because the same as in the executive powers, and we were not the exception in Tamaulipas, we suspended compliance of those processed and under parole because of COVID, we were trying to make sure that they don't actually go physically to report. And under the new system, the adversarial system, which is no longer new, in fact, what led to public security measures was that we said, and I talked about this with colleagues who suspended at the federal level fully, and we said we can't continue to suspend it, nor could we open the doors up 100%, because as you all know, the phases go up and down, and this hasn't stopped. And I refer to COVID. And in justice, the same holds true. In this case, we realized that in our state of Tamaulipas, we had around 2,000 people receiving this benefit, to give it a name. Everybody knows that the criminal codes, and they're published, and we have this at the federal level and state, and we have this figure there. And let's clarify for those who are watching us and don't know what it is, because the last question was, what are the three keys of innovation in the project? One is resistance, and I clarify this because there are people that might think that we're going to benefit those who are under due process, but it's not just that. There is a code that is different from this, different from the penal or criminal code, and there are requirements for this. There is a guarantee of reparation of damages for non-serious crimes, maximum 5 years, and that the public defender, when the public defender requests it, there is something that the court itself has caused accessibility of this. So we're not changing substantively anything. We are simply handling a diverse system so that we can have access to it due to COVID. This is a reality. You can't stop with the obligations that people have to comply with because of a pandemic. So this is an innovative program because in the country, we can't find this anywhere else. And I've been in contact with a good friend at the National Information Center, Mr. David Perez Esparza, and we've shared this information there. Maybe it can be used later. And we have this for the traditional criminal system, because that is the system in this type of benefit follow-up for this for compliance. This is the only one where a judge is going to take part in it, because in public security, I think that a unit was created, I'm not sure if they followed through with it, to provide follow-up to compliance of parole. I know that we don't have very much time, but I'm trying to be as succinct as possible, and I'll be happy to expound on this in the Q&A session. But if we can handle this for the program and parole, there's monitoring, there's physical signing, and there's more steps to it. But we carried out in 2019 with around 80 million people having internet and 80-some million having a cell phone or a mobile phone. This is an app that could be uploaded into a 5.0 system in a cell phone, a mobile smartphone. And this would cost maybe some 800 pesos for the budget ones. People don't have to go directly and do it physically with a fingerprint. Here, the issue is they go to the agency, they request the electronic system, or they can be enrolled there for use with the app on their cell phone. They're given a code that is unique to them, and then the judge continues with the Secretariat of Agreements working with them. People comply with this obligation in parole, depending on their parole system. Could be once a week, every month, or whatever is designated. But in the state of Tamaulipas, they're going to be presenting what they call a selfie instead of physical. The judge has to make sure that that person is indeed the right person, and they can detect through GPS exactly where you are in the city. So you're virtually complying with the obligation through a selfie and through an app. Depending on the application and implementation, this might remain forever once the pandemic is over, because it's not about serious crimes. These are not people that are not on parole. This is just for those who are on parole. And the jurisprudence itself has determined that this measure that the judge has established is to control the process. Know that the person is within the district, if they're called upon, the district that they cannot leave. Here, the matter is that evidently, what are the keys? Well, the drive to do this, the need. In order to kick off this program, we worked with the director of IT and myself, all the way from the idea, the incipient idea, to materialization. And we worked with the traditional criminal judges of the state and with those who have undergone due process as well. So we did this with them and made sure that they were part of the general agreement. Resistance, obviously there's always going to be resistance. This is something that we all have to face on an everyday basis. It's normal. The judicial powers cannot stop that. Third, I think that in this type of programs, then we have to handle backup. we gave them 3 weeks for this to be entered into force. And these 3 weeks gave us the opportunity to disseminate this, and for those who were processed to approach voluntarily and request this benefit. In general terms, that's what this program called Innovador in the state of Tamaulipas entails. I give the floor back to Karina.
Thank you, Arnoldo, for your presentation. And I'm going to give the floor now to Andres Manque, a national defender from Chile, hailing all the way from Chile. Thank you for joining us today, Andres. Hello there, Karina. When it comes to innovation, and especially those that are linked to digital transformation, I believe that it is always good to talk about certain aspects, especially if we want to adapt technology to the different solutions that can be provided to justice. We have solutions that can be brought from the private sector towards the public sector, and that is to bridge the gap that we have in terms of justice in Latin America. And to do so, we have to make use of technology to provide said justice to the people and generate a lot more trust and to resolve the issues that we have in our justice systems. Another point that I would like to touch upon is that with these new technologies, we need to advance towards advanced analysis and data science to improve our information systems, to improve our channels of access and participation. As an example of what we do at the public defenders in Chile, we have a specific project that has been consolidated and that means that the defensorship can reach to the certain people according to the causes and through the consolidation of the systems of the country, and but that also means that they can litigate through in a very office, and they can generate interviews through this virtual mechanism. Also, we can point out the digital portfolio in which both the defendant and defendee have all the information and they can look it up online. It's not that they are digitalized or anything, it's just that they are completely on the web, and through the link that is provided by the judicial power, they can analyze everything. Especially it can be looked up by the prosecutors, and what happens is that the prosecutors usually at the moment of a hearing, they will only take their tablet or an electronic device. They won't take a file, and this is quite distinctive of us because we are the only government body that has managed to consolidate such a technology that can in the end reach the entirety of the country. But that will facilitate our work, and that means that we can provide a lot more information to the judges so that they can make a proper decision, especially when they are going through a specific hearing or deposition. And now as a third aspect of it all is that we need to look through innovation for a juxtaposition of solutions that are systemic in nature, interinstitutional solutions, and through these mechanisms they can solve very concrete examples or problems, and they can make participation and knowledge of the people more efficient. This apropos of this access to justice that I'm trying to bridge as a gap, and of course that digital transformation will bring about. In this environment of trying to find systemic solutions, it is clear within the system that we have a scheduling of hearings that is completely virtual, also of digital training that has been completed at about 70%, in which we have the interoperation of all the technological platforms of the government bodies, not only the prosecutor's office and the judicial power, but also what we call the penitentiary system and the police departments, because we have two bodies, the research or investigation police and the regular police. And of course, the technologies are being used for the day-to-day work. And now that apropos of the pandemic, they seem as they could be the normal thing, but they have enticed a certain innovation as well. And throughout the years, they have optimized our legal systems and have permitted it to work properly in spite of this pandemic or the fact that we have to move forward through the virtual world, not only in the exercise of each and every single one of our institutions, but also with the contact of society with the government. And now, from a point of view, not only systemic, but also from the public defendant's office, with all this information and all these mechanisms, we have generated at a specific procedural stage, which is where we identify the most vulnerabilities or fears. The information is given to the judge, and this is what we call a virtual assistant. That is, the defendant and the defendee through an algorithm that extracts from millions of data that has been incorporated specifically for the area in which they work in, and with the cooperation of the tribunals and the criteria of prosecution and all the information according to felony and the processes of the hearing that can generate certain procedures that can be encouraging to both parties and can even provide levels of certainty that are very good. A person, for instance, is supposed to be taken into precautionary measure. We know exactly what's happening, the probabilities of maybe how successful it can be, the probabilities of maybe the legality or illegality of the detention or the arrest, and maybe the dispute of other precautionary measures and the strategies from the defense. These are elements that are now available to the defendants and defensees, and these are the central elements that we can point out. In Código Innovación, we are reaching very determining aspects of, and most of it all, access to justice and to increase the quality standards of the defense in the cases where several parties are involved. And this is also an innovation that strays a bit from our digital world, and that is, and with this I'm going to finish my intervention, is trying to innovate in the roads apropos of the of security, that is depriving of freedom, that is to make use of alternative solutions to depriving of freedom, that is understanding that we all are striving for the same thing, and that these mechanisms that are usually not so innovative will generate a disenfranchisement of people, or even truancy, or a loss of more recidivism, and that translates into the increase of less opportunities and people going back to being recidivist. However, we are striving for the strengthening of the social peace, and what we have to do is, in an innovative way, is to tread along these two paths. That is, criminal prosecution through a rigorous establishment of precautionary measures and following of the penal system, but also finding a balance or trade-off, if you will, and the respect of the human rights of others that would not end up generating would not end up in a step back for this, that would end up also prioritizing the creation of public policies that are balanced, that strengthen society, and that decrease the number of people who participate in felonies in our country. Thank you very much, and also very punctual with time. I think that this panel is very good. Maybe that happens because perhaps you're all involved in justice and procedures, that you're so punctual with your times. So in order to finish with this next round, I'm going to give the floor to Jose Luis Hernandez Carrion from the Inter-American Panel of Development, from the government of digital, from the team of digital government. Thank you once more for the invitation and for allowing me to share this conversation with my colleagues. I'm going to share a very small presentation with you. I don't know if you can see it properly. Perfect. And this is from my point of view, what is missing the main aspects that we need to tackle in order to achieve innovation in justice at large. I can't forget that the first thing is that in many situations, and it usually happens to us all when we're talking about innovation quickly, we usually think of technology, and technology is just one of the many levers that we need to pull in order to achieve digital justice, in justice in its most ample meaning. Operation and technology is good, but we also need normativity, organization, technology, and organization in many cases is usually where we have the most successes and failures, especially in states with a very strong federal presence, like case of Brazil or Mexico, in which the states are very independent from the rest of the country, and this administrative lever it tends to be one of the most important ones when we pull it, especially when we want to have access to digital platforms or in projects of innovation that include technology. As I said before, not everything is technology. We have to have a strategy. Our strategy in turn has to encompass several aspects like priorities, the axioms of our strategy of transformation, the principles, everything that deals with operations, the investment. So in a way, it has to be planned. And of course, regulation. We cannot pretend that the line of work that or a project that of innovation that takes years and years, that could suppose millions and millions of years of savings or investment, could end up in the trash because maybe we forgot a law, or maybe a lawyer found a loophole that he could take advantage of. So of course, that would mean that our digital project would be would go to the dogs in a way. And framework is also very important, not only from the operational standpoint, but also from the legal standpoint. As our colleague Mr. Mackey said, there has to be a balance between applications and everything else. There has to be a technical normativity that lays the way or the foundation for everything else, and the ways into which we can govern technology in a way. And then we go to technology. Just a few seconds ago, we were talking about only strategy, but now we see how technology crops up. And what is the deal with technology? We have to build AI structures and everything, the framework and everything related, the paraphernalia related to it. Think of the user and think of a central idea, and think of the positions of work for people and how can they can be included. And then we go to digital services, like the meat and bones of the whole thing, the business. You have to deal with deliveries and the administration of a schedule and things that will provide answers to the needs of justice at large. Now, administration of change, which is also very important. Sometimes we forget that people need to adapt, to transform, to sometimes they need help. And you need to have a very good user experience so that the offices can be supported in order to make sure that this administration of change can actually happen smoothly. As Peter Luker said, that the culture of organization requires innovation at all times, and this is true. Change is a form of innovation. Now implementation and dynamization. We have to start with the offices and the buffets and everything to make sure that they actually work, that we have good or user-friendly approaches and be part of a system. Let's say if we were to have a system that is faulty, well, maybe we have to correct it. Or maybe there was a deposition or something that we didn't foresee, and we have to attend to that quickly and correlate with your teams. And then also communication, which is crucial when you want things to go correctly, both internally and externally. You're not going to communicate the same things to your own staff compared to the lawyers outside or society at large. So you have to to create a strategy of communication that would relay the information of innovation to the people inside and outside of the organizations. And of course, monitoring. How are you going to do follow-up of the data? How you're going to assess or verify that you're actually going in the right direction, both in the strategies and everything else, how the applications are working, how everything else is working. So this could be, in a way, a framework that would allow us to do innovation or digital transformation in an orderly fashion. In some cases, it can be debatable, but I believe that in a way, this would be the roadmap or the levers that you have to pull at an administrative or organizational and executable fashion so that things can happen, even from the regulation standpoint too. So this is an ecosystem of digital aspects so that you can have the police departments, the health centers, the justice departments have a certain logistics that they can reach to and use together. These organizations and institutions would be end up being linked up or connected, not only from a judicial standpoint, but also from a fiscal or taxable standpoint. And through electronic communications, it could be completely integrated with each other. And you can have, for instance, cases like, and you can make connections with others like the police, lawyers, so that they have prompt information from these government bodies. But we also should never forget that justice is just one of the aspects that should be present at a digital world and a government that is digital. And this is just an illustration, an example of how justice is there at the bottom part at the left, but it is a link to the police department, to other bodies, to the civil registry, should that be the case, to health and everything else. In the end, justice, it has to be linked up to all the bodies possible, but we need to understand that there are other processes from other services that at some point can even bring more into the interlocality of the judicial services, or even society or the digital government. So we have to foresee that society in and of itself is a world, but you also have to exchange information, not only to compile it, but to also offer interoperable information between every instance to make sure that life becomes more transparent to those digital users or citizens. Now, what is the road to take towards a digital justice 2.0? Well, I want to think positively and bring about few ideas as to how we can go, what phases we should take on, where should we travel towards this digital justice 2.0, the use of AIs, which we have commented on, and in the decision-making process. Well, that depends on whether the phase we find ourselves, we can delve deeper into specific topics that could be disruptive even. I know that you can separate them into projects type 1 and projects type 2 in green and type 1 in blue to make a difference of those projects that use actual data, real data, from those projects that don't need a lot of data to train themselves and to advance. Because sometimes things can happen in it can be very difficult. So we have to separate things to make sure that they can happen smoothly. And this is where I end my presentation, and we can go to the Q&A session. And once more, I want to thank you, and it is thanks to initiatives like this one that justice can be a reality in many of our countries. So let's work together to make sure that it actually happens. Thank you. Again, thank you, Jose Luis. And let's go to our second round of questions. I believe that the common denominator of these interventions was innovation, or how problematic can innovation can be at the service of the service of justice. It was not just that we created innovation for the sake of it, but that in all cases, these were answers to problems that were succinct, that were specific, studied, and in which technology can be just a medium for a means to an end, if you will. A privileged one, by the way. So I am going to give the floor to one of our panelists to a second round of questions. This is going to be brief. And the question that I want to share with you is, what were the key aspects of innovation that you have presented to us, if you were to specify them, please? So I'm going to start with Martín Granados.
Una disculpa. De manera muy breve, creo que los tres principales
The three main problems that we have detected from the experiences that have been shared with us and that we managed to see as well ourselves. Well, first off, the definition of defining the actual problem that we need to solve. That is, asking ourselves, why do we want technology? And it's just about having the private initiative and helping us with development. Asking ourselves, more like asking ourselves why we want to do this. We have to tailor our services to ensure that our problems are being solved, especially in oral adversarial, in the oral adversarial system, to make sure that all institutions are communicated or communicate amongst each other. And the next problem, in terms of justice, it is normal to see an institutional symmetry. We have a symmetry. There are some institutions that grow and others collapse. So if there's no systemic focus, if there's no vision of state, at some point, a new regulation can come in, and maybe that will disrupt things. There will be a good administration of justice, but there will be poor administration. So this technology makes sure that the operation will have a institutional symmetry that goes hand in hand, however, with certainty and with judicial certainty. Communication is one thing, like the one we're having right now, but another thing is to ensure that that communication happens in accordance with the formalities and legal conditions that the judicial system establishes. And one last comment with this, I'm going to finish. It is very important for technological information to destroy that Tower of Babel. That means that when you have an operator, whether it is a prosecutor or the police, they handle a specific manage, but they also have a different language to that of the IT developer. And the big problem is who needs to understand who. What we did then was we took the IT guy, the engineers, and the students, and we embedded them in an operational model. So based on studies and field studies and methodologies and praxis in general, we identified the processes that could be digitized and create this roadmap that is informatic in nature of the judicial and justice processes. And these are the three things that I believe can be key to talk about modernizing, especially based on the technological developments that would allow us to solve problems of community, real problems. And what we have achieved today is that via several applications, citizens responded a satisfaction poll once they leave an area where they had services provided, and that puts us in communication directly with them.
Thank you, Juan Martín. Arnoldo, you're next. Thank you, Karina. In my intervention, I already mentioned some of these key messages, but I put them in order in my head now, and I would say there are three. First, the need to comply with obligations, with a judicial mandate. The judge had already determined that certain persons, in our cases, in virtual assistance, in traditional processes, would have to go on a weekly or twice monthly basis, etc. That's the motivation. The need it had been completely suspended because of the pandemic. Now, through the pandemic, then they started handling the essential things and we started adding more in. Now, I think that when this began, I think we didn't know what we were facing. Second, the foundation. What is the foundation for this? Foundation to take care of the legal bodies, the doctrine, and the meaning of this, and that the courts might have a proper way to deal with this. While this is true, the executive power, the legislative must update its legislation to reality, but what the judicial power does on an everyday basis is that they cannot wait every day until they can all agree. So through agreements or guidelines that are produced, then we lay the foundation in the best manner possible. We know what the system is, and fundamental rights might be violated. And in light of the need, what comes first, health or justice? And that's where you have to be careful with the second key, the foundation, to achieve a product as a result. And the third, once you have done the foregoing, the third key message is implementation. Due implementation can be divided in three parts. One, time for agreement, and then when it enters into force. It can't be very long because the pandemic doesn't stop, and nor can it be one day to the next because you don't have enough time to fine-tune new policies or systems. And part of this implementation includes also dissemination. You can't use physical newspaper very much anymore. You have to use word of mouth and social media. So now the people who have been processed have to abide by these new forms. And resistance inside, because there's always resistance in people who resist to change traditionally the way service is provided, and externally people who don't want to become updated to the new justice system online. They don't want to be bothered with it. So I would say that those are the three key messages for the project that we are using and implementing now in Tamaulipas. Thank you, Arnoldo, and I give the floor to Andres. Thank you once again, Karina. Following the lines of Juan Martin at the beginning, this is a state policy, and everything has to be fully coordinated and coherent and with the purpose of becoming public policy. From the point of view of justice, I think we have to put people at the heart of things, at the heart of justice, and in all of their array and diversity, is a justice system that can recognize differences and provide tailored responses for the different life contexts of people who go and demand justice from our systems. And what better way to do this than through innovation and a look at state policy under the optic of an open government, transparency and access to information, participation, collaboration, or co-building, shared building. If we look at each one of these elements, the open government, we can see in what way we can start bringing in innovative models and at the same time accompanied by technological aspects and digital transformation. But for each one of these, we know the principle of open government is at the heart of it. Now, we can reach governance that is destined to create and build public value in the state's action and activity that is innovative here. And I think that the principle of open government will help us very much. Thank you, Karina. I thank you. And to close this second round of questions and move into Q&A, I'll give the floor to Jose Luis. Thank you. There are basically three aspects of innovation, three characteristics. We have talked about this, several of the speakers, and that is to turn this into a state project. It is exquisitely constitutional. That is the most important aspect. We cannot approach in isolated fashion each institution without having the coordination of all. of all under the state. Justice can transform and encompass police and so much more. And something that is to me very important is one of the keys to success is this precisely, the openness and regulatory aspects are very important. They're crucial. Sometimes we leave this by the wayside and move just into the law for digitization and we say, yes, let's do this, but there is juridical, there's technical regulation. Each one of the necessary layers has to be in order so that the digitization is going to work and innovation can proceed and move forward, and how they have to incorporate the technical components that have to be built. Third, a strategy and a roadmap that is clear. We cannot leave projects that require major innovation or digital transformation up to the impulses of each one of the different players when we are working on a long-term state project. This is not going to waver with changes in administration. That cannot be possible. I thank you all. Thank you, Jose Luis. Thank you, all four of you. I am going to read to you. There are many questions that have been submitted from the audience. I am going to select a few of them because we have 8 minutes, so you will each have 2 minutes to answer these questions. Juan Martin, in your mindset, is it possible for the data gathered through the Cosmos project that you talked to us about, will they help you to bring in information to generate indicators for management, to evaluate the exercise of public service of the offered by the operators in the public legal system and determine the efficiency and efficacy of their functions to generate greater accountability? In the case of Arnoldo, the question is, in the case of Tamaulipas, what importance has interinstitutional collaboration taken on to implement this project? And for Andres, there are many questions and we'll share them with you later, but one that I think is crucial is how to guarantee the algorithms and other technologies or machine learning that is used as part of the predictive systems for imparting justice are not going to show biases or inequalities, which are the biases in the self-same criminal justice system. How can you avoid this happening in the algorithms? And lastly, for Jose Luis, what are the risks and limits to consider in the transition toward a digital government, and within these, those specific ones for digital justice? I am told that you have 1.5 minutes now for each of you. So Juan Martin, go right ahead. Thank you. Now, regarding the question of whether Cosmos allows you to evaluate the efficiency and efficacy of each one of the operators for the operation models and have a systemic evaluation, yes, it does. A resounding yes, because these are not databases, nor are they a technology that has been brought in from the market. It is a system that has been created by the operators themselves. Therefore, this enables indicators and metrics for behavior per operation model, public defenders, prosecutors, everyone, police is involved in the models for operation. And we still have systemic indicators in such a way that by law, there is a strategic plan that is going to be submitted to a first evaluation in 2023, so that the next administration, obviously every year, but by 2023, there will be an assessment of the last 8 years of the praxis of adversarial oral justice systems within the comprehensive legal system with the appropriate and due training provided. And I've tried to take that Tower of Babel away from the operators. Thank you, Juan Martín. Arnoldo, please. That question is very interesting because it gives me a chance to clarify something that is interinstitutional collaboration. This is important. We're talking about interinstitutional. In the traditional system, those who are providing this follow-up is precisely the judges. And so it's important for interinstitutional judges and the council, et cetera, that we are pending and following up on this, and obviously with those under process as well, prosecution. We begin with the traditional system, but even though you think that this doesn't exist, there are 2,000 people, as I said, who are going to move into the interinstitutional system. That is, we're going to share this with public security for the state or the federal, because as you mentioned earlier, the adversarial oral system is meted by the institution. The judge provides control. So here, what we have is purely interinstitutional, and it's a vast amount. And once it's up and running, the idea is to share it, as Jose Luis Hernandez so clearly said, to have an open policy, and for us not to envision this just as at the state level, but country level. Thank you, and Andres now. Thank you once again. The first initial purposes of the algorithms and not replicating biases and inequalities is to be clear about the fact that all of these mechanisms for innovation and technological tools are at the service of the persons who have to make decisions. So we need to garner more information to make better decisions and do better work. And that is what we are focusing on. And we can't think that they're going to solve other types of problems or take our place in decision. There are certain biases and certain decisions or inequalities. We are handling those through standards that are being defined, defining the quality of the defense, the line of defense, but seeking at all times these systems, particularly predictive systems, provide more information to the defender so that the defender can improve negotiation or discussion if there is no possibility for negotiation. And naturally in the assessment, a lot of information is provided, because in those areas where we break away from negative prediction that is doomed to failure in light of a discussion, and we achieve successes that go beyond prediction, then there is good practice behind that, which we want to detect and replicate at the national level. Thank you so much. And now, in closing this excellent discussion table, allow me to give the floor to Jose Luis Hernandez. Thank you. Very well. The question is a broad one, but I will go into the risks and limits of digital security and justice. I think that the most important thing is the risk of failure in certain projects that failure and stay by the wayside and produce a lot of frustration. There are many countries that have launched on several occasions innovative processes in security and justice. And because of certain reasons, because they weren't ready, they weren't coordinating strategies, but rather this was merely desires, but they fail. And therefore frustration sets in and a lot of drive is lost. The limits, well, the limits can be endless, and the sky is the limit. And so we need people, we need money, but it is true that the limits would be in ethics, in the intimacy of person and data protection. Once you try to surpass that line, then you must be moved very carefully. The earlier question that was answered by another colleague is that we have to be careful not to cross those lines. They are very useful until such time as we invade the intimacy of people. Very well, we have reached the end of this time together, regrettably, but we thank you very much, and we have many questions still, but thank you so much for sharing your experience, sharing your knowledge, and we will continue in this event. Good afternoon, all, and until next time. Good afternoon. It was a pleasure to know you all.
Muchas gracias a todos.
Continuamos con nuestro segundo día del primer Foro Internacional de la Innovación en la Justicia. En este foro escuchamos diferentes historias y diferentes experiencias acerca de la implementación de tecnologías digitales para facilitar el acceso a la justicia, transparentar el actuar de las autoridades y proteger los derechos de las personas involucradas en el sistema. También observamos que es un proceso y no es solo un acto el innovar y el implementar la modernización. Y debe ser abordado como una política de Estado de largo alcance y se debe tener bastante paciencia ante los reveses que puede tener. A continuación, tendremos el panel de denuncia de corrupción y el papel de los denunciantes, que será moderado por Ángeles Estrada. Ángeles Estrada es licenciada en Derecho por el Instituto Tecnológico Autónomo de México, el ITAM, y maestra en Derecho Internacional por la Escuela Fletcher de Derecho y Diplomacia de la Universidad de Tufts, en Massachusetts. Como funcionaria pública, se desempeñó como directora de análisis y proyectos en el Instituto Federal de Acceso a Información y Protección de Datos, hoy el INAI, y como asesora legal para el Instituto de Transparencia y Acceso a la Información Pública del Distrito Federal, hoy InfoCDMX. Muchas gracias por su participación.
Hola, ¿qué
Thank all the institutions that brought us, Mexico Balúa, the Neumann and the Frederick Neumann Foundation. And I want to thank all the people present and the speakers for this event, which is called Corruption Complaints and the Role of Plaintiffs. So I would like to start from a very broad overview of the problem. I want to share the fact that although there are several regulations and adequations in regulation that we need to engage into to create a system of anonymous complaint and protection of plaintiffs that would be efficient. It would be good to delve deeper into other elements that have to deal with nature, with psychology, and everything that we need to consider to know exactly what we need to do to promote um, corruption complaints both at the private and public sectors. As you know, there's a very explicit and very set in animosity against plaintiffs, internal and plaintiffs, both on the public and private sectors. And I believe that is true to not only Mexico, but the rest of the world as well. And maybe John will shed light as to what is happening in the United States or, well, and in his organization for the National Whistleblower Center. And from the point of view of Carlos Guerrero, who are experts of this topic and who will give us more information on this topic. So, this in no country it is with lower levels of corruption, and it is rather something that would bring animosity. So it's to open up the conversation in which I'm going to ask directly Carlos Guerrero to begin with his talk. I would like to begin by saying that this topic is something that we usually don't talk about very openly in our concepts. We usually call whistleblowers in a despective manner, you know, as a scapegoat, as a bad person in general. We never refer to them as with the respect that they actually need to have. Those people who decide to face a situation of corruption and decide to file a complaint against somebody who committed fraud or maybe their superior. And we're not very used to call these people in their adequate name, which is internal whistleblowers, people who alert you of that in the United States and other countries, as we call them, whistleblowers. And this is exactly what it means. This is exactly what we want to convey when we talk about the concept of whistleblower, that person who blows the whistle, who puts everybody in alert that something illegal and dangerous is happening. So I'm gonna give the floor to Carlos Guerrero so that they can begin with their presentation, and then I'm going to ask Dr. Fabiola Navarro to give us her point of view on the topic, and then I would like John Kostiak to give us his opinion as to how this particular issue is being handled in the States. Then we will go into the Q&A session, and then we will create a sort of a dialogue amongst ourselves. So, Carlos, the floor is yours. Thank you, Angeles. And thank you. I want to express my gratitude to the organizations that invited me as well. It is quite the joy to join here you this day with the experts on the topic, not only in Mexico, but also in the United States, like Mr. John Kostic. And when we talk about corruption, we definitely have to talk about whistleblowers. This is one of the most important elements that we need to refer to when we tackle this problem that happens not only in Mexico at a national or state levels, but also internationally speaking. And when we talk about whistleblowers, we forget that they are the most important people, that is, brave men and women that decide to make use of the judicial apparatus or the internal mechanisms of a company, if it were the private sector to complain about irregular or acts of corruption. It is important to point out or to make a distinction of two fundamental points when we speak of complaints. Usually when we talk about whistleblowers, you usually only talk about corruption in with authorities. That is, we engage only in this conversation with the government or authorities. But it is also important to point out that the fundamental value that the private sector has in society in order to promote complaints against acts of corruption through the internal channels or mechanisms of report or complaint that every company has. And we need to understand and know that complaints against corruption have a fundamental aspect in themselves, in societies in which jurisdictional mechanisms or apparatus don't work properly, and that is the media or the press. These three elements, civil society, press, and private sector, will constitute for all means and purposes the most important allies in terms of corruption complaints. Now I'm going to share with you my screen to tell you in detail everything related to corruption and justice, because it is important to point out and understand that, of course, complaints against acts of corruption is the way in which the states, can guarantee access to justice on behalf of the whistleblowers. This is why it is a fundamental right, so that the whistleblowers should have in any state or country, and this is why the state in turn needs to guarantee that these rights are being protected. I want to especially mention civil society and the moment that we're going through right now. For a few months, we find ourselves in a pandemic for the past few months that has caused a lot of death, but has also encouraged the existence of operational faults in the government, which we have seen in the worldwide ranking that Bloomberg presented this morning, in which Mexico, unfortunately, is not very well positioned. And the pandemic has created acts of corruption, unfortunately. You can see here two figures that are very sad. That is a percentage of crimes in terms of acts of corruption that are complained against, and only 6% of these acts of corruption or crimes that are being complained against. And this is not mentioning impunity, by the way, that comes from this 6%. And as Impunidad Cero has said in their annual reports, that puts us in a position in which only 1% of the complaints come to a solution or to an end. Only just 1% come to a form of resolution, and therefore a punishment. We see that this is a number that is regrettable, and we can't say that in the particular case of Mexico that we are guaranteeing the access to justice for whistleblowers. And now that we know this, if we were to apply this to the reality of the pandemic, we see that Mexico is the country with the most number of medical staff that have died in the line of duty. And that has to do with the virus, of course, the COVID-19 disease, but it also happens to be the fault of several operational faults. And with the initiative of transparency anti-corruption by the TEC de Monterrey and the Estrategia Mexicano group, the past year we launched a platform called Denuncia Corrupción Coronavirus, file complaint coronavirus. And the aim of this platform is to compile complaints of citizens that would tell us, well, I am being the victim, or I am being the object of an act of corruption. I'm being the victim of an operational fault that is actually resulting in death. And many of the whistleblowers and plaintiffs that have come to this platform have been medical staff, people that work usually in public hospitals, but in some cases even in private hospitals or institutions, have a complaint about these operational faults. And the parallelism that we can find between the number of people that have died during a pandemic from the medical staff has an equivalency that is of concern. And this equivalency is that we are failing as a state. The government is failing as to attend to the needs of these people and these situations, even though in the platform we have received over 370 reports that are not only related to corruption, but also to operational faults. This number probably will be even greater. We have seen the level of complaints that happen in Mexico, which is regrettable. You can see this percentage, which is that 94% of the crimes remain in impunity, and they're never complained against. And if we compare that to the data that we have compiled from the platform that we created, Denuncia Corrupción Coronavirus, then we can understand that this engulfs several dimensions. You only have 2 minutes left. Sorry about that. Okay. In order to conclude, I would like to highlight the work and efforts of civil society, and most of it all, the work that the government can take advantage of to become better. We have experienced, not only this year, but throughout many more, reticence from the authorities and the federal government, and also from local governments, a reticence to implement practices from civil society. One of them, which is very important, that the authorities can replicate, is the mechanisms of complaint. I said at the beginning of my presentation, and with this I will conclude, that the most important allies of the government and of the state in terms of complaints against acts of corruption would not only be civil society at large, but also the citizens themselves and the companies of the private sector, as well as the press. The platforms like this one, Denuncia Corrupción Coronavirus, which we created in March, is one of the examples of the many citizen initiatives that have appeared or cropped up after this pandemic, and that have been replicated, but the government has yet to insert itself in this effort, and has seen a civil society as a barrier, a wall, more than a form of cooperation. I leave. This is the end of my presentation, so that we can hear to the next presenters. Now I'm going to give the floor to Dr. Fabiola Navarro. Dr. Fabiola Navarro, it's your turn. Thank you. I want to express gratitude to for the invitation, and to Angel and to everybody else. I am so happy to share this panel with the experts and everybody that is listening to us. So I would like to talk about three main aspects. So what we have learned that the whistleblowers can do in acts of corruption, and that we have to see complaints as a key aspect that is also insufficient, unfortunately. And three, we have to speak of how protection for whistleblowers is working in the state. So in order to tackle the first issue, that is the things that we have learned, I would like to consider that we usually speak of acts of corruption as a generic term, as an umbrella term. But it is important to point out that when it comes to complaints and whistleblowers, we have to make a distinction of two aspects that are big, but that they help and they have a logic in themselves. The first is the acts that imply two people, that is simple acts, from a point of view that is the number of people that intervene and the interactions amongst themselves, and two, these big acts of corruption that imply a lot of people, that could happen through a long time, and that imply transactions or exchanges in the long term. So we have to think acts as complete acts of corruption. So these types of corruption acts occur not only in the public sector, but also in the private sector. And they have taught us that for them to happen, several things need to come beforehand. All of these acts tend to be illicit or illegal. Some of them are shrouded in some sort of legality, and they make it so that they are there's a planning or a plotting to create this big act, and that is what gives them the air of being corrupt. And this is important to point out because the judicial systems in Latin America, mostly the adversarial systems, even though they have migrated to this new way of understanding the application of justice, they tend to be, or they still work with the old structures that we had of understanding felonies from the individualities. That is, we have a crime and only one person is responsible, and that's it. This is usually how things are investigated. And this is why the whistleblower becomes a very important stakeholder or actor to know exactly what is happening behind the curtains and how these corrupt mechanisms behave, especially that end up damaging both the public institutions or the private ones. So the first idea that I would like to bring to the table is this one. Of course, the great scandals of corruption that imply great mechanisms of corruption in the region, and the ones we have heard about over the past few years, it's all thanks to investigative journalism. Do the internal control or external control of the acts of government could end up identifying them, because these types of controls tend to be selective, they happen through samples, and this is why it's important to generate the conditions and mechanisms so that the people that are within the organizations feel the duty, the moral duty and legal obligation to complain about the acts of corruption. So this is why it's important to start to work or to be careful in the way in which we treat these people, because unlike an alert, in this case, the alert is not enough. It is also necessary for them to file a complaint, a formal complaint, and this has other legal and technical implications. You have to put out evidence, and for instance, and you need to connect all the dots to make sure that how these mechanisms are behaving and are happening. The second aspect that I would like to quickly talk about due to time constraints is that once even if you have all the optimal conditions for a complaint, the complaint in and of itself is a good step in the right direction, but it's not enough. If we see that as a system, it is just a starting point. It is only the onset. You need a whistleblower to provide evidence. And one of the great problems of our justice systems, from which we can see acts of corruption in particular, is the weakness that the research has in terms of evidence. Why? Because there are very important efforts that are being made by the people who commit the acts of corruption not to leave a trace. So especially when they are being done in the great scale. So they usually imply an operational engineering that is very sophisticated in such a way that it would be extremely difficult to detect them with the naked eye. So it is important to go into the next level. That is, what is the state of protection that we can provide to whistleblowers? In Mexico, we do not have protection laws for such cases for internal whistleblowers. And you have to add yet another thing, and that is that in Mexico, there are two ways in which you can know of acts linked to corruption. We have the illegal actions, that is administrative faults or misdemeanors in a way. And we have to make a difference because we have people from the rest of the world who might not know of our legal system. In Mexico, we still unfortunately don't have, even though we have the laws, the procedures, and what have you, we don't have all the authorities that need to know of acts of corruptions. So the administrative aspects, especially the faults that are considered serious, because we distinguish between administrative faults that are serious and not serious, well, there is no authority that can sanction or punish those actions. Now, when it comes to crime law, the situation is different. We do not have protection laws, and we don't even have a judicial figure for that. So we have to consider that for an institutional system that is as lower as ours, where there are still many gulfs that need to be filled in terms of research, it is very hard for a person to be considered, as if difficult for a person to feel comfortable in whistleblowing, knowing that in this country, the number of people who are going through a trial, and that is not people in jail, but in trials, is zero. So that is in very wide and broad terms the overview of what's happening in Mexico.
Thank you, Viola. We're going to give the floor to John.
Hola, amigas y amigos. My name is John Kostiak. I'm with the National Legal Center, and I am going to put on a PowerPoint now. So I am here to talk about the role of whistleblowers in fighting against corruption. Before I get started with the main presentation, I would like to tell you about my organization. We are based in, one more slide, there we go. We are based in Washington, D.C., and we do three things. We provide legal assistance to whistleblowers around the world. So even though we are called National Whistleblower Center, we are working to fight corruption worldwide. And we connect people with legal counsel. We provide materials on what whistleblower tools are available to them. The second thing we do is we fight for strong whistleblower policies. Our main expertise is on US whistleblower laws, but we do help people around the world strengthen their laws. And finally, perhaps this is the most important thing we do, we help people understand why whistleblowers are so important, why they are critical to protecting democracy and the rule of law. Next slide. So it is important to define our terms. I wanted to spend a moment defining whistleblower. There are two core elements to the definition of whistleblower. The first is that the individual has information about serious wrongdoing, and that information is generally not known to the public. The second part of the definition is perhaps the more important part, which is this person decides to act upon the information. They want to get the information into the right hands so they can correct the injustice. Now, there are choices that have to be made by whistleblowers about where to bring their information. And typically, there are three different places where whistleblowers will go with their information: the government, to the media, a reporter, or to their employer. So I have to acknowledge Carlos's valid point, which is many people will work with a civil society organization. Oftentimes that organization will serve as an intermediary and then bring the information to the media or to the government. So those are the two key ideas. Information that is generally not known, that reveals wrongdoing, and then a decision to act on it to correct the injustice. So now let's talk about why whistleblowers are so essential in the fight against corruption. Today's conference is really about large-scale corruption, serious wrongdoing. And if we really want to turn around this situation, we need cases with large-scale penalties and/or jail time. That's the only way we're going to deter corruption. Well, to mount such a serious case requires evidence. It requires powerful evidence. Who is going to have that kind of evidence? Well, it's difficult evidence to gather oftentimes because it is, as Fabiola emphasized, it is often very well shielded, well concealed information. If you are in a global scheme to move illegal goods, you are going to be skilled at creating fake documents, use complex accounting methods, and bribe public officials. And those are all ways to conceal evidence. So you need somebody who actually can deliver that evidence to authorities, and equally important, to interpret that evidence to help the authorities understand what is really going on. Now, let us talk about the biggest obstacle to enlisting whistleblowers in the fight against corruption, and that is retaliation. Retaliation is the biggest challenge all of us face in putting together a strong anti-corruption program. The long and sad history of whistleblowing is that people have lost their livelihoods. They've had their lives threatened by even beginning the process of stepping forward to share information about wrongdoing by powerful people. They will have a great fear of having their allegations discredited by the wrongdoing, and they will think that there's a lot to lose and perhaps nothing to gain if they don't believe their case will be acted upon. And they are often, if they're sitting upon information, particularly within a large company or a large institution, and if they're going to have information about high-level acts of corruption, they are very likely themselves high-level executives, and therefore a loss of a job means losing a significant salary. So there is a lot at stake in deciding whether to step forward. And the threat of retaliation is taken very seriously. As we look at every new case of retaliation, what goes across my mind is that there are many whistleblowers or potential whistleblowers who are out there watching what is going on. They are making a calculation in their mind about the risks versus the rewards of them stepping forward with their evidence of wrongdoing. And if they see other whistleblowers stepping forward and finding out that they are being retaliated against, that their case is not being heard, they are not achieving justice, but they are losing a lot personally and suffering trauma, well, they're going to be much less likely to step forward. They're going to decide that the disclosure is not worth it. So our failure to build a strong legal system to protect against retaliation isn't just hurting today's whistleblowers, it hurts the next generation of whistleblowers as well, and essentially chills them from stepping forward. Well, I want to now move into something a little more positive, which is there are some models of success here that we can build upon. We'll start with some of the core strategies that we have been developing. The three most important things that we recommend including in any whistleblower protection law is: one, confidential reporting. There are many other attempts that have been made to prevent retaliation, such as giving the whistleblower after the fact compensation for their losses. They have been not very successful. The best way to protect against retaliation is to provide a confidential channel for reporting. Secondly, there needs to be a trusted place, an office, ideally within a prosecutor's office or a regulator's office, that will take these confidential disclosures and investigate them and build cases. There actually has to be a belief on the part of the whistleblower that taking this step forward will lead to an investigation, a meaningful investigation. So there has to be an office that owes an allegiance to the whistleblower to take their complaint and report back to them on whether anything was done with that complaint. So that's number 2, the whistleblower office. And finally, and this is perhaps the most important thing, it is very difficult to motivate whistleblowers, given the long history of retaliation, without some sense that there's going to be a financial lifeline. So we advocate strongly for a reward system. Rewards are not coming out of the taxpayer's pocket, not coming out of government revenue. They come out of the sanctions that are imposed on the wrongdoing. And so the whistleblower is essentially a contributor to the success of the case, and they should share in some of the results, the winnings from that the government achieves through penalties, fines, or otherwise. Okay.
John, perdón,
Yes.
tenemos un minuto más.
Okay. So the United States has a number of very successful whistleblower laws. It also has some very poor whistleblower laws. I want to talk to you today about the successful one we call reward laws. But here are a brief list of the most successful laws. Dodd-Frank on securities and commodities trading, foreign corrupt practices on bribery, false claims dealing with government contracting, and the Internal Revenue Code dealing with taxes and money laundering. Here is some of the numbers you will see. This is how we measure success. Billions of US dollars recovered by the government thanks to the cases that whistleblowers bring to them. And over time, cumulatively, billions of dollars sent to the whistleblowers in gratitude for their contributions. And I can promise you the potential whistleblowers who are considering filing cases are watching those awards. And this gives you a sense for what percentage of the fraud cases the Justice Department is bringing are initiated by whistleblowers. And it has grown over time. The vast majority of cases brought to them by the whistleblowers for civil fraud. And here's a couple of significant quotes from high-level government prosecutors saying how much they depend upon whistleblowers and whistleblower protections for their success. So I want to close with an offer of support for my friends all around the world, because we only work on big global problems. And so we are not just focused on US laws. We do 2 things to have a global impact. One is we work with policymakers and those who are in policy processes around the world to share what lessons we have drawn from the US laws, both the successes and the failures, to help you build strong anti-corruption programs in your countries. And secondly, we think it's important for whistleblowers around the world to know how much the US laws are available to them. Obviously, the most obvious example is foreign bribery, which most of the whistleblowers come from outside the US, but many other laws as well, as our securities fraud and our tax laws as well, and our wildlife laws, our forest protection laws, many laws our organization is expert on. We help whistleblowers from outside the United States navigate our legal system. And oftentimes these are cases that are brought against non-US companies that are implicated in the United States, either because they're doing business here or they're selling stocks in this country. So lots of opportunities for partnering with our colleagues from around the world. I think I'll wrap up there and thank everyone for supporting whistleblowers and let's all work together to fight corruption.
Muchas gracias, John. Gracias por tu presentación. Antes de entrar a la...
Thank you, John. Thank you for your presentation. Before moving into the Q&A session, I would like for us each to take 2 minutes, each one of you, to talk a little bit about how it is that we can encourage whistleblowing regarding corruption. There are several elements that you have all mentioned. One, confidentiality. In Mexico, we endorse anonymity, and these are different concepts, confidentiality and anonymity. We need to be able to have an office with the citizen trust. And I would ask myself, is it that Is it the case that in Mexico we could include this element with civil society organizations to provide and to elicit that trust from the agencies that receive these complaints? And then financial situation, financial or money recognition for some whistleblower who is denouncing an act of corruption, and based on that, the assets or monies that had been deviated because of said corruption can be recovered. So what is your opinion? You each have 2 minutes on these comments. Carlos, Fabiola, John. Thank you. Thank you, Angeles. Thank you, John and Fabiola, for your interventions too. I think that in these 2 minutes that I'm now timing myself, I would like to talk about 3 fundamental points that John underscored in his paper. The first is in civil society organizations particularly, and that is up to us and to universities in Mexico, we need to socialize whistleblowing regarding corruption, specifically the rights that whistleblowers possess in Mexico. There is a total lack of knowledge regarding what the consequences are if I am going to blow the whistle. What are my rights? And not just based on a criminal case or a judicial case, but a misdemeanor or in Mexico, we make a differentiation between serious crime and misdemeanors. Can I do this? Can I do the other? What are my rights? Do I have the right to confidentiality, to anonymity? Are questions that might arise in the minds. We need to be more social about this. We need to educate the new generations that are generations that, in point of fact, are the ones that are going to blow the whistle more and more in future. We need to provide courage and make sure that they feel courage. And in my last 30 seconds, I want to refer to the crux of matter. There has to be a regulation based on which organizations of civil society or citizen collective groups or activists for human rights can be intermediaries of whistleblowers without necessarily them demanding or needing legal representation. We have to make it possible for there to be in Mexico the possibility of intermediation concretely for whistleblowing. And to conclude, in a report in Human Rights and Strategic Litigation in Mexico, the civil society organization that I founded with Jorge Cardoso, we launched at the beginning of October, this last month, at the School of Law here, the Free School of Law. We underscored particularly the topic of reward. In Mexico, we don't like to talk about that because we think what John was saying, that the budget is going to be used as the grounds and the basis to pay whistleblowers. That is not the case. And we have much to learn from the laws in the United States. In this report, we have invited the Ministry of Transparency in Mexico and Corruption, and I'll close now. We have invited them to sustain a dialogue with us. We're not going to launch a bill for legislation. We want to discuss first the fact that there should be rewards and that and talk about the negative aspects too. Let's apply this to the Mexican reality. Let's discuss it. Thank you, Carlos. Fabiola. Thank you. I agree with the aspect of educating people. I think we need to generate a lot more public information so that people can feel the trust necessary to blow the whistle. I think that in and of itself, this would be insufficient. In many of the endeavors now, their whistleblowing collapses along the path. And so we have to look at internal whistleblowing as part of something bigger, the bigger picture, part of the system. Insofar as the justice system does not generate the conditions to truly protect people, as John was saying, are exposed to a series of retaliation that could even include loss of life or loss of employment or peace of mind. Insofar as these mechanisms to protect people are not in place, it's going to be very difficult to encourage whistleblowing and denouncing acts that are very large of corruption and sensitive. So who is going to protect and how shall they go about it? Just recently in Mexico, the Office of the Attorney General presented these to the executive branch, and then this is an autonomous, independent agency, and it is independent from the state, handled that way. So it is imperative for the complaint to be part of this system and understood as an initial step that is necessary to ensure that these whistleblowing events can become successful. I'm not sure how we can encourage this because of the risk that it entails right now in Mexico when we don't even have incentives in place, as John said, in a country where we find people in prison who are poor people and didn't have connections to powers that be to intervene on their behalf. Insofar as that prevails, it's going to be very tough. Thank you, Dr. Navarro. John?
These are great comments. Thank you. I want to respond initially to Angeles' point about the difference between confidentiality and anonymity. We agree that anonymity is best. Anonymity means the only person who would know the identity of the whistleblower would be an attorney who represents them, who fights for their interests. And that is important, especially if you have a government where not everyone inside those agencies can be trusted. So the last thing a whistleblower would want to know is that their name is on a document that is spreading around an agency that does not have a great reputation for integrity. And so an attorney could make a judgment as to which individuals within the government can be trusted with the evidence and could serve as an intermediary. So that is the ideal scenario. Now, there are cases where we have worked with whistleblowers where the government needs to interview the whistleblower, but again, having the attorney there to arrange the terms and conditions of that interview is critical. We have developed a system in our country where the attorney will not charge the whistleblower, but that is completely linked to the reward system. We have a significant number of attorneys who are now representing whistleblowers that the only pay they get is if we win the case and win a reward together, me, the attorney, and you, the whistleblower, then the attorney will take a share of that reward. So that enables many whistleblowers to obtain legal counsel who otherwise could not afford counsel. I don't know, there probably needs to be some other mechanisms for people to get legal help apart from that, because you don't, in Mexico and many other countries do not yet have a reward system, but the long-term goal should be to have a private whistleblower attorney list who do not charge whistleblowers because they can rely upon the rewards. And that leads to me to a second point about the rewards. There's two different types of rewards we have in our country. One is mandatory. As a percentage of the amount that the government recovers, oftentimes it is between 15 and 30%. That is the ideal. That enables both the whistleblower and the attorney to know whether the case is worth proceeding with, because they know that there may be some kind of sufficient compensation at the end. The other option is discretionary rewards, where it's completely up to the government agency whether or not the whistleblower gets a reward. Better than nothing, but not as good as the mandatory reward. I want to talk some more about civil society and NGOs. I like the idea, and it's something my organization does, so I guess I should be a fan of the idea, of the whistleblower NGOs, civil society organizations, serving as an intermediary and helping whistleblowers navigate the system. but it requires two levels of trust. One, the whistleblower's trust in the NGO, and equally important is a relationship of trust between the NGO and the prosecutors and the regulators. So it does take time. It takes staff. It takes an NGO that has some resources to be able to invest the kind of time necessary to do that kind of relationship building. I think that is a great model because a lot of whistleblowers have no idea how the government works. Don't trust the government, oftentimes very justifiably do not trust the government. And to have professionals whose job it is to understand who in the government is actually sympathetic with whistleblowers and willing to help them is extremely important. The last thing I will say is, I think the most important thing we in the anti-corruption community, from the NGOs and to the university experts and beyond, the most important thing we can do is to find the people in government who agree with us and get them to become more vocal. I do not see enough government officials, especially the prosecutors who know they need stronger evidence for them to succeed in their own jobs. I do not hear them coming out and saying how much they appreciate and value whistleblowers. We should be asking them to make those public statements. Because I try to put myself in the shoes of a whistleblower, and if I'm not hearing anybody from the government saying, I value, I will protect you, then why should they believe that the government will protect them? So we need more allies inside of government. I recognize that there are some inside of government who would rather stand on the side of the people who are corrupt. We should try to, right now, identify who is on our side and who is not, and get the ones who are on our side to be more vocal about it.
Muchas gracias, John. Voy a pasar.
Thank you, John. I'll move very quickly to the Q&A. We only have time for one question for each of the speakers. I'm going to read them out for Carlos, and your question, Carlos, is as follows. In your opinion, what are the causes that lead to low indexes of blowing the whistle, and what actions can be taken to solve this? You have 2 minutes to answer. Find out what minimum guarantees are there or should there be to avoid harassment and attacks against whistleblowers. That is your question. And lastly, John, we have the following question. Considering that one of the paths to take where whistleblowers report against their employer or company, what is the importance of an integrity policy and the adoption of compliance programs at companies? Do you believe that this can be incorporated, embedded as a tool? And what would it take to achieve this? Therefore, Carlos, first 2 minutes for you and a tiny bit more, and then we have to leave it at 2 minutes, please.
I would say that there are 4 main causes. Some of them we've already talked about in this presentation. First off, naturally, the lack of trust that the citizens put on institutions. I believe the population at large still don't trust the processes inside because of the corruption, especially when it comes to local authorities and municipal authorities. On the other hand, as I said in my second intervention, there's a lot of untreaded territory when it comes to rights. People don't know what their rights are, and we need to, for instance, make public the fact that we have this platform that historically has worked for complaining against corruption, but I do believe that there's still a lack of general training and dissemination of information so that people and the whistleblowers can see what rights protect them. They exist in the regulation for the protection of whistleblowers, but the common folk usually don't know of these things. They won't usually check the official diary of the Federation, for instance, to see what's happening. And also the lack of incentives from a perspective of both economic incentives, but also in other ones, as John and Fabiola have already mentioned. But also, this also includes the lack of incentive of actually going to the prosecutor's office and compile a complaint or filing that online. You know, the fact that you have to make use of at least 2 hours of your time to file it, to lay that claim, and usually because they think that in the end this will bear no fruit, especially because they think that the process is not believable or feasible, and because what most people say at the INEGI is that they waste time, and of course, as I said, the lack of credibility, autonomy, and independence of authorities. This works for federal authorities or the prosecutor's office, that how believable it is that these authorities have any form of independence or autonomy in their criteria. Fabiola? Yes. The question talks about the minimal rights that need to be ensured. We need to consider that in these cases that we're mentioning, many times what happens is that we have very important networks of public servants that have a lot of political or economic free of any type of governor of Veracruz, and everything that what is going to that happened in that case in 2016. Well, the person that directly helped in creating this mechanism, especially in cases in which you put your life at risk, well, the minimum rights that need to be considered, that is change of identity, change of residence, psychological and economic support for the whistleblower and their families, and as a witness protection program, if you will, and the confidential treatment of data, confidentiality of the data that the people would require due to the complexity of the affair, and of course, streamlining the complaint process. Now, John, this is your turn.
Well, this is a very important question. How much should we rely upon companies to develop their own internal whistleblower programs? In the United States, we tried that for 10 years after a series of corporate scandals at the beginning of the century. And for 10 years, companies were told to build their own confidential reporting mechanism within their companies. And for 10 years, the retaliation continued. It wasn't until 2010 when we got a new law passed called the Dodd-Frank Act that provided the government reporting channels with the financial rewards. I'm not going to say that I don't want corporations to create a whistleblower program. In fact, they are required by law and they should do it, but they should do it well. The problem we have seen with most of the corporate whistleblowing programs is the individuals who receive the complaints have a conflict of interest. They are not representing the interests of the whistleblower. Oftentimes, they are loyal to management that is corrupt, and therefore the whistleblower does not get justice. And so there are two ways to solve this problem. One is to create a truly independent investigative body at the company, an outside firm that is charged with investigating the complaint, that reports to an audit committee of the board of directors that is hopefully independent from the CEO and top management to some degree. And if you don't have a corporation like that, unfortunately, many corporate boards are not sufficiently independent of the senior management. Then it is critically important that there be an alternative for the whistleblowers to have a government agency to go to. So we do not support having nothing but a corporate reporting system with no alternatives for the whistleblower because of the many failures of major companies to provide true protection for the whistleblower.
Bueno, pues muchas gracias.
Well, thank you very much. We finished on the dot, just in time. I want to thank our three speakers, Fabiola Navarro, Professor Carlos Guerrero, and Dr. John Kostiuk, for joining us today and for explaining this important topic. As we know, this is an issue that is not easy to approach, and it has always created animosity and a lot of disagreement amongst the people that talk about the issue. I want to thank you again. I want to apologize to the people whose questions couldn't be fielded, but I'm going to send that to the speakers through email. And I once more want to express my gratitude to Mexico Evalúa and the Frederick Neumann Foundation for having us in this forum. Once again, thank you and goodbye.
Adiós.
Muchas gracias a todos a los que nos siguen en este primer Foro Internacional de la Innovación en la Justicia. En este panel de denuncia de corrupción y el papel de los denunciantes, pudimos observar cómo son requisitos para el Estado de Derecho y el imperio de la ley el combate a la corrupción. Pero este requiere de la protección de los denunciantes, ya que son los que permiten, a través de sus actos, movilizar todo el aparato de combate a la corrupción. Igualmente, son los eslabones más débiles del sistema anticorrupción. Se tienen que alinear los incentivos para facilitar la denuncia y promoverla, a través de dar resultados cuando ésta se da, pero también proteger al denunciante, ya que se encuentra en una posición vulnerable por los grandes riesgos en los que incurre al acusar las prácticas de corrupción y las posibles represalias. A continuación, vamos a tener el panel de innovación de poderes judiciales de México, que será moderado por Edna Jaime. Edna es la directora general de México Evalúa y tiene más de 25 años promoviendo transformaciones en las políticas públicas del país, desde la sociedad civil organizada. Es fundadora y directora general de México Evalúa. Es presidenta del Consejo de la Escuela de Ciencias Sociales y Gobierno del Tecnológico de Monterrey. Consejera ejecutiva del Foro de París sobre la Paz. Presidenta del Consejo Directivo de Youth Build Mexico. Global Fellow del Wilson Center en Washington, D.C. y asociada del Consejo Mexicano de Asuntos Internacionales, COMEXI. El Instituto Tecnológico Autónomo de México, ITAM, le otorgó el Premio Mérito Profesional en 2011 y fue condecorada con la Medalla de la Cámara Alta de Francia, máximo reconocimiento que se otorga anualmente a los liderazgos más sobresalientes en el fortalecimiento de la relación franco-mexicana. Es integrante del Consejo de Data Cívica y participante de la Comisión de Transparencia del Consejo de Nuevo León para la Planeación Estratégica. Desde el ámbito del análisis y las propuestas de política pública, ha promovido importantes transformaciones como la creación del Sistema Nacional Anticorrupción, así como la redacción y revisión de las leyes de relevancia para la rendición de cuentas en el país. Entre sus principales obras destacan El acertijo de la legitimidad, en colaboración con Luis Rubio, Rendición de cuentas y combate a la corrupción, retos y desafíos y México, además de haber colaborado en numerosas obras colectivas bajo el sello de SIDAC y México Evalúa. Muchísimas gracias.
Muy buenas tardes. Sean bienvenidos a
Good
un...
afternoon, everybody. Welcome to yet another session of this forum, Innovation and Justice. To those of you who have followed us online, you have managed to see the richness of our proposals as to how justice can be transformed in these contexts, and how good it is to the resolution of conflicts, and the fact that we can have these things to solve, especially for small conflicts. This roundtable is very important because we have the representation of all the judicial powers in several states in Mexico, of the highest order, by the way, and they were invited because they have proven to be innovators. A few weeks ago, Mexico Evalúa presented a very important document. Its name is Good Practices Guide for Innovation in the Dispatchment of Justice. And the three states have very good practices to share. That is San Luis Potosí, Nuevo León, and the state of Mexico. So I'm so happy to have the presence of a justice and president of the Supreme Court in the state of San Luis Potosí, a justice that was elected by a vote majority, by the way. Thank you, Justice Magda, for joining us. We also have the participation of the councilman of the judiciary, Constantino Rivera Flores. The state of Nuevo León has very good practices to share with us. Thank you once more for joining us, councilman. And we also have the presence of the president of the judicial power in the state of Mexico. The judicial power in the state of Mexico also has a lot of good practices. And I can tell you that when we did this compiling, it was important to understand what happens in this country. Of course, there are a lot of variations. Not all the judicial powers are thinking of innovation, and this has to do with their leaderships and their members. So I reiterate, I'm so happy to have them here with me. We have an entire hour, which is not a long time to listen to them and to field the questions from the people who are following us. So this is why I would like to start with a question, a general question that I believe is very important to respond. Innovation for what? Innovation to face a contingency. Yes, we did so. If you did respond to that, then I applaud you because justice, the gears of justice can't stop regardless of the situation. And it wouldn't stop in order to make the work of tribunals even easier. We have to innovate. We have to innovate, especially for to ensure that justice can reach every single person. We have to innovate to improve processes, make them more streamlined. And I would like to understand the motivation behind the decisions that they made to take a step forward. I reiterate, you are here because we identified that in your court houses you have practices of novelty that need to be disseminated, but also be taken to their last consequences. We don't want things to stay just stagnant. We want to take things to the last resort. And I'm sure that if we were to renovate and reform justice in our country, this country would be completely different. It would be a country that would have different foundations based only in the state of law. And I'm going to give the floor to the justices so that they can bring more to the table on innovation. We're going to start with the justice. I'm so glad that you're here with us. I'm so glad that you're a woman, and I would love to I would like to even have more women justices in the future. So the rules of the game are as follows. 10 minutes per intervention. Then we'll have 3 to 5 minutes for the second round, and then we will have the Q&A session. So, Justice, you have the floor, and thank you for joining us today. You have my respects. Once more, I want to thank you for the invitation. Big hugs to you and to everybody, and I want to say hello to all the people that are present in this video conference. Well, I believe that innovation in San Luis Potosí has to do with everything that you mentioned beforehand. Yes, our state had developed a few technological advancements for the implementation of everything. However, the pandemic accelerated everything. We had contemplated that because we had celebrated a few agreements, even with the Supreme Court of Justice in the nation. But the truth is that we were going slowly, making sure that we would sort out the red tape and whatnot. And then when the pandemic hit Mexico, I only had 2 months in my position, and we had to shut down due to the gravity of the situation, and that forced us to rethink of ways in which justice just wouldn't stop, because in some areas justice dispatchment continue to provide services, like in family courthouse and in the crime law courthouses. But in other subjects like mercantile law and civil law, we had to momentarily shut down and hang in there until the pandemic would give us a way to open up again. But we had to provide ways in which the people that would file a complaint could come to us, or would lay a claim would come to us, and make use of technology. And although we didn't have as much advancements as we have today with the electronic signature, we had to make sure that some uh, procedures had to be more accessible. We already had an inbox, but we were missing one in the interior of the state, in Ciudad Valle, where there are communities and original peoples that don't have access to that. So this was a major concern of ours. How exactly could we make justice available for them? So through this email, we wanted to put documents in there so that the community in the offices and the staff in general could make these documents accessible to a lot of people, so that we wouldn't require their presence. And that allowed us to continue to provide many services. We had the need to continue to look for ways in which people would get their electronic signature. But what we also had, and I think this is something that Justice Study will share, we also had to ensure a work commitment, or that people were committed to their work. So we had to make sure that people knew that they wouldn't be doing their work in their place of work, but had to do things in an electronic fashion. That is, through an electronic signature that would make the whole procedure easier. They wouldn't have to be forced to check agreements, or waiting for the actuary to come, because as we know, the pandemic made notifications and summons and other things difficult, due to the danger that it posed to go to a domicile or a house. And this made San Luis Potosí think of things differently. And now we have everything electronic in, for instance, subjects like labor law, and in other forms of law. We are advancing these efforts, and we only hope, waiting for regulation and legislation to introduce the electronic dossiers in domestic affairs and family affairs, so that we can fully encompass all the aspects of law in a digital way, so that it won't pose a threat to anybody. Justice, thank you very much for this effort. sounds easy, of course, but I know how complex it can be to advance these things. In a second intervention, I would love to ask of you, what is the future vision that you have? This is, of course, was promoted, but due to the pandemic, but there has to be a vision that provides orienteering in a way for the people that work in the tribunals, because in the end there's more. Our mission is, how can we bring justice to the people? How can we break walls and we make it expedite? And I want to thank you for your intervention, because innovation that you brought into your day-to-day operation was so important, especially in bringing justice to the people. Thank you, Justice, for your contributions. Now I'm going to give the floor to Jose Antonio Flores, who is the councilman of the judiciary at the state of Nuevo León, for the state of Nuevo León. We know that the state is at the forefront of several processes. Tell us, councilman, what are these processes that you're going to? We're interested in giving these good practices to bringing them elsewhere, and so that people understand that their needs are being responded to, so that your work is happening properly to strengthen these links of trust that are being generated, these bonds of trust. So I become Representative Microvalua, who gave us the opportunity to have this talk. I want to say hello to my fellow panelists and everybody joining us. So I'm going to talk to you about the experience that we have in Nuevo León in the use of technologies of information in justice dispatchment. Since 2001, we began the modernization areas with the proposal of providing services through a digital platform, and we were the first state in Mexico and in Latin America to provide a virtual tribunal that would implement the electronic dossier. And this opened a panoply of possibilities in providing services in this very troubling times during the pandemic. They have been a lot of utility to operate at a rhythm of work that was similar to that which we had before the measures that were recommended by the health systems in order to mitigate the dissemination of the virus. At the beginning, it is important to point out of the necessities of resolutions, which is something that we did through an individualized electronic signature, but we also approached the tax collection agency and the judiciary to create a common front, and we would create this strategy. One of the aspects that gave us a lot to talk about were the video conference hearings, which we started to use since 2015 in the crime law system. And due to the pandemic, this is the main way we can carry out the depositions in audiences, not only in crime law, but also in other types of subjects. Social distancing and the sanitary measurements were not a barrier for us to comply with the publicity principle. And through our virtual economy, we decided to create a service that would create it so that everybody would be interested in this, would know directly. And the great advantage is that we can go to a mirror room, an area of where we would not have any type of intervention from any outside parties in the hearing. And the communication, the internal communication with other institutions has made it possible so that we can have this signature. And we have created multiple agreements with several companies in the exchange of information through this way. And in the second instance, we also have the use of the electronic signature. The use of technologies in the application of justice made us so that in 2014 we created a different thing in which everything is just electronic, on the execution of the sentence and everything. So these are the companies that are non-contentious in general. Since 2015, we no longer have physical copies. We have everything digital. And since 2016, we now have electronic copies of everything. When it comes to an organization, we have been innovators. The budgeters of the bodies have been just in such a way that they attack the problem of the pandemic. We have the philosophy that the judge is just another person, and this is why he doesn't have to do administrative work, and he can develop his actual work directly. We have centralized areas of reception of actuaries and administrative services in creating officially actuary bodies and assistance bodies that will help the people. And this unit is one in charge of doing the operations of certificates of deposit, amongst other dossiers. The actuary central has geolocalization technology that will create a schedule for the actuary in terms of the municipalities they have to go to and even know the location in real time. The past year, we authorized video recording of the procedures so that everything would be documented in video and could be given to the electronic dossier. Since 2020, we have electronic notification and summons, which has released the work that they have to do on a day-to-day basis. The process administration unit has been doing activities remotely, and this is a good benefit for the parties because if you would have, for instance, a sentence, every person can connect from anywhere in the world in order to prove that whatever they're doing in a procedural manner, which is something they would have to do in a presential manner. The civil registry provides service also do with a previous appointment, but we installed the judicial inboxes through the self-service modality that work on a 24 basis for promotions and any type of claims. And we implemented the virtual registry that provides 24/7 service, and through that we can have any type of document. And with this in mind, the main role of the judge, as we said before, is to judge, not to be the administrator of the judicial office. And through this regulation, we have provided a pension to everybody, pension systems. This is something that the judicial government has, the judicial power has innovated. That means that we only have one judge per judge courtroom, and every judge is the owner of their own dossiers and in courtrooms. And in Netherlands, we have tackle this idea that is that everybody can know everything from everybody, and but they do have a role that is assigned, that is rotational in nature, that is that the dossier belongs to the judge, to the courthouse, not to the judge. So therefore the responsibility goes to other parties as well. This is a model of a courthouse that has been happening for so long, and it happens in countries like Costa Rica and Chile through the traditional means. We only had 32,000 people that would attend, but now we only have 7 people that we can attend on a daily basis. We have implemented the penal justice system in this way in Nuevo León, in both in the south and northern parts of the state. In order to avoid the concentration of people, we have done tele hearings that was being regulated by the state, and in home we have over 60% of the people working there with a efficacy that is similar to that what we were doing before. So therefore we do not have a backlog of the things we're doing, and we have over 85% of the activities completed compared to the previous year. Alternative justice is something where we have yet to leave in the ways that we have from this co-mediation and distance that began in 2014. These are initiatives where we have through agreements 18 of 32 of the entities in the state, and the objective is to apply the alternative solutions through the use of technology. When it comes to family affairs, we have a center. Unfortunately, we had to close the inside services, but we're still providing them through the telecommunications. In our judicial career, we have had virtual consults of judges as well as the respect for the categories of the judges, and we have opened up a procedures to design remotely what we can do as a state. We are betting on the training of other individuals through digital platforms, both for employees and for users at no cost to them. And the aspect of transparency, we have reformed the law so that it provides openness to everybody. This is a project that consolidates a commitment we have to transparency, uh, and since 2016 we have doing it and accountability. In the judicial power, we began working on this for over the past 20 years, and this phenomenon has made us press the accelerator in such a way that we have enticed justice in a digital manner. So many of these methods have been proven, and many others happen as we went, and we corrected them. In normal circumstances, we would have taken more in liberating these platforms, but the circumstances that are extraordinary force us to make to take action extraordinarily. There's a phrase that says that the future of the conscious has finally caught up to us, and this is the case. And we're conscious that there's still a lot more work to do, and there's still many things to improve. But we have the opportunity to be creative and innovative, and to implement new ways in which we can achieve justice, so that the geographical distance can no longer be a barrier. This is a unique opportunity. After the pandemic, we will see how justice used to be dispatched, and it will be archaic and obsolete. And in our hands, we have a great responsibility. Without further ado, will let us understand better what we have done, and learn from the experience of everybody in viewing a future, trying to dispatch justice in an innovative manner and to the reach of everybody. Thank you, Councilman. I was about to tell you that you had a few minutes to end this, but thank you for finishing before I just want to tell you that in our Guide for Good Practices, this compilation that we did on innovation in Mexico and the world, Nuevo León, we can tell the story of Nuevo León, and we can put emphasis on the electronic signature and how it was decided for people to use it, and how do we wanted to create an elevated standard between what you were saying and everything that you were. Thank you, Council Man. We loved the document we read. Laurence Pantin, the document was amazing, and she would actually fluff her color in a way when she wanted to talk about the good practices that we have here today. Now I'm going to give the floor to Justice Ricardo Soricuellar, who is the president of the Judicial Power in the state of Mexico. You in the state of Mexico, you are usually quoted in our Good Practices Guide. We're so proud of you, and we would like to know from you directly what you have done. It is important to know what you've done, but also what will happen in the future. So go ahead, Justice. I'm so happy to have you here. Thank you. I am thankful for this. I appreciate the opportunity and the invitation. And of course, it is a privilege to be a part of this extraordinary forum and participating in construction of the Tribunal of the State of Mexico made a strategic decision to create virtual tribunals for over the past 3.5 years. This has allowed us to not only develop an electronic signature that is judicial, the FIGEL, but our own proprietary technology. And we have created a platform that is actually very solid to transform justice in virtual justice for a digital society. For the past 3.5 years, all of our penal procedures happen online. The communication with the prosecutor's office happens online because we have formalized these processes. We have worked tirelessly in accruing this experience from the penal sphere into the civil sphere. We have worked with online hearings as well in the family tribunal, and we have done the regular procedures as well. We have provided justice to the people through a program that is called Itinerant Justice. And just like in San Luis Potosí and the state of Nuevo León, we have a very secluded communities, and we have to bring justice services to places where we don't have judicial facilities, but that would require this need to be met. So we have built a program that we call Itinerant Justice, which has allowed us in the pandemic to bring justice to the state of Mexico. Of course, justice from in the workplace had a special chapter this year for the state of Mexico, because we were the one of the states that began with implementing that justice for the workplace. Was not only an effort in a physical infrastructure but also in training, in developing for the models of administration that were digital. We began with seven labor tribunals, and just like in Nuevo León, we have a corporate courthouse that we call a hive, which we're going to steal from our colleague. And of course, we will provide you with your author rights. But we have this that we call a corporate courthouse, and we make sure that the judges only judge, that they don't no longer have to deal with the minutiae of administration in any judicial process. When it comes to justice for the workplace, we created a contest for the selection of judges and judicial personnel, where we had over 1,600 people that were in this contest, and we managed to pick and choose who would be part of our staff. The the next stage will happen in 2021 and the third stage in 2022. So that means that we will bring justice as the theme develops, and we will continue to grow. And of course, the pandemic accelerated the processes, but the idea to create virtual tribunals and this telepresence and telework, it was a strategic decision by the state of Mexico that happened about 3 years ago. And it is now my privilege to further it, because there was a change of administration. In the end, canceling programs would not be fruitful. We have to further them. So this is a strategy of a solid institution that does not reinvent the judicial power every 5 years, for the tenure administration of a president, but there is a continuity in the strategic efforts that we share, in which the Council of the Judiciary and we work together. And actually, none of the sessions of the Council and the Judiciary have ceased, because we have the adequate infrastructure to carry out sessions and plenary sessions through telepresence, even in our own rooms that we have developed inside, and we have all the technology to do that. And of course, the access to technology makes the process more efficient, and it increases the yield of tribunals, because we as justice usually don't have the budget, and one of the challenges is to adapt the constitution to have a fixed budget that would not be movable for the judicial powers. But we always have to be very creative with our budgetary needs to remain afloat. The state of Mexico is one of the states that actually grow in population, both native and immigration. And we have a native population of 19 million people. It is the most populated part of Mexico, compared to 1920. That is 100 years ago. 19 million people was the entirety of Mexico, but now it is just the state of Mexico, and it has very important function in the whole country. So if we do not opt for digital justice, we'll be inefficient, because we won't have universal access to justice for everybody, and of course we will never be able to satisfy the needs of justice for a population that is ever growing. Without further question, the pandemic changed or transformed the promptness as to which the tribunals would work. For us, it didn't take us by surprise. We were already prepared for processes in all law subjects, and other than the lockdown that we had and the concerns that we had in March 27, when all the tribunals would suspend their services, everything related, for instance, for family law and payment of pensions. And once this first impact was gone, what we did was we managed to reactivate the tribunal through digital justice and through digital innovation, even for very special topics like post citations and statute of limitations and what have you. So we invited the parties in a way to go to their trial, so that virtually, so that we wouldn't stop this whole machine. It was a creative effort in which, fortunately, we don't have a backlog, because 100% of the services that we were providing continue to exist, except for those things that couldn't happen, like anything that require the presence of an actuary or an executor or the presence of the parties. But other than that, we received in the pandemic period over 106,000 complaints. We have solved over 5,000 of those penal processes in a digital manner, but also the challenge was training. First off, dissemination of information. Outreach was a problem, but also training and constant improvement to stay on top of it all. And in March of this year, we registered about 3,000 electronic signatures. And today, just in the pandemic, however, managed to accrue up to 27. That is 30 1,000 digital. So in just a few months, we grew what we would grow in 3 years. So it was a lot of efforts in training, in outreach, in raising awareness for the users and the attorneys so that they would allow us to operate through an efficient virtual tribunal. We actually even had first digital sentences that were issued, and we created international adoption processes online. We also managed to, which something that was highly publicized in the media, the divorce of a person that was in Singapore and yet another person that was in Turkey due to the pandemic, and the procedure was solved in just a week through digital justice. Just 2 minutes to conclude this very interesting intervention. Just 2 minutes. This would have never been possible before, right? And of course, mediation. Mediation was part of our work scheme, digital mediation, virtual mediation, and at last, the family time that we have. We also had the development of a virtual hearings supporting people that needed help in family affairs, like custody appeals, for instance, or hearings, and that would allow for even children to visit their parents if they were separated for any reason. This is, I ended my intervention at 9 minutes and 59 seconds, and I want to end it here.
Magistrado, muchísimas gracias.
Thank you so much. We have very interesting questions for those who are following us through digital media. And who am I to ask questions if we have some really good questions from the audience? So let me begin with these questions. For Councillor Jose Antonio, there is a question that reads, what was the interinstitutional cooperation process like that was needed for the electronic signature? I am also interested in knowing this. We warned that the use of the electronic signature is varied, and we have explained that each one of them has different levels of strength. And what we were able to do was to seek approaches with the tax authority. And what we did with the judicial branch of the Federation helped us to carry out the transition for the electronic online amparo. So the same signature that you can use locally can also be used equally for the federal entity. So that helped us a lot. And we didn't think of that like that this was prior to the pandemic. But now that this situation has arisen, what we believe is most appropriate is to have a universal electronic signature in the world of justice, so that any citizen with an electronic signature can litigate in any of our states, Guerrero, San Luis Potosí, etc. And so under this vision, this mindset was it that we were able to carry this out, and we had the help of the tax authority and the judicial authority. And this led us to making sure that we could use this information. We had an alternative, and I'm going to mention it, that of the tax authority as well as the judicial authority, because many lawyers were afraid of the tax authority because they believed that they were going to be strictly monitored regarding the cases that were under litigation and carrying out an inspection. They were going to open the doors to checking what their income was. And I think that everything is in order, then you shouldn't be wary of a problem. But anyway, that was something funny. And we said, no, what we thought is that we needed to find an alternative, and that was the use of FIDEL, the Federal Judiciary Authority. And we were able to secure the electronic signature that can be used both locally and federally. Thank you, Counselor. The next question is for the three of you, whomsoever wishes to answer. And I like this because generally we say that there cannot be innovation, no change, because there are no resources to do that. However, The three judicial powers that you represent brought in technological changes in a restricted budgetary situation and context. What can you say about this? Money is never going to be enough. What compensates the lack of funds? How did you go about not having an infinite amount of money to incorporate technology? You ended up doing it. How did you succeed in this? So whomever wishes to answer first.
Adelante, magistrada.
Yes, Justice. In the case of San Luis Potosí, what was very important was that for the first time in history, the two plenaries met and we held permanent sessions ongoing of the Supreme Court of Justice and the Council. And this helped to ensure that the Department of Budget would become sensitized to the legal needs and vice versa. So in these sessions, joint sessions, we were able to grant priority to certain topics. The first thing was to safeguard health and life, of course. So we began with acquiring all of the materials needed that were going to be directly used for preserving health and life. Once we achieved this, then we noted that there were some savings that came into play because since people were at home, we weren't spending so much on gasoline and perhaps money was saved on electrical power or other areas. And so there were savings, and we were able to use these savings for the acquisition of some programs or platforms that were going to bring about a long-term benefit. So it would seem that this was an expense, but in future it was going to generate a savings. This was also the case mentioned a while ago regarding training. There was some savings at the Judicial Studies Institute because the speakers were no longer able to travel. So we weren't paying them for their travel expenses, but just their fees for their virtual classes. So the savings obtained through virtual classes were invested to acquire technology in order to open up to a greater number of participants and students for those training sessions. So perhaps they seem small in tribunals such as ours and courts like ours that don't have a very broad budget, but I think that if we try to optimize and prioritize in certain areas, you can achieve progress. Thank you, Justice. Yes, go right ahead, Justice. Yes, here it was a decision of strategic planning. It was decided to cut back in certain departments and favor the development of new technologies. We created a department for technological development. It was embedded in the structure. We gave them personnel. We gave them a director. We created an agenda, a digital agenda, 100% developed by engineers and lawyers that worked together. And this enabled us to not spend on consulting firms that normally take a profit here. We didn't seek that, but we're seeking to be efficient, and we developed the processes fully internally. FEJEM, the electronic signature, in the state of Nuevo León, they said they're afraid, the giants are afraid that they're going to be examined and scrutinized, and they don't want to go after the electronic signature. We have our own, and we are a certifying unit, and that has allowed us to establish very sustainable growth. Now, certainly to redirect budgetary allocations and just in paper, for example, just paper alone, in transfers of personnel who are now working from home, looking at electronic files, and those who work from home 100%, because we transfer personnel in buses. So there has been great savings there. and in fact for justices too, who no longer have to travel and spend money on per diem. So that has enabled us to redirect the resources, the funds, toward technology. And for other tribunals who don't have this and who have technological development at their tribunals, and the budget and personnel can be saved with personnel, and put this on the agenda for other places. Thank you so much, Justice. Counselor, do you have something to answer to this question, or shall we go to the next one, which is a powerful question? Let's move forward. The next one I say is powerful because we're talking about due process. Justice is supported on that, but rather we talk on due process, because the question by the audience is it possible to reconcile technology and observing due process? Here I want to say that in truth, it would appear that there is a collision between human rights and other aspects, but that's not the case. Sometimes we think that moving towards digital justice is to leave by the wayside traditional justice, and quite definitely, and I speak for the state of Nuevo León and other parts of the country, it's the same, I'm sure. We're not leaving it, but we are expanding justice, expanding the aspects of justice services, not breaching human rights. Quite the contrary, we're safeguarding human rights. Perhaps you're talking about hearings through video conferencing, which is another topic that is novel in Mexico. And I'm sure that in other parts of the world, it has been traditional. The Inter-American Court of Human Rights have done this traditionally, and they're not breaching any procedural rule nor legal due process. So I think that in this regard, quite the contrary, this is the time, the opportunity to break away barriers for meting out justice. I'm talking about technological and geographic barriers. Someone mentioned to me, someone who's on the other side of the world, that the mere fact of being on the other side of the world, perhaps they don't have the financial recourse and can't connect, and maybe they would lose their procedural right for defense simply because they're not in the country. But in the case of persons, many ask, what about people who don't have access to technology? That's not a great number anymore. It's not a percentage that is very large in the society at large that don't have access to a mobile phone with internet, which is sufficient to access technology. People who upload YouTube videos every single day and registered on platforms like Facebook. So you realize that there are tools and it's part of our everyday life. So for those people, in our case, who don't have access to technology, we facilitated headquarters in certain modules or in other judiciary offices. So if the person doesn't have access, they can go there. If they're being asked to go to another municipality, then they will be able to use a computer in their own municipality, and it can be connected to the other one. So it's not breaching the rights of due process or the rules. What we're doing is expanding possibilities to access justice. And in this regard, we are not breaching them, but rather we are complying with a maxim of our Constitution, which is universal access to justice. Thank you, Counselor. Is there anything anyone wishes to add? Your perspective to answer this question? Yes, sir. I agree that this is expanding the digital justice services, and rather it's an opportunity to change the paradigms of justice. I would break one more barrier. There are several. There is one more, and the fundamental one, that is resistance to change. Our profession, lawyers, are extremely fundamentalist, maybe, and I think that the demands now in modern society are going to lead us to be broader in our mindset, more open toward change. Change worldwide virtual assets, cyber coins, cyber currency is going to change absolutely the way we do business around the world, and in like manner is going to change the way we meet justice out. There are businesses that are doing business 900, 800,000 complaints online, and these are mini judgments, and this is all online. Justice is going to migrate toward the digital world, and we need to adapt the legal forms and systems by amending laws or simply adopting the new ones that are going to sustain us at this new level. We cannot use this pretext anymore of legal formalism and breaching legal security. We can no longer use those excuses by not being decisive and determined and accepting digital change. That is an excuse that is no longer valid. Rather, this is an opportunity for the criteria of the official legal branches to change their mindset a little bit. If a judge is not physically present when evidence is being given, has only seen them through a video recording, then we need to rethink our opinion here. I think we might avoid making big mistakes here. We need to change our criteria because the pandemic has showed us that digital justice is still deficient and that a judge can now mediate. We can make this more efficient and legal, and we can have testimony from witnesses, and there is no problem whatsoever in doing so in the digital world now. Thank you. Does anyone wish to add anything else, or let's move to the next one? Rather, you are recognized, Justice. Just to complement what has been mentioned here by those who spoke before me. Quite the contrary, due process, I think, is now guaranteed because it is absolutely imperative for the parties to be directly present in front of a screen. So face to face, they can use horizontal control in any dispute that they are wishing to explain to the judge or whomsoever is in charge of resolving it. Last week, I went to visit the Conciliation Center, and it was said there that agreements are being carried out like this online, and that this has facilitated people no longer have to face the obstacle of traveling to whatever unit or center they have to go to for this conciliation process, but rather that it can be done through screens now. The same holds true for some minors whom we know can no longer be face-to-face because of health reasons, but this has led to closer rapport amongst family members. And so video process is guaranteed, in my point of view, in all processes, and has facilitated resolving more expeditiously all procedures. Thank you so much. We have 7 minutes left. I would like to take this opportunity to talk about a question from the audience, a very important one, because justice should be made for the citizen, for the user. And the question is very closely focused on how these innovations are assessed by those who are using them. And I would like to expand this just a little more. Have you been concerned with measuring the perception of the user of justice services? I think this is very important because I think that justice is there to serve the users, and it is very important that the judicial powers that be listen to these elements and listen to these perceptions. We have just a few minutes, and so we need brief answers. I would love to hear from you all. Yes, you are recognized, Justice. We have a model for receiving complaints and suggestions and assessment of personnel. We call it Cooperam. It is fully digital, but also physically available in each one of our physical units. And there is a booth where they can record on a screen their complaints and suggestions. We had 10,963 of these personal surveys and perceptions, good things and areas of opportunity, good and bad. And this has allowed us to measure the need for training, which is something else. We need to divulge these services for those who are unaware of them and train people in the use of digital services. That is why we have trained 6,700 persons with online training courses that are available on our website. The challenge is for people to know them, understand them. They often give us opinions regarding things that they have never used. And with this system, we have been able to assess both the turnaround time and the number of minutes that it takes them. We have brought it from 50 minutes down to 40 minutes and then to 35 minutes, and also the degree of user satisfaction in this model. Thank you. Thank you, Justice. Another comment? Yes, Counselor. Certainly, from user satisfaction and assessments, that is where we glean information about public services and satisfaction. We need to differentiate between the type of user, because the user is also the employee who uses the tools, as well as the lawyer, as well as the parties, as well as the experts. And so here we have a multiplicity of users. And so we need to make sure that we are listening to them. Each has their own specific areas of interest. Some go to the transparency pages just to see what information is available there, even though they don't have any active process ongoing. So we, as the Justice said, on our internet page, if you are on a given platform, then you can leave a complaint or suggestion in the proper box. And there are online ways to do this, and platforms like Facebook and Twitter and Instagram, where we already have more and closer contact with society at large. And we listen to good and bad comments and read them. And we implement mechanisms here. There are users on Facebook that say the virtual tribunal is not working properly. So immediately we send this to IT so that they can follow up and see what's going on with IT there. And so definitely all of this has to go hand in hand with user perception, because it is exactly for them, for all types of users. And here, let me close by thanking each one of the lawyers and civil society and the organizations for being concerned and occupied, busy in disseminating this type of content and the work that the judicial powers are doing, because the type of discussion is of the essence in order to make known the tools and technological strategies that we have been implementing to continue proffering services in light of this health contingency and continue improving for our users. Thank you, Counselor. Yes, Justice, we have 2 minutes for you to close, certainly. In addition to our suggestion and complaints box that the system has for us, where users leave their comments, we have held some dialogues and conversations virtually with some associations or schools of law, where they tell us what their complaints or their requirements are. This has allowed us to improve in specific areas. In others, obviously, we still have a window of opportunity to cover. But these dialogues and open doors so that they can express freely what they are thinking and if it is working or not for them. And I refer to the technological systems that we've implemented. This has allowed us in a short period of time to apply remediation or improvements. And with dialogues with the judges themselves, they contribute ideas according to the evidence that they are developing on an everyday basis in the affairs under their responsibility. This joint work has allowed us to improve in a very short time these practices. I thank you all. Thank you, Justice. what I want to say to the three of you is that I thank you for your trust in Mexico Evalúa. We have worked hand in hand on many topics, and you know that we have an important project for transparency in justice. We are studying the judiciary role. We have studied many, many different aspects. You have been very generous and opening the doors for us, criminal justice as well. And I thank you because, as I reiterate, and I've said so before, that we are working toward the same goal, to improve justice in our country. We are duly convinced that that is going to transform us deeply and forever. I thank all of you, and I invite you, both our presenters as those who follow, to continue working on innovation in justice. Thank you all.
Gracias. Buenas tardes. Hasta luego. Muchas gracias.
Sin lugar a duda, ha sido un día muy productivo en este primer foro internacional sobre la innovación en la justicia. Nos permitió conocer las múltiples experiencias e identificar cómo se le hizo frente a la gran diversidad de retos en diferentes regiones, contextos y sobre diferentes temas. Desde la charla que tuvimos entre los periodistas con la que se abrió este día de trabajo, a la innovación en las prisiones, la modernización de la gestión enfocada en grupos con condiciones de vulnerabilidad, los rapid results, la innovación para promover la paridad de género, innovaciones en justicia y seguridad, la denuncia y corrupción y la innovación para la digitalización de los poderes judiciales, nos dejan con grandes temas e importantes reflexiones. Con esto cerramos este segundo día de trabajo y los invitamos a participar el día de mañana, en donde analizaremos el periodismo digital, la firma digital, perdón, la aplicación de la innovación tecnológica, las universidades y la forma en la que éstas promueven la tecnología en la justicia, las resoluciones de conflictos en línea y la transparencia en la justicia, así como la presentación de la guía de buenas prácticas en el uso de tecnologías para la impartición de la justicia. Muchísimas gracias a todos por su participación y a los que nos han seguido en este evento. Que tengan buena noche.
Felicidades, lo hiciste muy bien.